Chapter 720. Brother Nyo. Shi Yang thought for a moment, then cupped his hands and said. He didn't know how to address Nyo Dali. But when he thought about how the other party was the mount of the Emperor of Heaven, his status was there, so he treated him as a peer. The Black Emperor at the side also cupped his hands. Nyo Dali was too lazy to get up and directly lay on the ground, looking weak. You're here, the Emperor of Heaven is inside, you can just go in. Thank you. The two of them cupped their hands again and walked towards the inner hall. At this moment, a vermilion bird soared into the sky, flying above the heavenly palace, bathed in the true fire of the sun. The Black Emperor and Shi Yang only took a simple glance and recognized the identity of the vermilion bird. Fire Saint. Even though all of the vermilion birds looked pretty much the same from the outside, but as an expert, they had never relied on appearance to distinguish a person, but on aura. The powerful aura unique to Fire Saint was something that other vermilion birds did not have. Therefore, it wasn't difficult to recognize Holy Fire. After retracting his gaze, the two of them entered the inner hall. The inner hall was wide. There was clearly nothing there, but the moment they entered, there was an endless pressure coming from all directions. Shi Yang and the Black Emperor's hearts tightened. Then, they looked at Qin Shujian, bowed, and said, Greetings, Emperor of Heaven. Millimeter, you guys can wait at the side. Qin Shujian said casually with a light hum. Seeing this, the two of them stood in the hall. Not long after, the other experts with divine positions arrived one after another. 365 Ju Tian Constellation. There were a total of 365 experts. Greetings, Emperor of Heaven. The gods bowed. Qin Shujian seemed to have seen a scene from the past, but he quickly came back to his senses. Everyone, rise. Thank you, Emperor of Heaven. The gods stood up and looked at Qin Shujian with doubt in their eyes. From the moment they entered the heavenly court, they were quite surprised. After all, no one had ever dared to establish a heavenly court and a heavenly palace in the astral winds. Among the gods present, none of them entered the astral wind layer for the first time, which naturally aroused a lot of curiosity. However, what they were more concerned about was the purpose of Qin Shujian gathering the Ju Tian constellation. Qin Shujian said, there are many stars in the void outside the star field. 365 main stars are the main stars. They have been there since the void outside the star field appeared. The stars contained boundless energy. Occasionally, the energy would overflow and be projected onto the heaven and earth barrier. Then, it would seep into the greater thousand world and be used by many living beings for cultivation. Compared to spiritual energy, the power of the stars in the heavens is more suitable for cultivators to cultivate. In the heavenly palace, only Qin Shujian's voice reverberated in the air. The other gods lowered their hands and listened attentively. He was listed on the investiture of the gods. They had no chance of resisting. Since he had enjoyed the benefits of the investiture of the gods, he had no choice but to pay the corresponding price. Regarding this, the gods didn't care too much. After all, Qin Shujian was powerful. Regardless of whether he had the investiture of the gods or not, he could easily kill them. In that case, there was no other problem. Qin Shujian said, the reason why the heavenly court established the 365 Ju Tian constellation is related to the 365 main stars in the void outside the star field. Today, I gathered you here for a very simple purpose. You have been conferred the position of gods and enjoy the providence of heaven and earth. Seeing this, you should naturally serve heaven and earth. Therefore, I want you to draw the power of the stars in the heavens and illuminate the 4 continents so that all living beings can absorb the power of the stars to cultivate and produce enough experts as soon as possible. Draw the stars in the heavens. Illuminate the 4 continents. The hearts of the gods trembled wildly. What Qin Shujian said was very unfamiliar to them, because no expert had ever tried to draw the power of the stars in the heavens. The reason was simple. It was because the stars in the heavens existed in the void outside the star field. There was a distance between heaven and earth. In addition, there was a barrier between heaven and earth. It was impossible to draw the power of the stars. Except for the races born from the power of the stars like the Star Clan, who could innately borrow some of the power of the stars. The other races. There was basically no way. Shi Yang cupped his hands and said, Emperor of Heaven, the stars in the heavens exist in the void outside the star field. How can we draw the power of the stars down? Your deity positions are compatible with the stars in the heavens. Your mind is connected to the deity position seal and you can draw the power of the stars down. Qin Shujian said calmly. Deity position. It was an existence conferred by the heavenly court, but it also came from heaven and earth. After all, to a certain extent, the heavenly court was equivalent to an organization that maintained the order of heaven and earth. As the Emperor of Heaven, he had many privileges. Therefore, the deity position was actually the power that Qin Shujian absorbed from heaven and earth in his identity as the Emperor of Heaven and finally condensed into a deity position. Or else, investiture of the gods was a joke. There must be a corresponding method to condense the corresponding deity position. This was also the reason. The reason why the ancient heavenly court did not become a deity. Hearing this, with a thought, Shi Yang had already taken out the seal in his mind. The others. They were all doing the same thing. It was just that after taking out the seal, they did not know how to draw the power of the stars in the heavens. Everyone looked at each other and saw a puzzled look in each other's eyes. Seeing this, Qin Shujian waved his hand, and countless streams of light shot out and instantly escaped into the minds of the gods. The gods trembled slightly and instinctively closed their eyes. The next moment, when they opened their eyes, they already knew how to draw the power of the stars in the heavens. Qin Shujian said in a clear voice, in the heavenly court, besides the heavenly palace, there are other palaces. In the future, you will live in the heavenly court and control the power of the stars in the heavens to illuminate the 4 continents. As the guides of the stars in the heavens, you will also be able to gain great benefits from it. We will obey your orders. Even without Qin Shujian's explanation, they could understand the benefits of borrowing the power of the stars to cultivate. Although after breaking through to the true immortal realm, one would mainly walk the laws of heaven and earth. However, true immortals could still absorb energy to temper their bodies. The more powerful the true immortal. Other than the powerful rules, his physique was also extremely powerful. Soon, the gods left the heavenly palace and saw the many palaces surrounding the heavenly palace. There were many palaces. Roughly looking over, there were hundreds of them. The Black Emperor said, excluding the heavenly palace, there are a total of 374 palaces in the heavenly court. They should be the corresponding deity positions of the 5 great imperial emperors, the 4 great war gods, and the 365 Ju Tian constellations. Which hall does Brother Yang plan to stay in? At the end of his sentence, the Black Emperor turned his head to look at Shi Yang. There weren't many people he was familiar with among the gods. Shi Yang was from the human clan, so he was the most familiar with him. As for the earthly emperor's words, in fact, he was also given the title of Ju Tian constellation. However, the Black Emperor didn't want to pay attention to this person who had betrayed him, including the Dog Emperor. It was the same. However, the other party was now one of the 5 great imperial emperors. His position was higher than his, so the Black Emperor didn't express his emotions. That one. Shi Yang stretched out his hand and pointed at the closest hall to the heavenly palace. Seeing this, the Black Emperor nodded and pointed at a nearby hall. Since Brother Yang has chosen this place, then Ben Huang will also take this place. As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 of them stepped on yellow clouds and walked towards the 2 halls. However, just as they stepped into the hall, they were directly pushed back by a tyrannical force. At the same time, a message appeared in Shi Yang's mind. The central palace belongs to Emperor Zhongyuan. Without the emperor's permission, no one is allowed to enter. Looking at the hall in front of him, he finally knew that he wanted his father's territory. From this, it could be seen. All the palaces were not randomly chosen. Each hall corresponded to a different deity position. Seeing this, Shi Yang's gaze swept across the few halls closest to the heavenly palace. According to his guess, that should be where the 5 great imperial emperors were. Those outside belonged to the 4 great war gods. As for the Ju Tian constellation deity position, Shi Yang looked at the group of palaces at the outermost periphery. It should be there. All of a sudden, he felt something in his heart. He took out his imperial seal and sent his divine consciousness into it. All of a sudden, a strong connection was generated from the imperial seal. Then, through the connection, Shi Yang looked at one of the halls. Then, he stepped on yellow clouds and walked over. As expected. This time, there was no longer any obstruction. The other gods also discovered the secret in the hall. In the end, they each found their own hall. Not long after, a loud voice came from the heavenly palace. Stars in the sky, fall. Boom. From the 365 halls, a powerful force burst out and rushed towards the sky like a beam of light. Then, in the void outside the domain, the many stars that stayed outside the vast thousand world seemed to have been stimulated by some force. They all woke up from their silence and then shone brightly. Ah! Run! Those demons of the void who had attacked the vast thousand world and temporarily stayed on the stars were severely injured when the power of the stars erupted. The bright light shone down. All of the black shadows dissipated one after another. In less than a breath's time, all the demons of the void who were below the demon king level on the stars died. Those demons of the void who had reached the demon king level also suffered different degrees of injuries under the eruption of the power of the stars. The sudden change. It caused a great impact. Then, under the shocked gazes of all the demons of the void, a terrifying beam of light bombarded from the stars and landed directly on the heaven and earth barrier. Along the way, all the demons of the void who were touched by the beam of light melted and died. Quickly, report to the demon king that the stars have changed. Seeing this, a demon king's face was filled with horror. Without thinking, he fled into the depths of the void. The stars had changed. And it was related to the vast thousand world. No one dared to hide such a thing. The power of the stars was extremely pure, but to the demons of the void, it was no different from a highly toxic substance. In the heaven and earth barrier, countless beams of light directly bombarded from the heaven and earth barrier. Then, after those beams of light entered the heaven and earth barrier, they landed in the palace of the deity position of the stars. In an instant, the entire heavenly court was nurtured in the starlight. Originally, the heavenly court already had the power of the sun and the moon. Now that the power of the stars had descended, the power here increased greatly. In the heavenly court, the moment the power of the stars descended, Qin Shujian felt as if all the pores on his body had been opened. He greedily breathed in the power. The power of the stars is still so strong, he could clearly feel it. When he was absorbing the power of the stars, his inner world could be illuminated by the power of the stars and was undergoing some kind of transformation. Now the inner world has many rules, but it is still far from a complete heaven and earth. Now that I am absorbing the power of the stars, there is a chance for the inner world to give birth to the stars. Qin Shujian thought in his heart. Being able to give birth to the stars was also a good thing for him. The birth of the stars. The corresponding rules would also be born. More importantly, with the illumination of the stars, the evolution of the inner world would be even faster. However, it was not easy to rely on absorbing the power of the stars to give birth to the stars in the inner world. According to Qin Shujian's estimation, it would take at least 10 years for it to be possible. 10 years is about enough. Qin Shujian estimated and had a rough idea in his heart. Moreover, the power of the stars in the heavenly court was much stronger than in the third era. The reason for this was, it was also because the power of the stars in this era had almost never been used, so when it was drawn down, it was so strong. At this moment, the power of the stars enveloped the entire heavenly court. In the hall, Shi Yang sat cross-legged, and there was a seal floating quietly in front of him. The light beam of the stars bombarded down and directly fell on the seal. And he had the deity position of the stars. At this moment, there was also a part of the power of the stars pouring into his body. What a powerful power of the stars! Shi Yang secretly gasped. He had always been unfamiliar with the power of the stars. Because the human clan of the eastern continent never relied on the power of the stars to cultivate, but only on the spirit qi of heaven and earth. It was the first time that Shi Yang had directly absorbed the power of the stars to cultivate like this. But also because of this, he finally understood how terrifying the power of the stars was. When the power of the stars bombarded down just now, Shi Yang found that his physical body, which had already transformed into an immortal body, had taken another step forward. Although it was only a small improvement, but that kind of improvement, it was enough to shock people. Shi Yang felt the extremely rich power of the stars around him, and there was a smile on his face. If I continue to cultivate here, my strength will definitely increase even faster. If my physical body is strong enough, then I might be able to rival a second or even a third level immortal in the realm of the first level immortal. Increasing strength, it was not necessary to increase one's realm. Just like Emperor Zhao and Xiao Chengfeng. They had just broken through to the true immortal realm and already had the strength of a third or fourth level immortal. The reason was, it was because of their strong foundation that they could have such powerful strength when they were first level immortals. If they could also have the strength of a third or fourth level immortal, then even if their realm was still first level immortal, no one would dare to underestimate them. In Shi Yang's opinion, the realm was not the only thing. Only strength, that was what was really useful. After he collected his thoughts, he focused his attention on the seal in front of him, then used his divine will to communicate with the seal and control the power of the stars to pour down on the 4 great continents. Boom, the sky shook. The sky, which was originally as bright as day, was now dyed with a faint blue color. Then, vast energy fell from the sky and converged into the 4 great continents. The moment the energy of the stars poured in, all of the living beings seemed to have sensed something as they looked up at the sky. Then, they discovered that their cultivation speed had increased a lot out of nowhere. Many cultivators who had reached a bottleneck directly broke through to the next level. 5th level celestial being. In the Qianyuan sacred ground, the Golden Rock King's face was a little stunned. Just now, a wave of pure power descended upon him, causing him to break through the bottleneck of his cultivation level, which he had already reached, to break through the original shackles. He broke through from the 4th level of the celestial being to the 5th level of the celestial being. It was a sudden breakthrough. The Golden Rock King was a little surprised. At this moment, he could clearly feel that there was still a mysterious force around him. Even if he did not actively absorb it, it would slowly penetrate into his body. In other words, even if he did not cultivate, he could slowly increase his strength. Even if the process was very slow, the improvement was real. This discovery, the Golden Rock King was a little shocked. Then he looked up at the sky. He could clearly feel that the source of the power was coming from there. Star power. In the territory of the star race, the current Star Emperor looked at the sky in shock as if he had seen something unbelievable. Ever since the previous Star Emperor died, in addition to the death of a large number of star race experts, the current Star Emperor's strength was only at the 9th level of the celestial being. After becoming the Star Emperor, he had been cultivating diligently and trying to improve his strength, hoping that one day he could bring the star race back to the peak. However, just now, the Star Emperor found that the star power that he had absorbed was no longer under his control. Then, even the weak power of the stars that roamed between heaven and earth instantly increased by more than a few times in an instant. The others did not know what this power was. But as the Star Race Emperor, how could he not know? But what the Star Emperor did not expect was, in addition to the Star Race, there were other experts in the world who could control the star power, and they were much stronger than the Star Race. An expert is controlling the star power and sprinkling it on the 4 great continents. Who is it? Why is he doing this? The Star Emperor's face was cloudy. The biggest trump card of the star race was the star power. Now that it was being controlled by someone else, he could not keep calm. Soon, the Star Emperor thought of the heavenly court. If there was anyone in the world who could control the star power and sprinkle it on the 4 great continents, it could only be the heavenly court. The 365 Ju Tian constellation. Could it be that the deity position is used to draw the star power? The Star Emperor was not sure. But this was the only explanation for the situation in front of him. Thinking of this, he felt a little bit of pain in his heart. If the deity position of the Ju Tian constellation really had such a method, his strength would be greatly improved if he could get the deity position. But now, there was no more chance. The Star Emperor felt that he might have missed a great opportunity. For this, even if he regretted it, there was nothing he could do. After all, he was only at the 9th level of the celestial being realm. Among the experts in the apotheosized realm, the weakest one was at the 10th level of the celestial being realm. A 9th level of the celestial being realm. It was impossible to obtain a deity position in the first place. Even if the star race joined the human race, the Emperor of Heaven would not open a back door like this. This was because the benefits involved in becoming a god were not as simple as just one or two races. Instead, it involved the entire myriad races. Then, the Star Emperor suppressed the thought in his heart. Although the star power was no longer exclusive to the star race, now that the star power in the world had become rich, it was also a great benefit for the star race. At this moment, bathed in the star power, he felt he was not far from breaking through the 10th level of the sky-human realm. In the Qian Yuan realm. In the Xiao mansion. After becoming an immortal, Xiao Chengfeng still lived here. He did not go to the heavenly court or other places. Earlier, when Qin Shujian summoned the Ju-Tian constellation, he got the news in advance. And now, the star power poured down. Although Xiao Chengfeng was shocked, he understood what had happened. All the stars in the sky, except for the sun and the moon, exist in the extraterritorial void. There has never been an expert who could draw the star power to bathe the entire 4 great continents. In this case, the deity position of the star is much more useful than I thought. The change now was also beyond Xiao Chengfeng's expectation. He realized, the deity position of the star was much more powerful than he had expected. Just the point of drawing the star power to descend. It was enough to make others feel intimidated. Even the star race, who was born from the star power, could only draw the star power to themselves. They could not make the star power shine on the entire 4 great continents. Therefore, only the heavenly court was able to do this. As an expert from the ancient times, Xiao Chengfeng naturally knew how powerful the star power was. At that time, there were very few experts who could absorb the star power to cultivate. Most of them entered the extraterritorial void, broke the weak stars, and dug out the star sulfur. Of course, not just any star could shatter. Some powerful and ancient stars, even if a true immortal of the upper 3 grades appeared, they would not be damaged at all. That kind of existence, it was almost the same as the extraterritorial void. Xiao Chengfeng was not completely sure which star the star power that the heavenly court drew in came from. However, he had some guesses. In the void outside the realm, the 365 ancient stars are the most powerful, and they correspond to the deity positions of the constellations in the heavens. In that case, it is very likely that the power of the stars drawn by the heavenly court comes from the ancient stars. Not all the star power could be reflected in the Great Thousand World. The most likely one. It was those ancient stars. What a rich star power. The first demon emperor of the ancient times was also injured. He drew in the star power of the heavens and wanted to set up a big formation. But in the end, he did not succeed, which led to his defeat. Otherwise, there would only be the demon clan in the world now. Wu Ming sighed in his sea of consciousness. Many of his distant memories had been buried by him. Now when he saw the star power, they were rediscovered. Xiao Chengfeng frowned. You mean, the first demon emperor also tried to draw in the star power of the heavens? Of course. Then what is the big formation that you mentioned? Xiao Chengfeng asked. A big formation that could be valued by the first demon emperor was definitely not a simple one. However, he had never heard of the existence of such a powerful array formation in the world. Wu Ming said, I'm not sure. I'm not Zhu Bing of the demon clan, so I don't know much about it. It was just a coincidence that I knew about the existence of the big formation. After that, Wu Ming added, the race that I originally existed in was actually a member of the demon clan. At that time, the first demon emperor was powerful and subdued my race. As for the matter of the formation, I also heard about it from the experts of that race. His race. It had been destroyed in ancient times. So many things had disappeared in the dust of history. Only a Zhu Bing like Wu Ming, who was not afraid of the erosion of time, could preserve some things. Xiao Chengfeng was deep in thought. Not long after, he dispelled the thoughts in his mind. The ancient times were too far away from the present, and there was the ancient times in between. Many things that disappeared were difficult to find again. Then, Xiao Chengfeng calmed his mind and absorbed the star power around him to cultivate. He walked the path of physical sanctification. Now that he was absorbing the star power to cultivate, he could use this opportunity to strengthen his physical body. It could be said that, when the star power fell into the 4 continents, the cultivators who walked the path of physical sanctification were the ones who benefited the most. If it was possible, Xiao Chengfeng was more willing to go to the void outside the domain and personally shatter the stars, and dig out the star sulfur inside to cultivate some powerful star sulfur slurry. It would be very useful even for perfected immortals. But now outside the great wide world, the demons of the void had not disappeared. Going out rashly was no different from courting death. While Xiao Chengfeng was taking the opportunity to cultivate, in the Qian Yuan realm, the other cultivators were also immersed in cultivation. Rumble. Test Jian Feng sat cross-legged, and a thunderous sound came from his body. Little by little, impurities were expelled from his body. The current him, he had completely changed to cultivate the purple heaven divine thunder scripture. After breaking through to the diviner realm, this supreme technique was mainly to absorb the power of heaven and earth to temper one's body until the body was strong enough to merge the soul and body. Then, one could start to go through the tribulation. Now, Test Jian Feng was in the stage of tempering his body. After the star power scattered, he directly broke through the original limit and reached the 7th level of the divine martial realm. The 7th level of the divine martial realm. He had officially entered the late stage of the divine martial realm. However, Test Jian Feng did not stop at all. He continued to absorb the star power and moved toward a higher level. It could be said that, the moment the star power was drawn down, in the 4 continents, there were countless cultivators who broke through the original bottleneck. Of course, most of the cultivators who broke through were below the diviner realm. Only a small number of diviner realm cultivators broke through a small realm under the sudden impact of the star power. As time went by, the star power in the great wide world became denser. Any cultivator who could absorb the star power to cultivate would have their strength increase at an extremely fast speed. The heavenly palace, Qin Shujian opened his eyes. He had already sensed the changes in the 4 continents. The power of the stars in this era is a lot stronger than I thought. Maybe I should teach them how to achieve the sacred realm with the flesh. Qin Shujian just had this thought in his mind, but then he dismissed it. The 4 continents. Now, there were not only the native creatures, but also the players. If the physical sanctification technique was obtained by the players, it would be quite troublesome. Qin Shujian frowned slightly. In the end, he shook his head. The 3rd era's technique cannot be obtained by the players. In this case, let's focus on the current traditional route. As for other things, let's talk about it later. After putting this matter aside, Qin Shujian looked at the position above the heavenly palace. Although there was nothing there, it could not block his sight. He saw through it. Qin Shujian had already seen the huge sun. The 365 stars in the heavens are still not the most complete stage. If I can draw down the power of the sun and the moon, then the star power will become stronger. It's just that drawing the power of the sun and the moon is not easy. Until now, the investiture of the gods has no way to condense the deity positions of the sun and the moon. To condense the deity positions of the sun and the moon. It was not an easy thing to do. Because the stars in the heavens had no master, but the sun and the moon actually had masters. The 2 half-step Tao fruits in the Dead Sea domain and heavenly abyss were equivalent to the masters of the sun and the moon. Only with the power of the 2 as a medium. Only then could the deity positions of the sun and the moon be condensed. However, it was very difficult to snatch food from the half-step Tao fruit. Qin Shujian secretly estimated his strength. Now, with the perfection of his inner world and his other methods, at most, he could only fight against a level 6 immortal. If he encountered a level 3 true immortal, he would still have to turn around and run. As for the half-step Tao fruit, that was no different from courting death. Therefore, Qin Shujian only thought about it and did not act rashly. Immediately after, he tore the void in front of him and then walked in. The next second, Qin Shujian appeared in the mother stream of rules. The inner world now had many rules, but compared to the complete world's rules, it was still a drop in the ocean. If he wanted to increase his strength, he could only comprehend more rules and perfect the rules of his inner world. Walking in the mother stream of rules. Occasionally, waves would hit him. Qin Shujian's footsteps did not stop. Any wave that came crashing over was easily extinguished by him. It was only when there were strong waves. He did not fight head-on and chose to retreat. In the mother stream of rules, the number of rules that existed was immeasurable. Qin Shujian did not need to choose at all. He directly found a rule that was neither big nor small. Then, he took out the Godslayer and was about to forcefully open the door. The long river of rules was torn apart. He flashed into it. In the heavenly palace, space was torn apart again. Qin Shujian fell out from inside. Now, he was covered in blood and his aura was erratic. It was obvious that he had suffered a lot in the long river of rules. To this, Qin Shujian's expression did not change. If the rules were so easy to comprehend, how could it stop so many people? After a simple recovery, he tore the void again and entered the mother stream of rules. In the outer realm, the ancient stars moved strangely, and a vast energy bombarded the heaven and earth barrier, causing many void demons to die. This matter. It also alarmed the emperors of the various clans. Endless black shadows descended and finally turned into a middle-aged man. Yelvis looked at the stars in front of him with a look of bewilderment in his eyes. Since the birth of the stars, there has never been any strange phenomenon, and these ancient stars are even more so. Now that the power of the stars has suddenly erupted, could it be that the great wide world has used some method? He was not sure. Yelvis did not get too close to the light beam in front of him. The power of the stars was a terrifying poison to other void demons, and it was also a huge threat to demon emperor-level powerhouses. That surging energy. Yelvis suspected that even if the demon emperor encountered it, he would not dare to touch it easily. The movement of the stars is not a small matter. If it is really done by some powerhouses of the great wide world, it might be disadvantageous to the void demon clan. Standing in the same place, Yelvis's expression changed. The best way now was to report this matter to the demon emperor. However, the demon emperor had just fallen asleep. If he was disturbed again, it might cause the other party to be angry. Moreover, what happened last time? It had already made the demon emperor unhappy. Therefore, Yelvis did not want to hit the muzzle of the gun. He hesitated again and again. He suddenly attacked, and the power of darkness bombarded the light beam, trying to stop it from being projected to the great wide world. However, when the power of darkness bombarded the light beam, it was forcibly dissolved by the light beam. Not only that, there was even star energy that spread along with the power of darkness, trying to backfire on the person who attacked. Seeing this, Yelvis's expression changed. He did not hesitate. He immediately attacked and cut off the connection between himself and the power of darkness. Then, he retreated for a distance to avoid the possibility of being backfired. Star energy. There was deep fear in Yelvis's eyes. In that confrontation just now, he knew that he was no match for those ancient star energies. If there was life on an ancient star, it would be a miracle. Then every one of them. They were at least comparable to the demon emperor. Therefore, even if those stars did not have life and could only rely on some method to vent their power, the power of the venting was not something that other powerhouses could contend with. In the end, Yelvis disappeared from where he was. The movement of the ancient stars could be a big or small matter. Since he could not stop it himself, he had to report it to the demon emperor. In the depths of the void outside the realm, Yelvis appeared there, looked at the darkness in front of him, and bowed respectfully. The movement of the ancient stars, I hope the demon emperor knows about it. P.S. Requesting monthly votes. Chapter 721. The Black Shadow Shook. 2 rays of light extended from the darkness and landed on Yerwise. Suddenly, The demon emperor's body trembled involuntarily. The light disappeared. The black shadow condensed together and then turned into a human figure. Lord Demon Emperor. Yervis bowed his head. Mo Xiaoluo looked indifferent, looked at him and said calmly, "What's going on with the ancient stars?" Not long ago, in those ancient stars, there was a power that had been dormant for a long time erupting and projected to the vast thousand domains. Along the way, it also caused a lot of damage to our void evil demon clan. Yervis did not dare to hide anything and said truthfully. Hearing this, Mo Xiaoluo's expression did not change, and his body suddenly disappeared into the distance. After he left, only then did Jarvis's tense body suddenly relax. In front of Mo Xiaoluo, he felt a great pressure. Demon Emperor. Yervis's eyes flickered, and his fists were unconsciously clenched. He was close to the Demon Emperor. Only one step away. But even if it was only one step away, it was actually a world of difference. As early as hundreds of thousands of years ago, Yervis was already a top Demon Emperor, and now hundreds of thousands of years had passed, there was no way to break through the threshold of that level. If he could break through to the Demon Emperor realm, then even if his strength was not as good as Mo Xiaoluo's, he would not be like an ant that could be killed at will. On the other side, Mo Xiaoluo had already appeared in front of a star. The star that used to be lonely was now blooming with bright light. The Void Evil Demon Clan. What they hated the most was this bright light. Because they were born in the void of the extraterritorial domain, and there was no light in the void of the extraterritorial domain. What kind of method did the vast thousand domains use to draw out the power contained in the stars? Mo Xiaoluo's expression changed slightly. He was not very sure. After all, even the Demon Emperor who had existed for countless years did not know about it. Like why the void of the extraterritorial domain existed. Or why the stars were born. Mo Xiaoluo did not know. What kind of method was it that could draw out the power contained within the withered stars? The power of the stars. It was a deadly poison to the fiendish void demons. However, to the beings of the great wide world, it was a supreme cultivation treasure. As early as the ancient times, some true immortals came out from the great thousand worlds, shattered those weak stars, and dug out the star sulfur slurry. However, ever since the ancient heavenly court was destroyed, the overall strength of the great thousand worlds had been greatly reduced. No one dared to openly enter the outer space to destroy the stars and seize the star sulfur lava anymore. Suddenly, Mo Xiaoluo sent a palm strike towards the star seal. A terrifying power spread out and enveloped the entire star. Destroy. Mo Xiaoluo spat out a word. The darkness engulfed the star, as if wanting to devour it completely. Buzz, the light beam that was originally bombarding the great wide world, was directly blocked by the darkness. In the heavenly court, the power of the stars that had fallen on the palace suddenly disappeared. Shiyang opened his eyes and a look of doubt flashed across his face. Strange, why did the power of the stars disappear? He could feel it. The power of the other stars was still projected into the heavenly court. Only the star that he controlled seemed to be isolated by something, and there was no longer a trace of power projected over. There was one star missing. As a result, a flaw appeared in the number of 365 cycles. The Thousand-Eye Emperor also woke up from his cultivation. Just now, he sensed that there was a flaw in the power of the stars, which caused the power of the stars in the heavenly court to weaken by a lot. However, very soon, the Thousand-Eye Emperor calmed his mind again and continued to guide the power of the stars to descend. There was definitely a problem. However, with his current strength, he did not have the right to interfere in this matter. Since there was a flaw in the power of the stars, it was naturally the Emperor of Heaven's turn to take action. What could he, a true immortal who had just broken through, do? At this moment, under the Thousand-Eye Emperor's intentional control, the power of the stars that were pouring towards the four continents was tilted towards the western continent. To be precise, it was tilted towards the Thousand-Eye clan of the western continent. Although Qin Shujian's order was to let the power of the stars shine on the four continents, there was no rule that it had to be poured equally. Therefore, The Thousand-Eye Emperor had some selfish motives and focused on pouring the power of the stars into the Thousand-Eye clan. Actually, he also realized that the other experts were more or less doing the same. After all, as long as they were living beings, they would have selfish motives. It was normal to seek some benefits for one's own clan, as long as it was not too overboard. In the Thousand-Eye Emperor's opinion, Qin Shujian was just turning a blind eye. An expert took action and isolated the power of the stars. In the Heavenly Palace, Qin Shujian had just retreated from the Mother Stream and was now recuperating from his injuries. When the power of the stars was weakening, he also sensed that something was wrong. He raised his head and looked towards the sky. There were originally 365 beams of light, but now there were only 364 beams. One of them seemed to have been intercepted by something and had completely disappeared. Qin Shujian frowned. The power of the stars is extremely strong. Ordinary people can't intercept it. Moreover, the power of the stars here hasn't been used at all. After accumulating for countless years, its power has reached a terrifying level. To be able to block the power of the stars in such a situation, one has to be at least a true immortal of the upper three levels. No, it's not just an ordinary true immortal of the upper three levels. Qin Shujian's mind was spinning. An upper three levels true immortal. In the void outside, it was equivalent to a demon emperor. Now, only the evil demon clan of the void could possibly stop the power of the stars from descending. However, if you think you can stop the stars with this, I can only say that you're too naive. Qin Shujian's expression was slightly cold. Then, he grabbed the investiture of the gods on the table and threw it out into the air. The list broke through the sky. It instantly appeared in the sky above the heavenly court. At this moment, the list, which was about 10 feet long, had already covered the entire heavenly court. All living beings of the Ju Tian constellation, take out the imperial seal and integrate it into the investiture of the gods. Qin Shujian shouted loudly. Hearing this, the gods immediately flew the imperial seal toward the investiture of the gods in the sky. After integrating it into the imperial seal, the investiture of the gods suddenly emitted a terrifying fluctuation. Qin Shujian took a step forward and appeared in the heavenly palace. He looked at the investiture of the gods in front of him and reached out his hand to gently stroke forward. In an instant, the investiture of the gods seemed to show a celestial map. The celestial map had just appeared. It bathed the entire heavenly court in starlight, and the original brilliance of the sun was blocked. Ju Tian constellation formation, rise. Qin Shujian pressed out his palm, and the entire celestial map suddenly moved. Boom! In the void outside the realm. The 364 ancient stars emitted an even brighter light. The ancient star that was originally sealed by darkness also emitted a powerful force at this moment, completely breaking through Mo Xiaoluo's seal. The moment the seal broke through, the 365 ancient stars suddenly linked together, and a large formation was formed in an instant. What's going on? Mo Xiaoluo was completely shocked by the change in front of him. Just now, the stars that had been suppressed by him suddenly erupted with a powerful force and directly broke through his seal. And, before he could react, it had already linked up with the other stars. The formation of the large formation. Mo Xiaoluo had already felt that something was wrong around him. Years of experience made him understand what to do at this moment. He saw his body directly disappear. The next second, Mo Xiaoluo's body reappeared in the same place. As if the disappearance just now was just an illusion, and it had never happened at all. Impossible. Mo Xiaoluo's face could no longer remain calm. His divine sense frantically spread out, trying to find out what had happened. But, after the divine sense expanded to a certain extent, Mo Xiaoluo found that his divine sense was blocked. The void in front of him. It was still the same void. But under the encirclement of the power of the stars, the outer void had unknowingly been divided into two. If one looked down from above, one could see that the 365 ancient stars had turned into nodes, and finally the large formation was directly linked up, with the great wide world as the center. The range of hundreds of millions of miles was isolated. Such a change. The other evil void demons in the formation also finally noticed the abnormality. What's going on? I can't get out. Why can't I get out? Looks of panic appeared on the faces of the fiendish void demons. There were powerful demons of the void who wanted to escape into the void, but it didn't take long before they returned to the distance. The originally boundless outer void. At this moment, it seemed to have completely shrunk. The great wide world. The heavenly court. In the investiture of the gods, the star chart was presented. There were a total of 365 nodes on it, and each node was perfectly linked together, finally forming a powerful formation. At this moment, everyone in the heavenly court was looking up at the investiture of the gods. They were curious. What was the purpose of Qin Shujian bringing out the investiture of the gods and letting the gods put the seals in it? The star chart in front of them looked very mysterious. But with their eyesight, they couldn't see anything at all. At this moment, Qin Shujian disappeared on the spot, and when he reappeared, he was already on the investiture of the gods. Under his feet, the investiture of the gods covered the heavenly court. The star chart that indicated the Ju Tian stars had already been presented there. Qin Shujian had a faint smile on his face, speaking of which, since I obtained the Ju Tian stars formation in the first era, I don't know how many years have passed since the last time I used it. The strength of the constellation gods isn't strong, and the seals condensed are much worse than those of the third era. But in any case, I have gathered the number of Ju Tian stars, and I can barely set up this formation. The Ju Tian stars formation. That was the strongest formation in the first era. And this strongest formation also played a lot of roles in the heavenly court in the third era. In Qin Shujian's memory, there were very few formations that could be compared to the Ju Tian stars formation. More importantly, the other formations that could be compared to the Ju Tian stars formation had very high requirements for setting up. It was almost decided at birth and couldn't be changed after birth. In comparison, the Ju Tian stars formation was more approachable. As the first battle between the heavenly court and the demons of the void, it's a good idea to use the Ju Tian stars formation to start the battle. Let me see if the demon emperor of the nefarious demon clan can contend against the massive heavenly cycle star formation. Qin Shujian's expression was indifferent. With a wave of his hand, he completely activated the formation. In the outer realm, starlight flickered. The 365 ancient stars vibrated in unison. Then, a vast and profound power spread out and pervaded the array. The moment the formation was activated, the boundless void began to crack open. Time shattered. Space obliterated. The entire formation was like a huge millstone, completely obliterating everything in the formation. Whether it was the demon lord or not, or the demon king. The moment the great array was activated, it did not have any power to resist. It was quietly destroyed, and there was not a trace of its existence left. Boom! A terrifying dark power erupted. Mo Xiaoluo punched, vowing to destroy the formation. However, the dark power that resisted the terrifying dark power. In front of the Ju Tian stars formation, it didn't have the slightest effect. The stars swayed and trembled again. The originally gorgeous starlight seemed to be the source of destruction at this moment. A crazy warning rose in Mo Xiaoluo's heart. Then, all the dark power that spread out seemed to be eroded by destruction, disintegrating bit by bit. That kind of disappearance. It was a true and complete disappearance. The moment the dark power disappeared, Mo Xiaoluo felt his power gradually weakening. I don't believe that such a powerful formation exists. The Demon King's face was crazy. Since he existed for countless years, he didn't believe that there was such a powerful formation. Because he was already a Demon King. And a top Demon King. Unless it involved the existence of the Saint Demon realm, otherwise, who could be his opponent? Even the so-called strongest Demon King Behido. Mo Xiaoluo was confident that it was impossible to force him into such a situation. The void was still collapsing. He could clearly feel that the destructive power was approaching him step by step. It was as if there were countless big hands, squeezing him from all directions. For this, Mo Xiaoluo took a step forward, and the shocking dark power completely erupted. Then, he threw a punch forward. This punch. It was the most powerful punch that Mo Xiaoluo had ever thrown after breaking through to the top Demon King. Compared to the last time in the long river of time, when he fought with Hao Kang 1,000,000 years ago, the strength he displayed was slightly better. Boom! The dark power was like a torrent of rivers and seas, bombarding the destruction in front. Then, the formation shook wildly. The energy sealed in the ancient stars was completely stimulated. Boom! The dark torrent shattered. Mo Xiaoluo was sent flying by the destructive power, and the Demon King's powerful body was also full of cracks. The original strong aura. It was completely dispirited. In the investiture of the gods, the star chart was shaking non-stop. Qin Shujian could see the scene of the outside void through the star chart. Seeing Mo Xiaoluo, who was trying to break through Zhu Tian's star array, he could only sneer in his heart. Destroy. Qin Shujian's palm moved in the star chart. The illusory star chart, like someone touching the water surface, rippled with faint ripples. In an instant. In the outer void, a shocking massacre broke out. At that moment, Mo Xiaoluo's heart trembled. Save me. He no longer cared about his dignity as a demon king and directly sent out a distress signal. The moment the signal was sent out, several demon emperors who were in deep slumber immediately woke up. In the depths of the darkness, Bark woke up from his deep sleep, and two beams of light pierced through the outer void and directly saw the existence of Zhu Tian's star array. What kind of formation is this, that even Mo Xiaoluo had to call for help? There was a dignified look on his face. Although Bark knew that Mo Xiaoluo's strength was actually a little worse than his. But no matter how bad it was, the other party was also a top demon king. A formation that he had never seen before made a top demon king ask for help. In this regard, Bark's mind was also cautious. Without any hesitation, he directly made a move across the void, and a big dark handprint blasted towards Zhu Tian's star array. A terrifying power erupted. This caused the entire formation to tremble incessantly. At the same time, the other two demon kings also made a move at the same time. The three demon kings made a move, attacking Zhu Tian's star array across the void, making the formation suddenly unstable. Mo Xiaoluo, who was inside. The pressure also suddenly reduced a lot. The pressure was reduced. Mo Xiaoluo also immediately found the right opportunity and began to counterattack Zhu Tian's star array. Half an hour passed. The heavenly cycle of stars shattered with a loud bang. The moment the formation shattered, it also revealed Mo Xiaoluo's broken body. Heavenly Court. The original star chart suddenly cracked, and the constellation seal that was integrated into the investiture of the gods also directly separated and fell back into the hands of the gods. But compared to before, now the seal was very dim, and it was full of cracks, as if it would break at any time. Qin Shujian saw this. He directly put away the investiture of the gods and returned to the heavenly palace. At the same time, a grand voice came from the heavenly palace. Gods, continue to draw the power of the stars. Yes. The gods bowed and accepted the order. After returning to his palace, Shi Yang did not hesitate for too long and immediately followed the original method to draw the power of the stars. As expected, the power of the stars that had disappeared appeared again at this moment. When the light fell on the seal, the cracks on the seal were also repaired bit by bit. At the same time, the power of the stars that had been gradually dissipating in the 4 continents had become rich again. Just now, could it be that a void demon made a move and isolated the starlight? Inside the palace, Shi Yang did not enter the state of cultivation, but recalled what had just happened. Without a doubt, there was a problem with the power of the stars. There must be an expert intervening. As for Qin Shujian's appearance, he must have been fighting with the demons of the void from afar. Although he did not know the outcome. But now that the power of the stars could be drawn again, there should not be a big problem. Inside the heavenly palace, Qin Shujian's face did not look too good. Damn it, I did not expect other demon emperors to come to the rescue so soon. Otherwise, today I would have killed a demon emperor and used it as a blood sacrifice for the Zhu Tian constellation formation. For this, Qin Shujian really felt that it was a pity. Just a little bit more. The demon emperor that was trapped in the formation was about to be killed by him. Although he did not know Mo Xiaoluo, he knew the other party's identity. However, the deity position of the Ju Tian constellation had just been set up, and the strength of the gods was still too weak. Among the 365 deity positions, only about 1/3 of them were true immortals, and the remaining 2/3 were cultivators below the true immortal realm. Such strength. It could not be said to be weak, but it was definitely not very strong. If all the constellation deity holders were in the true immortal realm when the formation was first set up, Mo Xiaoluo would definitely have no chance of survival. Even if other demon emperors intervened, it would be the same. But from the current situation, it would be difficult to let the gods break through to the true immortal realm. In the next few years, there was no need to think about it for the time being. Qin Shujian shook his head and sighed. In the third era, with the middle three true immortals as the foundation, the Ju Tian constellation formation set up with the middle three true immortals was an existence that could even match Dao fruit experts. If the people of the first era knew that the Ju Tian constellation formation setup could not even kill a true immortal of the upper three true immortals, it would really be a joke. There was nothing they could do if they were weak. But it was also true that it was embarrassing. In the sea of consciousness, Godslayer remained silent. He realized that he did not seem to have the qualifications to interrupt what Qin Shujian said. What first era, third era? What Ju Tian constellation formation? The god-slaying saber had never heard of this before. After Qin Shujian awakened his innate wisdom, he increasingly felt that his knowledge was shallow, and his original sense of superiority had completely disappeared. However, the god-slaying saber also silently remembered Qin Shujian's words. It did not matter if he did not have a sense of superiority now. When there was a chance to change the host in the future, he could still brag about this thing. He comforted himself in his heart. Godslayer suddenly felt much better. Subsequently, he displayed the spirit of not being ashamed to ask questions and asked, "Dare I ask, Emperor of Heaven, what is the Ju Tian constellation formation?" The Ju Tian constellation formation is a powerful formation that existed in the first era. At its peak, it was set up using the Ju Tian constellation as the foundation and supplemented by 365 true immortals of the upper three true immortals of the upper three true immortals. Once the formation is formed, even a Dao fruit expert can only quietly fall. However, it is not easy to gather 365 true immortals of the upper three true immortals, but if you can gather 365 true immortals of the middle three true immortals, you can match a Dao fruit expert. But if you want to kill them, you won't be able to do it. Qin Shujian explained. 365 true immortals of the upper three true immortals could kill a Dao fruit expert. 365 true immortals of the middle three true immortals could match a Dao fruit expert. If Godslayer were to transform into his human form now, he would definitely gasp. The power of the Ju Tian constellation formation was more terrifying than he had imagined. However, the requirements to set up the formation were also extraordinarily high. Not to mention gathering all the true immortals of the upper three true immortals, even gathering all the true immortals of the middle three true immortals was not an easy task. Back in the ancient heavenly court, 365 true immortals, most of them were of the lower three true immortals. There were only 20 or 30 true immortals of the middle three true immortals. As for true immortals of the upper three true immortals, they were even rarer. He suppressed the shock in his heart. Godslayer continued, "The Emperor of Heaven has always talked about epochs. I'd like to ask, what exactly is an epoch?" The name epoch. He had only heard of it from Qin Shujian. Apart from him, he had never heard of it from a second person. According to Godslayer's own understanding, epochs should be similar to the primordial age and other eras. But as far as he knew, the primordial age was the beginning of the primordial age, then the primordial age, and finally the present. There were 3 epochs. There was no such thing as the first epoch, nor was there such a thing as the third epoch. Qin Shujian said, "The beginning and end of any universe is equivalent to an epoch." When you have the chance to break through to a higher level in the future, you'll naturally understand he didn't have any intention of saying more about this. The existence of epochs. Without breaking through to the Tao fruit level, it was very difficult to understand. In his thought sea, Godslayer had completely fallen into a daze. The beginning and end of a universe was equivalent to an epoch. He had only just realized, it turned out that the so-called epoch was completely beyond the scope of his own understanding. In Godslayer's memories, he had never thought that the universe would one day come to an end. Nor did he expect, long before the primordial age appeared, several epochs had already ended. And Qin Shujian wasn't the reincarnation of a powerhouse of this epoch, but the reincarnation of a powerhouse of the third epoch. Too much information appeared at once. Godslayer needed time to digest it. Qin Shujian didn't disturb him. Instead, he calmed his mind and continued to cultivate in the mother stream. What he had to do now was to improve his strength as much as possible. Other means were, after all, just external objects. If he had enough strength just now, when the Demon Emperor intercepted the star power, he would have directly gone out and beaten the Demon Emperor up. It wasn't like what happened just now. He only dared to set up Zhu Tian's great star formation in the heavenly court through the power of the investiture of the gods and the constellation god position. In the end, he didn't kill the Demon Emperor and let the other party escape. In the void outside the realm, when Zhu Tian's great star formation was broken, Mo Xiaoluo had already evacuated the range of the stars. That formation just now, it had already made him feel like a bird startled by the twang of a bow. Ever since he broke through to the top Demon Emperor, it was the first time Mo Xiaoluo felt the aura of death. At this moment, after hundreds of millions of miles away, his heart was still a little unsettled. In front of Mo Xiaoluo, Ba Duo and the other Demon Emperors had also appeared. Mo Xiaoluo, what happened? Boyle's face was solemn. It was also his first time. Seeing Mo Xiaoluo in such a sorry state, even if the other party's injuries had recovered from the surface, it was still noticeable that he was weak. Hearing this, Mo Xiaoluo's face was ugly. He shook his head and said, "There are strong people in the great wide world who are drawing the power of the stars. I had just tried to stop them when I encountered a counterattack. Using an ancient star to set up a great formation, even this emperor almost died there. The power of that formation is terrifying, very terrifying." Mo Xiaoluo had no way to describe the Zhu Tian's great star formation. So, he could only use the word terrifying to describe it. When the other demon emperors saw this, their faces became even more solemn. If Mo Xiaoluo could repeatedly describe how terrifying it was, then it was really terrifying. And, if they hadn't acted just now, Mo Xiaoluo might have really fallen in the great formation. Otherwise, the other party wouldn't have opened his mouth to ask for help. Ba Duo's brows were tightly knitted, there was a look of bewilderment on his face. In the great wide world, I have never heard of such a terrifying formation. Even if it's a top formation saint, the formation setup can't kill a top demon emperor. Not to mention, it's drawing the power of the stars to set up a formation. Ba Duo finished speaking. His face became more and more solemn. The more unknown something was, the more it was important. This was especially so for a formation that even peak demon emperors were helpless against. That made him even more fearful. Although Ba Duo was confident that his strength was much stronger than Mo Xiaoluo. But looking at the other party's current state, he wasn't sure if he would be able to break out of the formation if he went deep into it. Then, Ba Duo's gaze fell in the direction of the great wide world. There was still the power of the stars there, but now no void demon dared to approach. Because when the Zhu Tian's great star formation was activated, all of the void demons that had besieged the great thousand domains had been wiped out. It could be said that, when the formation was activated, at least hundreds of millions of void demons had fallen. Among them, there was no lack of demon masters above the 7th level of the celestial being realm and demon kings who were already at the true immortal realm. In front of the Zhu Tian's great star formation. Unless it was an expert who could contend with it, otherwise, any existence would be wiped out. Ba Duo said, "There are many stars in the outer realm, but those 365 stars have always existed there since the outer realm was born. Over the endless years, although the ancient stars have not given birth to intelligence, they have accumulated terrifying power. To be able to attract such star power, something must have happened in the great wide world that we don't know about. Ba Duo thought of the time turbulence. If he guessed correctly, the current time node just happened to appear in the time turbulence. As a result, it was impossible to enter the long river of time and peek into the past and future. If one was not careful, one might even be trapped in it. Boyle said in a deep voice, "First, Barkle fell, and now the great wide world is changing more and more. If we delay any longer, the situation from 1,000,000 years ago might happen again." 1,000,000 years ago, the Heavenly Court attacked the Void Demon clan. In that battle, the Void Demon clan suffered heavy losses. If it wasn't for the fact that the Heavenly Court didn't want to lose too much, and that the Outer Realm was too big, the Void Demon clan, perhaps they would have been completely destroyed 1,000,000 years ago. The changes in the great wide world made Boyle feel a great threat. Even if we don't want to delay, what can we do? Yizwa shook his head. There's no chance of breaking the barrier now. With our current strength, there's no way we can force our way in. No matter how unwilling we are now, we can only wait for the right opportunity. Boyle was worried. Yizwa also understood. However, with the barrier, the great wide world was like an unbreakable tortoise shell. Even someone as strong as the Demon Emperor could only look on helplessly. To break the barrier of the great wide world, we can only find the weak points. Continue to let the Void Demon clan attack the barrier and find a way to attack the weak points. As for the changes in the stars, don't worry too much about it for now. Ba Duo immediately made a decision. They still had to attack the barrier. If they didn't attack, how could they find the loopholes in the great wide world? As for the 365 ancient stars, he didn't want to provoke them for the time being. He didn't see how Mo Xiaoluo had caused so much trouble just by touching them, when there was no way to completely destroy the ancient stars. Ba Duo didn't want to complicate matters. As for the possible dangers of attacking the barrier of heaven and earth, he did not consider them at all. There weren't many void demons. They had a large population. It didn't matter if hundreds of millions of void demons died. Compared to the entire Void Demon clan, it was just a drop in the ocean. Not to mention hundreds of millions of void demons. Even if it was 10 times more, to the nefarious fiend clan of the void, it wasn't enough to hurt them. On the contrary, if they found the loopholes in the barrier, it would really affect the entire Void Demon clan. Mo Xiaoluo nodded slightly. That's the only thing we can do now. Seeing this, the other 2 demon emperors didn't object. Soon, the 4 demon emperors all spread the order. Then, the 4 demon emperors returned to their deep sleep. From beginning to end, they didn't get close to the great wide world. At the same time, all the demon emperors in charge of the clans received the news immediately. The demon emperor has ordered us to continue to send our clansmen to attack the barrier. Yelvis came out of his closed state and opened his eyes, revealing the darkness inside. There's no problem attacking the barrier. Apart from that, did the demon emperor say anything else? Troy asked. Yelvis shook his head and said in a heavy voice, the demon emperor didn't send any extra messages. He just told us not to stop attacking the barrier. Let's leave this matter to the other clansmen. That's the only way. Yelvis nodded. He knew that the other 2 demon emperors had the same idea as him. Many of the hundreds of millions of void demons that died were experts of the Mo Xiaoluo clan. In the end, even Mo Xiaoluo himself was trapped in the formation. It wasn't until the other demon emperors took action that he was rescued from the formation. It could be seen. Attacking the great wide world now was already full of risks. Once that array was activated again, any powerhouse below the demon emperor level would only have the possibility of dying. Even the demon emperor. There was absolutely no way to escape. No one cared about their lives. It was even more so for the demon emperor. After tens of millions of years, he had painstakingly cultivated to his current realm. If he died in the formation, it would really be a failure. Therefore, Yelvis and the other demon emperors were unwilling to take the risk easily. In any case, attacking the barrier was to find the weakness of the great wide world. Such a thing, there was no need for the demon emperor to take action personally. It was enough for the other void demons to complete it. All of a sudden, a large number of void demons, driven by the Absolute Order, unwillingly headed toward the barrier. P.S. Support the original version, Chidian Chinese Network, app Chidian Reading, I'm really decent, seeking monthly vote. Chapter 722. The demons of the void kept attacking the barrier. Not long ago, a large number of demons of the void had fallen here, but they still couldn't make them feel afraid. Because the demons of the void had a strict hierarchy. The demon emperor. And the supreme existence of the demons of the void. So, no demons of the void could resist the orders of the demon emperor. But the barrier was stable. Most of the weak small worlds had opened their entrances and merged perfectly with the world. No matter how the demons of the void attacked, they couldn't break the barrier. Boom. A powerful aura suddenly burst out. Ning Yu suddenly opened his eyes from his closed-door cultivation. A ray of light shot out from his eyes, illuminating the dark chamber. But very quickly, the radiance was restrained. The secret room became dark again. I'm finally at that step. Nyingbo could clearly feel the surging power in his body. Since the establishment of the Heavenly Court, more than 3 years had passed. And it had been 3 years since the power of the stars illuminated the vast 1,000 worlds. For 3 years. There were endless powerhouses in the human race. Although no new true immortals had been born, diviners had sprung up like bamboo shoots after the rain. The diviners, who used to be considered the top powerhouses, were now only the backbone. As for Nyingbo himself, after absorbing the power of the stars to cultivate, his cultivation base rose to the peak of the divine martial realm. And then higher. He broke through to the diviner level. At this moment, he was finally qualified to comprehend the divine chapter of the Guiyuan ancestral canon. Now, the diviner level is only the foundation. Breaking through to the diviner level is the path of cultivation. Only a true immortal is qualified to move toward the peak. The power of the stars has illuminated the world for 3 years, and the eastern continent's territory is growing faster and faster. I'm afraid the war is not far away. Nyingbo's expression was serious. The joy of breaking through to the peak of the divine martial realm had completely disappeared. If he had just entered the origin sect, a peak divine martial realm powerhouse would have been able to lift heavy weights with ease. But now, the divine martial realm could only be considered the foundation. If he wanted to survive the war, even a diviner wouldn't have full confidence. Only by breaking through to the true immortal level. Perhaps only then could he truly control his own destiny. He calmed himself down. Nyingbo calmed down and began to comprehend the divine chapter of the Guiyuan ancestral canon. This cultivation technique, it was the most complete incantation that Qin Shujian had deduced with the help of his life force. It was completely different from the origin returning ancestral canon that originally existed in the origin sect. It was also because of this. In terms of profoundness, the origin returning ancestral canon was not something that other cultivation techniques could compare to. 3 days. Nyingbo began to attempt to open his stellar acupoints. The vast true essence in his body rushed toward a certain spot in his body. That valiant power. The impact caused his physical body to tremble incessantly, almost causing his body to explode. Regarding this, Nyingbo endured the excruciating pain and continued to attack the acupoints in his body. Half a day later. In the end, he gave up on the idea of forcefully opening his acupoints. Sure enough, it's just as Master said. Opening the star acupoint requires a huge consumption. Even with my current true essence, I can't open an acupoint on my own. In that case, we can only think of other ways. Nyingbo's heart sank a little. The cultivation of the spirit chapter was more troublesome than he had expected. The consumption of opening the star acupoints was not ordinary. Even with the true essence that he currently possessed, there was no way to open the first acupoint. Not only did he not open it, he almost suffered a backlash. If the first acupoint was already so difficult, the difficulty of opening the other acupoints would undoubtedly be even greater. Only by opening 72 star acupoints can I break through to the first level of the heaven being. With my current progress, if I blindly cultivate, it's a problem whether I have the chance to break through within 10 years. He stood up. Nyingbo retreated from the door of the secret room and walked outside. He cultivated in seclusion for 3 years. He broke through to the peak of the divine martial realm. The subsequent realms could no longer be solved by cultivation, so he could only go out to train. Or else, it was very difficult to break through to the heaven-being realm, and with his current peak of the divine martial realm, Nyingbo was confident that he would not be defeated by an ordinary heaven being. In that case, his chances of gaining experience were greater. In the heavenly court, the power of the stars was getting stronger day by day. The power of the 365 stars was almost without any interruption, constantly gathering from the void outside the realm towards the heavenly court. In the end, the gods of the heavenly court poured the power of the stars onto the great wide world. The power of the stars was rich. It made the gods of the heavenly court find an opportunity to break through. The emperors who were originally at the 10th level of the heaven-being realm and the nirvana realm had all broken through to the true immortal realm in 3 years. In 3 years, all the powerhouses who left their names on the investiture of the gods had all entered the ranks of the true immortals. In the palace that belonged to the war god of the Western Pole, Xiao Chengfeng's body trembled slightly. When he opened his eyes, the entire war god palace was shaking. There was a vast power of rules that erupted. But soon, this power quieted down. I'm at the 2nd level of the true immortal realm. Xiao Chengfeng took a deep breath, and there was a look of surprise on his face. Breaking through to the 2nd level of the true immortal realm. It was several times faster than he had expected. Originally, Xiao Chengfeng thought it would take at least 10 years for him to break through to the 2nd level of the true immortal realm. But now, in just 3 years, he had broken through from the 1st level of the true immortal realm to the 2nd level of the true immortal realm. The biggest reason was that it was because of the rich power of the stars in the heavenly court that Xiao Chengfeng was able to break through. The path of the physical sanctification. Among them, tempering the physical body was the main factor. For ordinary true immortals, after transforming into an immortal body, the physical body had almost reached its limit. Even if it could continue to improve in the future, the extent and effect of the improvement would not be too great. That was because the true immortals of the great wide world. The real way to fight the enemy was never the power of the physical body, but the power of the rules. But the physical sanctification was different. A physical sanctification cultivator walked the path of the rules, but also the path of the physical body. The two were a perfect combination. A powerhouse who cultivated with this as the goal was naturally much more powerful than a true immortal who walked the traditional path. But that was also the case. If a physical sanctification cultivator wanted to advance by a small realm, the time needed was several times more than a true immortal who walked the traditional path. Because they did not only need to comprehend the rules. Moreover, while comprehending the rules, they also needed to temper their physique to a suitable level. If it had been in the past, even if Xiao Chengfeng had the foundation of his previous life, it would definitely take a long time to break through to the 2nd level of immortal. Right now, in the end, it was because of the power of the stars that he broke through to the 2nd level of immortal in 3 years. In front of him, the sky-breaking halberd and Nameless were both soaked in the power of the stars. Even though ancestral armaments were capable of increasing their strength by killing powerful cultivators, they were not capable of doing so. But at the same time, they could also absorb the power of heaven and earth and slowly improve their cultivation. But most of the time, Zhu Bing would not do that. Because to improve himself, it meant that he had to go through a tribulation. Tribulation. For Zhu Bing, it was the biggest tribulation. In addition, although the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was strong, it had little effect on Zhu Bing. Under various reasons. Zhu Bing almost did not absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to cultivate. But it was different now. The power of the stars was of a higher level than the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. A great battle was imminent. If he did not increase his strength, even an ancestral armament might fall. After all, Zhu Bing was not really immortal. There were still powerful existences that could destroy Zhu Bing. The power of the stars is indeed terrifyingly strong. In the past, there were no powerful cultivators who could draw down the power of the stars for others to cultivate. Nameless sighed. Even with his vast knowledge and experience, he still admired the power of the stars. Because the power of the stars was really strong. In Zhu Bing's life, he had never seen anything more advanced than the power of the stars. Xiao Chengfeng said, I thought that it would take a long time for the heavenly court to produce true immortals comparable to the ancient times. But I didn't expect it to reach such a level in just 3 years. 374 true immortals. No, it should be 375 true immortals. At the end, Xiao Chengfeng's face was full of amazement. The number of true immortals in the heavenly court now had surpassed the number of true immortals in the ancient times. Of course, this was only in terms of numbers. If they wanted to surpass in terms of quality, the current heavenly court was still far behind. Because although there were many true immortals now, but their realms were all in the lower 3 grades. Even a true immortal in the middle 3 grades had not been born. But from Xiao Chengfeng's perspective, if the heavenly court continued to absorb the power of the stars, a true immortal in the middle 3 grades would be born in at most 10 years. After a serious calculation, he also took a deep breath. Compared to the ancient times, the possibility of surviving the great tribulation of the demon abyss in this era is very low. But now, it seems that the possibility of surviving the great tribulation of the demon abyss in the Great Thousand World is higher than in the ancient times. How many years would it take for the demon abyss to enter the Great Thousand World? Xiao Chengfeng calculated. Although there was not 50 years, there should be 30 to 40 years. With the current level of improvement of the heavenly court's strength, 30 to 40 years. It was enough to raise the power of the heavenly court to a terrifying level. Even, it was not impossible to surpass the ancient heavenly court. Not to mention other things. Xiao Chengfeng was confident that he could raise his strength to the peak of the ancient times in the next 30 to 40 years. As for whether his realm could keep up, that was another matter. But overall strength, he had such confidence. The sky-breaking halberd stopped absorbing the power of the stars and said, I think that the Emperor of Heaven is not a passive person. He may not be willing to wait for the demon abyss to attack. Maybe, he wants to counterattack the demon abyss. It's not impossible. Xiao Chengfeng nodded slightly. Based on his understanding of Qin Shujian, it was very likely that he would launch a counterattack against the demonic abyss. However, Xiao Chengfeng also agreed with this. Because he was also a person who liked to fight. Or else, in his previous life, he would not directly attack the demon abyss. There was really a chance. Xiao Chengfeng also did not like to be passive. He preferred to take the initiative to attack. There is not much time left for us. How long will it take for you to pass the tribulation? He looked at the stone spear. In the 2 Zhu Bing. The sky-breaking halberd was already a 5 tribulation Zhu Bing, but Wu Ming was still a 3 tribulation Zhu Bing. The 3 tribulation Zhu Bing was not weak, but it also depended on when. Compared to the present, the 3 tribulation Zhu Bing was really weak. Wu Ming said, if I can kill a few true immortals, I should be able to pass the tribulation directly. Otherwise, with the current speed of absorbing the power of the stars, it will take at least 2 years. 2 years. Xiao Chengfeng nodded. 2 years. It was not too long. If Wu Ming could break through to the 4 tribulation Zhu Bing, it would be very beneficial for him. 4 ordinary true immortals. Being able to control 1 Zhu Bing was already the limit. But Xiao Chengfeng was different. The path of physical sanctification allowed him to have a deeper foundation than other true immortals. Even if he controlled 2 Zhu Bing at the same time, it would not be a big problem. Not long after, the noise in the palace had gradually subsided. 2nd level immortal. He was still too weak. Xiao Chengfeng did not want to waste too much time. He had already entered the state of cultivation again. At this time, in the palace of the Heavenly Palace. Basically, there were experts present. 5 emperors. 4 war gods. Now, They were all cultivating in the palace. Because the power of the stars in the heavenly court was abundant, it was many times better than when they were cultivating in the 4 great continents. In such a situation, naturally, the others would not stay in the 4 great continents. Rumble. The mother stream of laws shook, and another branch was opened up. At this time, the inner world. It had expanded to a terrifying extent. It was originally half the size of Bayun Mansion, but now it had expanded by more than 10 times. In other words, the inner world was now almost half the size of the eastern continent. The dragon vein was vast. From there, other spirit veins were born. In the sky, the mother stream of laws was still shaking, and many branches appeared in it. Some branches were hundreds of feet long. But most of the branches were just in a state of being born. 3 years. Qin Shujian had been in the vast 1,000 domains, comprehending the power of the laws. Correspondingly, the inner world was also constantly giving birth to new laws. Until now, there were already hundreds of branches of laws in the inner world. The inner world was approaching perfection. Qin Shujian's strength was also steadily increasing. If it had to be divided into realms, the current inner world was almost able to break through to the middle world. The 5 elements laws were perfect. As long as he reached the yin-yang law, he could directly enter the stage of evolving living beings. I'm still a little short of evolving living beings. In the inner hall of the heavenly palace, Qin Shujian's mind withdrew from the inner world. 3 years. His strength had also improved a lot. If he was only comparable to a 5th-level true immortal before, then he was now comparable to a 6th-level true immortal. But if he wanted to deal with a 7th-level true immortal, he was still unable to do it. Just like the 6th-level true immortal to the 7th-level true immortal, there was still a powerful transformation from the 6th-level true immortal to the 7th-level true immortal. That was also why a 7th-level true immortal could be considered an upper 3 levels true immortal. A 6th-level true immortal could only be considered an upper 3 levels true immortal. In your perception, how long is it before the demonic abyss is in the vast 1,000 domains? Qin Shujian collected his thoughts and asked. The person he was asking. Naturally, it was the Godslayer. In the sea of consciousness. The stone saber moved a little, and a voice came from inside. The aura of the demonic abyss is very close. I originally thought that it would take about 50 years, but now it will collide with the vast 1,000 domains in at most 30 to 40 years. 30 to 40 years. Qin Shujian nodded. This time was within the range that he could accept. In 30 to 40 years, the demonic abyss is the last problem. What we need to deal with now should be the void demon. Every void demon has energy crystals on them. If we can obtain a large number of energy crystals, we can also increase the strength of the vast 1,000 domains by a lot. It's just that the few demon emperors of the void demon are a big problem. Qin Shujian sat on the throne, the look in his eyes fluctuating. The current void demon was equivalent to a treasure trove of experience for the vast 1,000 domains. If they could conquer it, the strength of the vast 1,000 domains would increase greatly. But at the same time, there were also dangers in the treasure trove of experience. Those demon emperors were equivalent to the biggest bosses. The true immortals of the upper 3 grades could not be dealt with purely by numbers. Moreover, the demon emperors were not the only existences in the void demon clan. There were countless experts below the demon emperor level. If it was purely based on numbers, the heavenly court might not be able to compare to the void demon clan. If we want to counterattack the void demon clan, we have to at least break through to the middle 1,000 domains in our inner world. But it's not that easy to break through to the middle 1,000 domains. The biggest problem in the transformation from the small 1,000 domains to the middle 1,000 domains is the living beings. If there's no way to give birth to living beings, it's almost impossible to break through to the middle 1,000 domains. Qin Shujian's expression gradually became solemn. If he wanted to give birth to living beings, the basic rules of his inner world had to be perfected. The yin and yang rules. The 5 elements rules. They were all necessary conditions for the birth of living beings. In the past 3 years, he had comprehended the 5 elements rules in the mother stream of rules, but he still had no clue about the yin and yang rules. Now, he could comprehend the yin and yang rules. The only way. It was in the Dead Sea region and the two dangerous places in the heavenly abyss that he found traces of the rules. If it was in the past, Qin Shujian didn't want to easily set foot in those two places. The more he knew, the more fearful he was in his heart. But he couldn't do it now. If he didn't make a breakthrough, he might be stuck in this realm in the future. After making a decision, Qin Shujian stood up, took a step forward, and disappeared from the heavenly palace. In the sky above the heavenly court, a vermilion bird soared. Holifier was now comprehending the true fire of the sun every day, and his strength was also breaking through very quickly. 3 years. He had already reached the 10th level of the celestial being realm. From the looks of it, even if the other party broke through to the true immortal realm, it wouldn't take too long. At this moment, Holifier was still swallowing the true fire of the sun. But he didn't notice that when he was cultivating, a person brushed past him. After Qin Shujian glanced at Holifier, he directly fled towards the heaven and earth astral wind layer. The place he was going. It was the Dead Sea region. In the two dangerous places, the thing in the depths of the heavenly abyss was obviously not to be trifled with. The tyrannical aura that had once erupted. One could almost tell what the character of that existence was like. In comparison, Qin Shujian was still willing to go to the Sea of Death to explore the bottom. And he also took this opportunity to kill a few true immortal level fierce beasts, so that the Godslayer could advance to the 5th tribulation Zubing. The Sea of Death. It existed in the eastern continent. If one wanted to enter the Sea of Death, they could go through the eastern continent or through the heaven and earth astral wind layer. Because the sun rose from the depths of the Sea of Death. Since the sun could appear in the heaven and earth astral wind layer, it proved that others could also enter the depths of the Sea of Death through the sun's trajectory. Walking in the heaven and earth astral wind layer, Qin Shujian walked as if he was walking on flat ground. The white astral wind raged, enough to tear any creature below the true immortal realm apart. Even if it was a true immortal expert, he had to be cautious. Qin Shujian took out the Emperor of Heaven fan and waved it casually. All the astral wind that swept over was blown away by the stronger astral wind, and there was no chance for it to get close. At this moment, the sun was also gradually falling towards the Sea of Death. Qin Shujian followed behind the sun and walked forward. This scene. It also made him think of some things. There seems to be a person who chased the sun to death in the first era. Speaking of which, what I'm doing now is similar to chasing the sun. Qin Shujian smiled slightly and waved the Emperor of Heaven fan gently. The terrifying power that could blow away the astral wind of heaven and earth became gentle when facing him. There was an expert who chased the sun in the first era. Qin Shujian had also heard of it. After all, he was born in the third era, but he had also been in contact with a few other eras. However, as the beginning of the universe, the world that was born in the first era was not comparable to the current Great Thousand World. Seriously speaking, although the current Great Thousand Realms was not a drop in the ocean compared to the first era, it was definitely not much stronger. Not to mention compared to the first era. Even if compared to the third era, it was still a lot weaker. The second era was weaker than the first era, the third era was weaker than the second era, and now the current era is weaker than the third era. From the end of each era to the beginning of the next era, the strength is constantly weakening. If I don't seize the opportunity in this era, it will be even more difficult in the next era. Qin Shujian's eyes were deep as he looked at the vast sun in front of him. The blazing light did not make him look away. Each era was weaker than the previous one. There were not many opportunities left for him. Immediately after, Qin Shujian shook his head and got rid of this thought from his mind. The matters of the eras. With his current strength of a true immortal at the 5th or 6th level, he was not qualified to think so much. Taking the first step in life. It was the beginning of breaking through to the 3rd level of the true immortal realm. At this moment, the sun had gradually retreated from the astral wind of heaven and earth and then fell down. Just as he was about to take a step forward, Qin Shujian suddenly had a great warning in his heart. He had not left the astral wind of heaven and earth, but it was as if there was a terrifying threat waiting for him below. That feeling. It made him shudder. After thinking for a moment, Qin Shujian decided to retreat a little before leaving the astral wind of heaven and earth and going down. P.S. Monthly votes. Chapter 723. The Sea of Death. Since the last time he came out, Qin Shujian had never come in again. Several years had passed. He had also become the Emperor of Heaven Court from the original sect master of Yuan sect. As for his strength, he had also improved by leaps and bounds. The chaotic power of the rules and the existence of the Sea of Death are probably much older than I imagined. Qin Shujian looked at the chaotic rules around him and already had some thoughts in his mind. The rules were originally invisible and intangible. Under normal circumstances, they could not be seen with the naked eye. However, after opening up his inner world, Qin Shujian's life level had broken through to the same level as the Great Thousand World. Therefore, even with the naked eye, he could see the existence of the rules. He could see that the chaotic rules existed everywhere in the Sea of Death. If the rules of the Great Thousand World were compared to the existence of order and stability and balance, then the rules of the Sea of Death would be chaos. That's right, chaos. There were no complete rules. The entire sea area was filled with fragments of rules, just like a large garbage recycling station. It was also because of this. Therefore, the beasts born in the Sea of Death had low intelligence and were extremely chaotic. There were only deaths and injuries all day long. Besides that, there was nothing else. Qin Shujian stood in the air, and the sea was 30 feet below his feet. At this moment, he spread out his divine consciousness as if searching for something. Soon, when his divine consciousness was searching, he encountered many violent auras. Those auras were very strong. They were at least at the true immortal level. However, compared to a true immortal, those auras were only violent and violent. Other than that, there was nothing else. There are many true immortal level beasts in the Sea of Death. However, this is the depths of the sea area, and the Sea of Death has existed for countless years. It is reasonable for true immortal beasts to be born in the endless years. Qin Shujian was not too surprised. According to Xiao Chengfeng and Godslayer, the Sea of Death had existed for as long as the Great Thousand World. In such a long time, it was not strange for a true immortal level beast to be born. However, Qin Shujian was curious whether the true immortal beasts in the sea area had the same lifespan as other cultivators in the Great Thousand World. He had some guesses, but he wasn't too sure. This was because even though the Sea of Death existed in the eastern continent, it would not be a problem to say that it was a world that was completely different from the Great Wide World. If the Great Thousand World is a whole, then the Sea of Death and Heavenly Abyss are more like small worlds attached to the Great Thousand World. This was because the chaotic rules of these two places were completely different from the rules of the four great continents. If the laws are different, then the world will naturally be different as well. Qin Shujian thought to himself. Although these words sounded a bit tongue-twisting, he could understand them. To put it bluntly, the main existence of heaven and earth was the rules. If the rules were different, even if they were under the same blue sky, they would be two completely different worlds. In this way, Qin Shujian became even more curious about the existence of the Sea of Death. At this moment, the ferocious beasts that had been triggered by the divine consciousness were now charging towards Qin Shujian. Huge waves surged up on the surface of the sea as if they were covering the sky and the sun. Huge ferocious beasts emerged from the huge waves and disappeared into the sea in the blink of an eye. Immediately after, another clue was revealed from the bottom of the sea. It was just a clue, but it was as huge as a mountain. Soon, a ferocious beast completely left the water surface, opened its bloody mouth, and rushed towards Qin Shujian as if it was going to swallow the sky and the earth. In its eyes, although Qin Shujian was as small as an ant, the aura revealed by the other party was full of endless temptation. The ferocious beast's instinct was telling it. If it could swallow the creature in front of it, it would definitely become very terrifying. The ferocious beast pounced. Qin Shujian remained motionless in the air. It was only when the ferocious beast was about to approach that he took out the Godslayer from his sea of consciousness. The first one, Qin Shujian said softly. The next second. The stone saber slashed down. The stone saber, which was originally a few feet long, had a blade aura that was tens of thousands of feet long. It shattered the void and directly split the ferocious beast in half. Boom! The ferocious beast didn't even have time to scream before its corpse fell directly to the ground. Seeing this, Qin Shujian took out the investiture of the gods and instantly put away the ferocious beast's corpse. The heaven list melted into the investiture of the gods. But the original kinetic energy of collecting things was still there. After collecting the ferocious beast's corpse, soon, the second true immortal ferocious beast came. Qin Shujian took a step forward, suppressing the tens of thousands of feet long wave. Then, he slashed out with the saber again. The ferocious beast was instantly beheaded. All of it. It was all destroyed by the blade aura. The second one, Qin Shujian muttered in his heart. He didn't stop moving and slashed at the third ferocious beast. 3 years of cultivation. It made his strength comparable to a 6th-level true immortal. Coupled with the power of the Godslayer's Zhu Bing, even if he wasn't a 7th-level true immortal, he was at least qualified to fight. In this way, ordinary true immortals had no chance of competing with Qin Shujian. The ferocious beasts that appeared now. In terms of strength, most of them were at the 1st-level true immortal. It was naturally easy for a 6th-level true immortal to kill a 1st-level true immortal ferocious beast. Not long after, the third ferocious beast had also fallen. However, the smell of blood in the surroundings didn't scare the ferocious beasts away. Instead, it aroused their ferocious nature and they madly charged at Qin Shujian. How much more do you need to transcend the tribulation? Just kill 2 more and you'll be done. Godslayer's voice trembled a little as he spoke. It was excitement. It was also fear. Transcending the tribulation. Zhu Bing's greatest natural enemy was the thunder tribulation. No matter how powerful Zhu Bing was, there would be a day when he would fall under the thunder tribulation. Godslayer had never heard of any Zhu Bing who had really transcended all the thunder tribulations. And Zhu Bing's thunder tribulation seemed to have no end at all. Zhu Bing who could break through to the 4th tribulation. Godslayer had already transcended 4 thunder tribulations. But it had been millions of years since the last time he transcended the tribulation. However, even after so long, he still didn't forget the fear when he transcended the tribulation. Qin Shujian looked at the ferocious beasts that were constantly gathering around him, and a cold smile appeared on his face. How can 2 be enough? Since I'm going to transcend the tribulation, I'll strengthen my foundation to the limit in one go. Suppress your strength with all your strength and don't attract the thunder tribulation. There are so many true immortal ferocious beasts in front of me. It'll be a waste if I don't kill them. Suppress. Godslayer was stunned. There was no such thing as suppressing an ancestral armaments tribulation. If he could really suppress it, there wouldn't be so many Zhu Bing who died under the thunder tribulation. If he could suppress it, Zhu Bing could completely accumulate energy to an absolute level before attracting the thunder tribulation. The success rate of transcending the tribulation would definitely increase a lot. But no. Zhu Bing didn't have the ability to suppress the thunder tribulation at all. Does the Emperor of Heaven have a way to suppress the thunder tribulation? Godslayer asked cautiously. For this, he also had a glimmer of hope in his heart. Indeed, as far as he knew, Zhu Bing had no possibility of suppressing the thunder tribulation. But Qin Shujian was an expert of the 3rd era. Maybe he had something that he didn't know. Hearing that, Qin Shujian nodded and said, "Of course there is." After that, he had already passed the method to Godslayer through his divine thoughts. This method is called the deceiving heaven technique. It can shield the mystery of heaven to a certain extent and prevent heaven and earth from detecting your existence. Although it can't shield the mystery of heaven and earth forever, it's enough for you to suppress it temporarily. Qin Shujian said quickly. After that, He didn't care whether Godslayer answered or not. He raised his saber again and charged forward. Deceiving heaven technique. In fact, it was an extremely simple little trick. The method of shielding the mystery of heaven was mysterious and unpredictable, but there were also high and low levels. Among them, the deceiving heaven technique was a simplified method that Qin Shujian came up with himself in the Third Era. It wasn't difficult for anyone to learn it. What's more, it was Zhu Bing who had existed for countless years like Godslayer. As expected. When killing a genuine immortal beast, the aura on the stone saber fluctuated slightly and then quickly disappeared. Although the stone saber was in his hand. But in Qin Shujian's perception, it no longer existed. Kill. Qin Shujian's face was cold. Godslayer had already slashed out and killed another genuine immortal beast. They were both genuine immortals. Genuine immortal beasts were weaker than the genuine immortals of the 4 major continents. This was completely different from the celestial being realm. In the celestial being realm, the bodies of the beasts were extremely powerful. Although there was no way to borrow the strength of the rules, they were still more powerful than the celestial beings of the 4 major continents. At least in the same realm. It was not easy for the celestial beings of the 4 major continents to kill the celestial being beasts in the sea. But after breaking through to the genuine immortal realm, this situation was completely reversed. The bodies of the genuine immortal beasts were naturally more terrifying. But the genuine immortals who had transformed their immortal bodies were no weaker than the beasts. Innately, the 2 sides were already equal. In addition, the genuine immortals of the 4 major continents could use the power of the rules. In this way, the strength of the beasts in the Dead Sea domain was much weaker. Strictly speaking, the beasts in the Dead Sea domain could only be said to be fake genuine immortals. Because they couldn't control the power of the rules, they only had the advantage of the physical body. But once this advantage was equalized, there was no other advantage to speak of. So, Qin Shujian was basically killing a genuine immortal beast with 1 slash without stopping at all. In 3 years, he carefully comprehended the rules in the Heavenly Palace. During this period, he had also fought in the Long River of Rules, but it was also a competition with the power of rules. He had never really started a massacre like today. Therefore, now that he was killing the beasts, Qin Shujian's lonely heart gradually became lively. It was as if he was born like this. The battle continued. Or rather, the one-sided massacre continued. In the depths of the Dead Sea domain, there were countless genuine immortal beasts, but from the beginning until now, Qin Shujian himself couldn't remember how many genuine immortal beasts he had killed. All the flesh and blood were collected by the investiture of the gods. The rest of the blood. It also dyed the sea red. The rich smell of blood soared into the sky, causing the beasts that came later to go crazy. Boom. Huge waves swept up like a tornado, and a huge beast that looked like a genuine dragon broke out from the tornado, soared into the sky, and then swooped down towards Qin Shujian. Roar. The dragon's roar shook heaven and earth. A tyrannical aura spread out, causing the other beasts to instinctively feel fear and retreat. 4th level genuine immortal. And it's a 5th level genuine immortal. Qin Shujian looked at the genuine dragon beast that swooped down, and a cold light burst out in his eyes. That powerful aura oppressed him. Not only did it not make him feel fear, but it also made his already lively blood and chi boil completely. Kill. There was an angry roar. Qin Shujian slashed down with the Godslayer in his hand. The originally grayish-white stone blade was now completely dyed red with blood, and the murderous aura that had existed in the blade for countless years was also completely stimulated. The blade slashed down. Riding the wind and breaking the waves, it split the sea into 2. The overflowing blade energy swept through the world, forcefully stirring all the affected space into powder. Boom. The genuine dragon beast spat out energy, colliding with the blade energy. Then, the energy burst. The genuine dragon beast let out a roar, and it was already knocked down by the stone blade. Then, the huge dragon tail shattered the void, sweeping towards Qin Shujian. That power. It was enough to blow up the earth. Seeing this, Qin Shujian didn't retreat at all. His left hand clenched into a fist and blasted out, instantly landing on the dragon tail. Berserk power erupted. His body stood still, but the scales on the dragon tail cracked and shattered, and blood spilled on the sea. After opening up his inner world, Qin Shujian's physical body had reached an extreme level. They were both genuine immortals. In terms of physical strength alone, he was not afraid of anyone. After blowing up the dragon tail with a punch, Qin Shujian took a step forward, holding the blade and breaking through the air. Boom! Boom! A man and a dragon broke out in the air above the sea. Half an hour later, the genuine dragon beast let out a shrill scream, and its head was separated from its body. A pillar of blood shot up into the sky from the cut, and then its 100,000-foot-long body smashed into the sea with earth-shaking power. The investiture of the gods came out of nowhere. He forcibly took away the genuine dragon beast's body. On the other side, there were thunderbolts in the sky, as if they would strike down at any time. Qin Shujian's heart skipped a beat. Emperor of Heaven, my thunder tribulation is coming. The Godslayer's voice finally rang out at this moment. But compared to his usual tone of fear when talking about the thunder tribulation, the current Godslayer, when he spoke, he was full of confidence. Hearing that, Qin Shujian loosened his grip on the hilt of the saber. No one could interfere with Zhu Bing's tribulation. Even if he was the Emperor of Heaven, it would be the same. In fact, it was not only Zhu Bing's tribulation. No one could interfere with anyone's tribulation. Unless the person who interfered had already gone beyond the rules. Or else, heaven and earth would definitely send down the rules of the thunder tribulation to destroy the person who interfered. Losing the restraint, the Godslayer broke through the air and flew directly toward the sky. At this moment, the thunder tribulation finished brewing and also struck down with a loud bang. The vast thunder tribulation. The surrounding void was obliterated, revealing the pitch-black color of the interior. The terrifying power was spilling out. It made the Godslayer's blade tremble slightly. Immediately, the stone blade counterattacked and slashed toward the tribulation clouds in the sky. Crack! There was a violent explosion between heaven and earth. The dark red lightning swooped down like a wild dragon and bombarded the stone blade. In the end, the dark red lightning collapsed. The blade directly slashed on the tribulation clouds. Boom! A terrifying power erupted in the tribulation clouds, directly causing them to tremble violently. When the thunder tribulation appeared, the other beasts had already retreated consciously. For the beasts, the thunder tribulation was still a powerful threat. Looking at Qin Shujian again, he had now also retreated from the range of the thunder tribulation. He stood in the air, silently watching the Godslayer's tribulation with his hands behind his back. He used the heaven-deceiving technique to shield the secrets of heaven and killed a lot of beasts. Although the Godslayer did not transform into a 5-tribulation Zhu Bing, the power contained in it has long surpassed the scope of a 4-tribulation Zhu Bing. From the current situation, the tribulation should not be a big problem. Looking at the scene in front of him, Qin Shujian's mind was at ease. If the Godslayer was compared to a cultivator, then the other party was also a powerhouse who could challenge those of a higher realm. To be honest, Qin Shujian still valued this Zhu Bing very much. After all, there were not many weapons that were strong enough and handy enough. The 1,000 mountain blood that he was used to was not bad, but now its level was too low and could no longer be of much use. Only the Godslayer. It was worthy of his current identity. And once the other party succeeded in transcending the tribulation, it would be a 5-tribulation Zhu Bing. In terms of power, to a certain extent, a 5-tribulation Zhu Bing was comparable to a true immortal in the upper 3 tiers. Of course, to be comparable to a true immortal in the upper 3 tiers, it had to be controlled by the host. But even without the host's control, with the strength of a 5-tribulation Zhu Bing, it was enough to kill a true immortal in the lower 3 tiers. This was the strength of a Zhu Bing. Or rather, this was the strength of a 5-tribulation Zhu Bing. The thunder tribulation lasted for 2 days. During these 2 days, the Godslayer did not passively take a beating. Instead, It fought back and forth with the thunder tribulation. Until the end. The energy saber destroyed the tribulation clouds. It was considered a success in transcending the tribulation. The tribulation clouds dissipated. The dark sky suddenly brightened. The Godslayer tore through the air and appeared in front of Qin Shujian. Emperor of Heaven, I've successfully transcended the tribulation. As he spoke, the God-slaying saber's tone was agitated. He had broken through. He had successfully transcended the tribulation. Ever since he transcended the tribulation millions of years ago and became a four-tribulation Zhu Bing, he had not dared to transcend the tribulation easily. In recent years, he had even reduced the amount of spirit qi he absorbed. There was only one reason for this. It was because of the tribulation millions of years ago that the Godslayer had almost died. Until now. They all had psychological shadows that could not be erased. Until now. The tribulation clouds dissipated. The Godslayer finally walked out of the haze. He had successfully transcended the 5 tribulation Zhu Bing. He was even confident that he could transcend the 6th or even the 7th tribulation in the future. The heaven-deceiving technique taught by the Emperor of Heaven is really powerful. With this technique in hand, my chances of transcending the tribulation in the future will be greatly increased. The Godslayer transformed into a human and bowed to Qin Shujian. This was the favor of preaching. He had to thank him. With the heaven-deceiving technique, he could accumulate enough power on his original level. When he could no longer conceal it, he could summon the tribulation lightning in one fell swoop. It was just like this tribulation transcendence. Although it was not as simple as eating and drinking, it was not far from it. Qin Shujian said, "The stronger you become, the more effective the heaven-deceiving technique will be. If you manage to break through to become a 7th tribulation ancestral armament in the future, the heaven-deceiving technique will not be very effective. However, before you break through to the 7 tribulation Zhu Bing, it should not be a problem. It's enough to be able to break through to the 7 tribulation Zhu Bing. Even if I fall under the 8 tribulation lightning, it's fate. There's nothing to say." The Godslayer shook his head. He was not afraid of this. It was born from heaven and earth. Thus, there were many powerful ancestral armaments. However, there had never been a Zhu Bing that could reach the level of the 7 tribulation. Even the most powerful Zhu Bing was only destroyed when it transcended the 7 tribulation at the 6th tribulation. Therefore, there was no 7 tribulation Zhu Bing in the boundless world. Now that he had the chance to become a 7 tribulation Zhu Bing, it was enough for the Godslayer. As for higher levels, it was also not within the scope of his wishful thinking. To a certain extent, the power of a 5 tribulation Zhu Bing was equivalent to that of an upper 3 true immortal. If he really reached the 7 tribulation Zhu Bing, even if there was no host controlling him, he was equivalent to a top true immortal. To be able to grow to this level, the Godslayer felt that it was enough. In heaven and earth, there is no such thing as eternal immortality. It's easier said than done to be eternal. Hearing this, Qin Shujian also felt a little emotional. Eternal immortality, that was also the realm he was pursuing. As long as he reached that level, he would be truly immortal. However, even if he broke through to the Dao fruit level, he still could not escape death. Therefore, Qin Shujian also had a lot of thoughts about the Godslayer's words. "Let's go. Follow me to the deepest part of the Sea of Death to take a look." Qin Shujian looked at the sea that had calmed down in front of him. He was already stepping forward. Seeing this, the Godslayer also followed. Boom! The true immortal beast brazenly attacked. Qin Shujian blasted the true immortal beast's head with a simple punch. It directly sank to the bottom of the sea. Now he no longer used the Godslayer to kill the beasts. With a raise of his hand, any beast that blocked his way was killed on the spot. There were many true immortal beasts in the Sea of Death. But so far, the strongest beast that Qin Shujian had encountered was only in the range of the middle 3 true immortal. Regarding this, Qin Shujian had to wonder if the strongest beast in the Sea of Death only had the strength of the middle 3 true immortal. After completely entering the deepest part of the Sea of Death, all the beasts disappeared. The sea in front of him was red, as if there were endless flames burning in it. The sea was boiling. But it was not completely evaporated. At the same time, the surrounding chaotic rules had completely disappeared. Only the abyss-like pressure existed, causing the space to become condensed. Regarding this, Qin Shujian also had to release his aura to compete with the faintly discernible pressure in the space. As for the Godslayer's words, there was no way to maintain the human form now. Instead, he reappeared in the original form of the stone saber, quietly following behind him. Qin Shujian of the human race is here to meet you, Qin Shujian said calmly. Suddenly, the boiling sea shook violently. At that moment, it was as if heaven and earth were falling apart. It also seemed that some terrifying existence was awakening. The shaking heaven and earth collapsed, and all the void turned into powder. The depths of the sea of death were rioting. All the nearby beasts fled madly to the periphery. Qin Shujian's face was solemn. His palms were sweating as he looked at the shattered space around him. That's right. It was true that he had been a Dao Fruit Realm expert during the Third Era, but that was all in the past. Now, he was just a small middle 3 true immortal. Even in the face of an upper 3 true immortal, he could only turn around and run. As for the half-step Dao Fruit at this moment, Qin Shujian felt a little weak in his heart. He was not a person who lived in the glory of the past, because such a person would die very quickly. However, since he was already here, it was not Qin Shujian's character to retreat halfway. Besides, now that the existence below had awakened, it was too late to retreat. At this moment, the boiling sea suddenly separated, revealing the fiery red color below. Your Excellency, why don't you come down for a chat? A desolate and heavy voice came from the depths of the sea. Just by the voice alone, it gave people the illusion that the rules were collapsing. Qin Shujian looked at the separated sea under his feet and did not move at all. Why don't you come up for a chat? There was a problem on the sea. He was confident that he could escape. But if he went down, he might not have a chance to come up. After saying that, the voice was silent for a while. Then, a miniature sun rose from the bottom of the sea and appeared in front of Qin Shujian. It's inconvenient for me, so I can only appear in this form. While speaking, the sea shook again. Qin Shujian looked indifferent and said, "How should I address you, Your Excellency?" Yang. It was a simple word, but it made the Godslayer tremble violently, as if it had suffered a powerful impact at any time. Not only that, even the surrounding space was being destroyed inch by inch. All the beasts that did not escape in time exploded and died in an instant. A simple word. This led to devastating consequences. Even Qin Shujian was a little shocked at this moment. Yang. It was indeed the other party's name. However, what truly shocked him was the other consequences that followed after the other party spoke. The name of a Dao fruit expert. To a certain extent, it was equivalent to something indescribable. Unless it was an existence of the same level, there was absolutely no way to know the name of a Dao fruit existence. In the same way, ordinary true immortals would be affected to varying degrees after hearing the name of a Dao fruit existence. However, if the name of a Dao fruit existence was spoken by the original body, it would be enough to cause devastating damage. Unless it was an existence of the same level. Only then could they ignore such power. Or else, the upper 3 true immortals would be affected. As for all the creatures below, they would be destroyed. The current Yang. After speaking his name, it caused such a commotion. To a certain extent, it indicated that the other party's strength was only one step away from the real Dao fruit level. Such strength. It was definitely not comparable to a simple half-step Dao fruit. On the other side, Yang was not too surprised by Qin Shujian's indifference. Instead, he had a kind of affirmation and relief. A few years ago, I felt a mysterious aura fluctuation that woke me up for a moment from a deep sleep. If I'm not wrong, the source of that aura came from you, right? Yang's words were both a question and a certainty. Qin Shujian did not deny it and nodded slightly. If I'm not wrong, it is indeed as you said. It turns out that there really is an existence above the rules in heaven and earth. I always thought that if I broke through the rules, I would truly have eternity. Now it seems that is not the case." As he spoke, the sun distorted and suddenly turned into a middle-aged man in white with a dignified expression. Emperor of Heaven. Qin Shujian did not speak, but Godslayer was the first to lose his voice. The Emperor of Heaven he was talking about. Of course, it was not the current Emperor of Heaven, but the ancient Emperor of Heaven, Qin Kang. Godslayer did not expect that the sun in front of him would transform into the figure of the ancient Emperor of Heaven. The ancient Emperor of Heaven. Qin Shujian's eyes flickered. He could hear the shock in Godslayer's voice. Yang said calmly, "All living things are different. I originally did not have a physical body. But more than 1,000,000 years ago, many people came here. Among them, there was a person named Qin Kang who was extremely outstanding. If he had not fallen midway, he might have been able to walk ahead of me and break the shackles of heaven and earth first. After that, there was emotion and regret on his face. But all his emotions eventually returned to calmness. He had existed for countless years. For Yang, there were very few things that could affect him. Only Qin Kang more than 1,000,000 years ago could cause some fluctuations in his heart. Because to a certain extent, Qin Kang was an existence on the same level as him. Then, Yang looked at Qin Shujian and said, "Your Excellency, what is your purpose for coming here this time?" "I came here this time to ask for a wisp of sun rule from you." Qin Shujian went straight to the point. He had no intention of hiding his purpose for coming in front of such an existence. There was no need to beat around the bush. It was better to say it directly. Hearing that, Yang did not immediately reply, as if he was thinking about something. After a while, he said, "I can give you the sun rule, but you and I need to make a deal. The premise of the deal is that you have to answer a few questions of mine." "Say it." Qin Shujian frowned unconsciously. There was no problem with an equal deal, but before the deal, he had to answer questions for free. No matter how he looked at it, he was losing out. But now, he was under the eaves. This loss, he could only accept it. Yang did not care at all and asked indifferently, "I want to know what kind of realm is above the rule. Is there still a living existence above the rule in this world?" "Above the rule is called Dao fruit." Qin Shujian thought for a moment and replied, "There are no living Dao fruit powerhouses in this world." "Dao fruit? There are no living Dao fruit powerhouses in this world?" Yang murmured to himself. Then, the entire sea level seemed to be fluctuating violently. There seemed to be something terrifying in his originally calm eyes. Seeing this, Qin Shujian's expression did not change. "There are no living Dao fruits in this world, but there are still Dao fruit powerhouses in the universe. I have answered your question. What are the terms of the deal?" The sea level gradually calmed down. Yang took a deep look at him, then shook his head and said, "You still need to answer a question of mine." "Your Excellency, don't push your luck." Qin Shujian's voice gradually turned cold. Even in the face of a half-step Dao fruit powerhouse, he still looked very confident. Obviously, the other party's successive questions had already made Qin Shujian dissatisfied. Hearing this, Yang did not get angry and said calmly, "Your Excellency, don't worry. This is the last question. As long as you don't deceive me, I will naturally make a deal with you later. You only have one chance. Speak." Qin Shujian clasped his hands behind his back, his expression also becoming indifferent. Seeing this, Yang said, "What do I need to do to break through the current shackles and become a Dao fruit powerhouse?" "I don't know." Qin Shujian shook his head and said slowly, "There are only 2 ways to break through the Dao fruit realm. I think you also know that, but how to successfully break through varies from person to person. As the saying goes, the Dao cannot be spoken. If you can really explain the path to the Dao fruit realm, then everyone can break through this realm. But in my opinion, you are already very close to that realm. A breakthrough in the future can be expected. It just takes some time." Yang's expression changed a little. He seemed to be pondering whether Qin Shujian's words were true or false. However, Qin Shujian's expression was indifferent. There was no change in his expression at all. After waiting for a moment, Yang said, I can give you the Sun Law, but as a condition of the deal, you have to break the seal on my body. As soon as he finished speaking, the sea shook. Countless universal heavenly locks rose from the sea surface. Then, some of the seawater receded, revealing the huge stone statue that was as large as a continent. Such a change. It made Godslayer feel frightened, but Qin Shujian's expression was still as calm as an old dog. If you want to break the universal heavenly locks, you have to at least surpass the upper three true immortals. Give me the Sun Law. When I have enough strength, I will naturally release you. Give me a deadline. There is no deadline. Qin Shujian shook his head and said indifferently, you should know how difficult it is to reach that realm. Even I was once a Dao fruit realm, but I am not confident that I can break through within the specified time. No, if there is no deadline, the deal will end here. Yang's attitude was very firm. It seemed that if he did not get the answer he wanted, he would definitely not make the deal. Qin Shujian frowned slightly, pondered for a moment, and replied, I will release you in 100 years or 1,000 years. After saying that, the scene was a little silent. Yang nodded and said, I hope you will keep your promise. He did not say anything and made a rule oath. Because there was no need for that. For an existence at his level, oaths of laws were a complete joke. The stone statue shook. A crystal that emitted a bright light fell from the other party's body. Yang stretched out his hand. The crystal flew toward Qin Shujian. Seeing this, Qin Shujian immediately reached out and grabbed the crystal. When he touched it, he felt an indescribable heat. Thank you for your gift. Within 1,000 years, I will definitely come again. Goodbye. After saying that, Qin Shujian directly left with Godslayer. From the beginning to the end, Yang did not speak. He just quietly looked at the departing figure. His eyes were terrifyingly deep. P.S. Those who have free monthly tickets and literary tyrant talismans can vote. As for the money, there is no need. The important thing is to participate. Chapter 724. Above the Rules. Dao Fruit. Yang stood there at this moment, silently digesting what Qin Shujian had just said. Although they didn't talk much. However, the few questions he asked were all related to the Dao fruit. He had existed for too long. It was so long that he couldn't remember how many years had passed. Perhaps it was tens of millions of years. Or it could be billions of years. Because of the seal, he had always stayed in the sea of death and had never gone out at all. Even though his strength was tyrannical, he could be said to be one of the strongest in the world. But even so, there was also endless loneliness. If I can devour him, will I be able to break through the current shackles and truly become a supreme existence of the Dao fruit realm? A fierce light suddenly appeared in Yang's deep eyes. For a moment, he wanted to devour Qin Shujian. But the other party's words caused Yang to feel a great deal of fear. Because he couldn't determine whether what Qin Shujian said was true or false. If there really was a Dao fruit in the universe, then if he attacked the Emperor of Heaven, the other party might not sit back and do nothing. After all, at that level, even if he had existed for countless years, he still couldn't figure it out. If you need the sun rule, then you must also need the moon rule. I also want to know if you have any way to get his rule power from the moon. A meaningful smile appeared on Yang's face. Giving up a trace of the sun rule was no loss to him. Because with Yang's current strength, a loss of the sun could be easily made up for. Using a small loss in exchange for a hope of escaping in the future was also a good idea. But in Yang's opinion, Qin Shujian needed the sun rule, so he definitely needed the moon rule. If the other party went to Heavenly Abyss, he might really die there. If that was the case, this deal could be considered a loss. For this, Yang also shook his head. I hope you can come back alive. At least until I escape, you have to stay alive. More than 1,000,000 years ago, he had already lost once. Now that he had to wait for more than 1,000,000 years, Yang didn't want to continue suffering. If it was in the past, it would be fine. Being in a deep sleep, time would pass. Now, he was waking up frequently. It was no longer an easy task for him to sleep for countless years like he did in the past. He left the depths of the Sea of Death. Qin Shujian did not return to the heavenly court. Instead, he headed out of the sea region. Since they were already in the Sea of Death, let's be straightforward then. He also wanted to go to Heavenly Rune Island to take a look. Although the current Heavenly Rune Island was nothing much, aside from Xia Chao and a few other old antiques, there was no one who could stand out. But you have to know. The talents of Heavenly Rune Island's cultivators were indeed powerful. Because of the same origin. The bloodlines of Heavenly Pattern Island were also the purest. People as strong as Xia Chao were the direct descendants of the ancient human emperor. Or other humans. Most of them also had the bloodline of ancient experts. Speaking of bloodline, it had never been an ethereal existence. The more powerful the expert, the more powerful the talent of the latter would be. To put it in simpler terms, even a direct descendant of a true immortal would at least become a 7th-tier celestial being in the future. As for this true immortal, it was just a simple 1st-tier immortal. If it was a more powerful true immortal, then the direct descendants would also have a high chance of breaking through to the true immortal realm. However, the further down the line, the thinner the bloodline power would be. To a large extent, it was because the bloodlines of the descendants were mixed, and it was very difficult for a pure bloodline to be born. Therefore, the effect became smaller and smaller. Until the end, the bloodline was no different from an ordinary person's. However, nothing was absolute. There was also a way to let the bloodline power continue to be passed down. It was to let the bloodline of the descendants remain pure and resolutely not marry those with weak bloodlines. In this way, the bloodline power could be passed down for many generations. Moreover, among these descendants, if there was a bloodline awakening or another expert was born, the bloodline power would increase again. In short, although the cultivators of Heavenly Rune Island were not very strong due to the existence of the Emperor restriction, their talent was really strong. If he could take some of the cultivators away, it was also a good thing for the great wide world. In the void, a man and a saber flew through the air. Godslayer followed beside Qin Shujian. At this moment, he could not help but ask, Emperor of Heaven, what you said just now, is it true? What words? Is that existence in the Sea of Death really about to break through to become a Dao fruit expert? The god-slaying saber also had some doubts about this. He instinctively felt it. Qin Shujian's words seemed to have some problems. However, there was no reason for this feeling, so Godslayer could not help but ask. It's fake. Qin Shujian replied casually. It was as if what he said was not important. Hearing this, Godslayer's face immediately stiffened. It was really fake. He thought that he had sensed wrongly, but now it seemed that the Emperor of Heaven in front of him was fooling him. There was no reason for it. Godslayer felt a trace of sadness. Qin Shujian said, he has no hope of breaking through to the Dao fruit realm unless he can give up everything he has now. At first, I didn't know where he came from, but now I know. He was born from the spiritual wisdom of the Sun Law, and the sun that illuminated the great wide world was actually a manifestation of his power. He was born in heaven and earth and also existed in heaven and earth. From the moment he was born with spiritual wisdom, he was already a supreme expert of the great wide world, but in the future, he could only stay in this position and could not make any more breakthroughs. If he wanted to break through, he had to give up what was given to him by heaven and earth. However, it was extremely difficult to give it up. Moreover, after giving it up, he might not be able to break through the shackles of the past or even reach his original peak. If he did not give up what was given to him by heaven and earth, although he had no hope of breaking through to the Dao fruit realm, he could enjoy an almost infinite lifespan. Unless heaven and earth were destroyed. Otherwise, he would be able to exist forever. After that, Qin Shujian had a mocking smile on his face. The power given by heaven and earth was both a great benefit and an extremely powerful cage. In his opinion, Yang was destined to have no hope of breaking through to the Dao fruit realm. Moreover, the other party was destined to not be able to walk out of the Sea of Death. Unless, he could give up everything he had. To this, Qin Shujian, however, was non-committal. Therefore, Yang was destined to have no hope of breaking through to the Dao fruit realm, and no hope of escaping from the sea of death. Because the other party was one of the laws of heaven and earth. And the meaning of its existence, it was also to maintain the order of heaven and earth. If the sun law was missing, the great wide world might collapse. However, Qin Shujian did not tell the other party these words. Sometimes, it was always good to keep a glimmer of hope. Moreover, if he told the other party might fly into a rage on the spot and directly swallow him and the Godslayer. The name above the laws. It could be used to scare people. However, it would be a joke to use it to deal with an expert who was extremely close to the Dao fruit realm. The Godslayer had a strange expression. In that case, he is destined to have no way of leaving the sea of death. If he doesn't leave, he can benefit all living beings in heaven and earth. This is a good thing. Qin Shujian glanced at him and said indifferently. As for whether this was a lie, he thought about it. It shouldn't be. After all, everyone was just casually chatting. They could say whatever they were happy about. Moreover, giving Yang a little hope was better than letting him despair. Even if he could only be happy for 1,000 years, that was not bad. To this, the Godslayer remained silent. No matter how he said this, it was not appropriate. Since that was the case, it was better to pretend that he did not hear it. However, as he followed Qin Shujian, he learned a lot more secrets. You came from Heavenly Pattern Island, so you should have some sense of it, right? After circling around the Sea of Death, Qin Shujian could not find where Heavenly Pattern Island was. He could only look at the Godslayer. In the sea, the laws were chaotic. Even if his spiritual will spread out, it would be affected to a certain extent. When he became the Emperor of Heaven, Qin Shujian borrowed the power of heaven and earth and looked at the entire great wide world. But that state, only when he established the heavenly court did he have such a moment. Until now, it had already disappeared. Or else, Qin Shujian did not have to go through so much trouble to go around in the sea of death. Hearing this, the Godslayer sensed for a moment. Then, he raised his hand and pointed in a direction. Emperor of Heaven, go that way. Okay. Qin Shujian nodded. The speed of flying increased by a bit. In less than half a day, he saw many fierce beasts appear in his perception. Although there were many ferocious beasts in the Sea of Death, it was rare to see so many true immortal realm ferocious beasts after leaving the depths of the sea. We've arrived at Heavenly Pattern Island. Even if he did not sense the existence of the island, Qin Shujian had a certain answer in his heart. After all, he could not think of any other reason why so many true immortal fierce beasts would be attracted to a place that was not considered too deep. As expected, when he got closer, in Qin Shujian's perception, the existence of the Heavenly Pattern Island had already appeared. Qin Shujian's face revealed a look of bewilderment. When he sensed the Heavenly Pattern Island, at the same time, he also saw the scene in the Heavenly Pattern Island. He saw that the power imprint of an expert had been triggered and was slaughtering the fierce beasts attacking the island. Powerful force, even true immortal fierce beasts would easily fall in front of it. The power imprint left behind by the ancient emperors, Qin Shujian only needed an instant to figure out the crux of the matter. The biggest trump card of the Heavenly Pattern Island. It was the restriction left behind by the ancient emperors. This was also the reason why the Heavenly Pattern Island could exist in the Sea of Death for millions of years. However, Qin Shujian had never seen the power imprint left behind by the ancient emperors being triggered. He had never seen with his own eyes how powerful the power left behind by the ancient emperors was. But now, he had seen it. Even if the ancient emperors had fallen, the power left behind was still powerful to a terrifying extent. That power, slaughtering true immortals like it was nothing. According to Qin Shujian's estimate, it was at least at the peak of the middle 3 levels. Of course, these power imprints, the more they were triggered, the weaker they would be. At least in Qin Shujian's current perception, the power exerted by the illusory figures of the ancient emperors in the battle was gradually weakening. Godslayer didn't have as strong a perception as Qin Shujian. Naturally, he couldn't see the scene in the Heavenly Pattern Island. But as he got closer, what he could see gradually became clear. That's the Summer Emperor. Godslayer saw the powerful phantoms killing many true immortal fierce beasts in the sky. His face revealed a look of reminiscence. The ancient Summer Emperor, one of the top experts of the ancient era. Qin Shujian said, "How strong is the Summer Emperor? He should be at the peak of the 8th level immortal, but he hasn't broken through to the 9th level immortal." The god-slaying saber answered and then added, "In the ancient heavenly court, there weren't many level 9 immortals. According to what I know, only the Celestial the Arch and Hao Kang were level 9 immortals. As for the rest, I'm not sure." Hao Kang said that the Moon Emperor was also a 9th level immortal, so it should be true. But what is certain is that the number of 9th level immortals in the heavenly court is definitely not more than 5. The heavenly court didn't have many 9th level immortals. As a peak 8th level immortal expert, the Summer Emperor was already extremely powerful. Qin Shujian nodded. He also had a certain understanding of the ancient Summer Emperor's strength. A peak 8th level immortal. The power imprint left behind by the other party had the strength of a 6th level immortal, so it was natural. Among the upper 3 levels of true immortals, the gap between each level was huge. A 7th level true immortal could easily suppress a 6th level true immortal. As for an 8th level true immortal, he could even see the middle 3 true immortals as strong ants. At this moment, in Heavenly Pattern Island, the battle was still ongoing. The power left behind by the emperors was activated, turning into phantoms to kill all the fierce beasts that tried to approach Heavenly Pattern Island. In the Fantasy Sea sect, the Fantasy God King, who had already come out of seclusion, had a gloomy expression. What happened in the depths of the Sea of Death? Why did so many tremors happen in such a short period of time, causing a beast tide? Including this time, it was already the 3rd time. In a few years, there were 3 beast tides, and each was stronger than the last. The 2nd time was still fine. According to Xia Chao, it was because the new Emperor of Heaven established the heavenly court that it attracted the attention of that existence. But there was no reason for the 1st and 3rd beast tides. In a few years, 3 beast tides. Heavenly Pattern Island had already suffered a great loss. After all, the power left behind by the emperors wasn't endless. When it really reached the moment when it was exhausted, Heavenly Pattern Island, it had officially lost its protection. At that time, it probably wouldn't be able to survive in the Sea of Death anymore. In the main hall, an old man slowly walked in. His stooped body trembled, like a candle in the wind, as if it would be extinguished at any time. Fantasy Sea King saw this and hurriedly got up to support the old man. "Old ancestor, why did you suddenly come? The fierce beasts are attacking Heavenly Pattern Island, how can I sit back and do nothing?" Xia Chao shook his head. Hearing this, Fantasy God King's face was heavy. The power left behind by the emperors is almost exhausted. If this continues, our Heavenly Pattern Island will not be able to escape the calamity. In a few years, the power of the emperors has been activated many times, it is normal for it to be exhausted. Right now, we can only take one step at a time. Xia Chao's old face also had a heavy expression. The method left behind by the emperors was naturally not a one-time consumable. As long as there was enough time, it could absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and replenish the consumption. But the problem was, a few years was simply impossible to replenish the consumption. So it was activated one after another. The power left behind by the emperors had almost reached the point where it was like a lamp without oil. To this, Xia Chao had no choice. The 3 sects had already taken out everything that could be replenished. It was impossible to continue replenishing the consumption. So, at this point, they could only resign themselves to fate. Thinking of this, Xia Chao said, "If things really can't be done, you all should leave Heavenly Pattern Island. The heavenly court outside has already been established, our human race will definitely prosper. It is also a good thing to return to the human race. Although crossing the Sea of Death is very dangerous. But no matter what, there is still a chance of survival. In comparison, there is no need to wait for death in Heavenly Pattern Island. A million years, Xia Chao had already seen through many things. If Heavenly Pattern Island could not be defended, then they could only leave and fight for the chance to go to the mainland. Even if there would be a lot of sacrifices in the process, there was no other way. Leave Heavenly Pattern Island. Fantasy God King's face kept changing. He had also thought about this matter before. When Shia Kun and the others left the island, he was in secluded cultivation, wanting to break through to the fourth layer of the sky-human realm. In the end, he missed the opportunity. When he came out of seclusion, Shia Kun and the others had already left. And according to the strand of divine sense they left behind, Shia Kun and the others did not die. So much time had passed. If they did not die, then there was only one possibility, which was that the other party had successfully entered the mainland. Regarding this, Fantasy God King's heart was filled with regret. In seclusion, not only did he not break through to the fourth layer of the sky-human realm, he also missed the chance to leave Heavenly Pattern Island. Now, there was no Eldar's spirit ship. If he wanted to leave the island safely, the difficulty had increased by a lot. All of a sudden, there was a terrifying saber chi that shook heaven and earth. In that instant, Fantasy God King and Xia Chao both felt their bodies involuntarily tremble. Then, they looked at the scene outside Heavenly Pattern Island. Outside Heavenly Pattern Island, those fierce beasts besieging the island suddenly burst apart without any warning. Flesh and blood scattered. Just as they were about to fall into the sea, a list appeared out of nowhere. In that instant, it engulfed all the flesh and blood. The void collapsed. Qin Shujian stepped on the air, holding the Godslayer, killing all the fierce beasts along the way. After breaking through to the fifth tribulation, Zhu Bing, the power unleashed by the God-slaying saber had become even stronger. All the fierce beasts at the true immortal level, with their powerful bodies, had no chance of resisting him. However, the amount of energy needed to break through from the fifth tribulation to the sixth tribulation, Zhu Bing, was a small amount. Just by killing a few true immortal fierce beasts, it was almost impossible to gather enough energy to pass the tribulation. Qin Shujian. The moment Xia Chao saw that person, his face immediately became excited. For Qin Shujian, he could not forget. After all, as the first outsider to enter Heavenly Pattern Island, Xia Chao had a deep impression of him. Not to mention, when the Heavenly Court was established a few years ago, this name had been deeply engraved in his mind. The current Emperor of Heaven, Qin Shujian. If Xia Chao still had some doubts before, worried that this Qin Shujian was the one he knew, then now, he no longer had any doubts. If it wasn't the Emperor of Heaven, how could he have such powerful strength? In front of him, the true immortal fierce beasts were like clay chickens and pottery dogs. They were easily slaughtered. This kind of strength, it was as if it reminded Xia Chao of the ancient emperors. Xia Chao recognized Qin Shujian. Many people in Heavenly Pattern Island also recognized Qin Shujian. There was no other way. A few years ago, when the other party left Heavenly Pattern Island, he also left a deep impression on others. An expert. It had always been an unforgettable existence. Not to mention, the other party was now the Emperor of Heaven. The fierce beasts besieging Heavenly Pattern Island had already suffered heavy casualties under Qin Shujian's butcher's knife. At this moment, the strength of the emperors had almost reached a limit. Later, when the fierce beasts retreated, Qin Shujian stood in the air, looking at the ancient emperors. All of a sudden, ancient Emperor Xia bowed to Qin Shujian and solemnly bowed. Human Xia greets the Emperor of Heaven. Eldar Qing greets the Emperor of Heaven. Monster Xin greets the Emperor of Heaven. Ancient Ling Huang and Ancient Demon Emperor also bowed at this moment. They were the ancient emperors. However, Qin Shujian was the Emperor of Heaven. His position was above the emperors. Therefore, even if they were more powerful at their peak, they still had to bow before Qin Shujian at this moment. Qin Shujian said with a faint smile, "It is my fortune to meet the ancient emperors." Hearing this, the three emperors revealed smiles on their faces. Then, they cupped their hands and the phantoms slowly dissipated. Strictly speaking, they were only the power imprints left behind by the ancient emperors. It wasn't easy to have a normal conversation with Qin Shujian. Moreover, the previous battle had consumed them. Now, they could only dissipate and enter a state of recuperation. When Qin Shujian entered Heavenly Rune Island, the creatures on Heavenly Rune Island all bowed in unison. "Greetings, Emperor of Heaven." The voices converged. "Straight into the clouds," Qin Shujian said in a deep voice. "Everyone, please dispense with the formalities." "Thank you, Emperor of Heaven." At this point, the creatures on Heavenly Rune Island straightened up. Then, their gazes fell on Qin Shujian's body. There was an additional look of reverence. Emperor of Heaven. For them, it was only an honorific title that existed in legends. Although the creatures on Heavenly Rune Island had always been clear about the glory of the ancient Heavenly Court. However, they had never truly seen how powerful the Heavenly Court was or how powerful the Emperor of Heaven was. Until now, Qin Shujian easily killed all the terrifying vicious beasts that could easily destroy Heavenly Rune Island. Only then did they understand how powerful the Emperor of Heaven was. He took a step forward. Qin Shujian had already disappeared from where he stood. Illusion Sea Sect. Qin Shujian quietly appeared there. In front of him were Xia Chao and Illusion God King. The two of them were stunned for a moment before they bowed and greeted. "Greetings, Heavenly Emperor. The two of you need not be so polite." Qin Shujian faintly smiled and then looked at Xia Chao. "Senior, long time no see. You still have the same elegant demeanor. Emperor of Heaven is too serious." Xia Chao was somewhat overwhelmed by the favor. Looking at Qin Shujian in front of him, he had an illusion that it was a lifetime ago. It was hard for him to imagine. A few years. How did a Heaven Man cultivator become the current Emperor of Heaven of the Heavenly Court? Even in ancient times, the most talented experts could not grow so quickly in such a short period of time. He barely restrained his thoughts. Xia Chao asked, "Emperor of Heaven, what instructions do you have for coming to Heavenly Rune Island?" He went straight to the point. Qin Shujian suddenly came to Heavenly Rune Island. It was definitely not as simple as just catching up. Moreover, there was a riot in the depths of the Death Sea region and the other party had coincidentally appeared. Xia Chao could not help but guess. Was the matter in the depths of the Death Sea region related to the Emperor of Heaven in front of him? After all, everything was too much of a coincidence. Qin Shujian said, "The Heavenly Court has been established and now all races have submitted. However, compared to the ancient Heavenly Court, the current Heavenly Court is still lacking. Therefore, I came this time hoping to bring a portion of the clansmen of Heavenly Rune Island out and strengthen the foundation of my Heavenly Court." Bring a portion of the clansmen out of Heavenly Rune Island. Illusion God King's eyes flickered and there was a faint expression of excitement on her face. If she left Heavenly Rune Island, there would definitely be great danger and she might even die in the Death Sea region. However, if she left with the Emperor of Heaven, there was no need to worry about this hidden danger. After all, there was almost nothing in the Death Sea region that could stop an existence of this level. Qin Shujian said, "The great calamity of the demonic abyss that destroyed the ancient era will descend upon the Great Thousand Realms in a few decades. Heavenly Rune Island exists because the three races could not bear to sever their foundation and bloodline during the great calamity of the ancient demonic abyss. Now that the great calamity of the demonic abyss is descending, Heavenly Rune Island, as a life form of the Great Thousand Realms, should naturally contribute. However, due to the special meaning of Heavenly Rune Island's existence, I do not need all the clansmen of Heavenly Rune Island to leave. I can still leave a portion here to continue the foundation and inheritance. If we survive the great calamity in the future, I will not force the living beings of Heavenly Rune Island to stay or leave." Looking at Xia Chao and Illusion God King, Qin Shujian had no intention of hiding anything. These things, he could be completely open. He did not force Heavenly Rune Island to participate in the war, but he did state the pros and cons. If Heavenly Rune Island was not willing to participate, Qin Shujian had nothing to say. However, some of these feelings might not be able to compare to what they had now. As for the specifics, it would depend on what Xia Chao and Illusion God King thought about it. Hearing this, Xia Chao did not hesitate. He nodded and said, "The Illusion Sea Sect is a part of the human race. Since the Emperor of Heaven has already spoken, we have no reason to refuse. I wonder how many people the Emperor of Heaven needs and what are the requirements for cultivation realms. If you say it all, this old man will be able to choose. Contributing to the human race, this was something that should be done. The inheritance of the human race in Heavenly Rune Island was also for the continuation of the human race's foundation. To put it bluntly, it was also a way of working for the human race. Since that was the case, Xia Chao could not refuse to send his clansmen out of Heavenly Rune Island. As for his straightforward agreement, Qin Shujian also had a smile on his face. Senior is considerate. This time, I need the human race not because of their strength, but because of their talent. As long as they have outstanding talent, they can leave the island. In addition, the humans at the Sky Realm, if they are willing, they can also leave together. As long as their talent was strong enough, in a short period of time, Qin Shujian was confident that he could nurture them. So, whether it was the true martial or the divine martial, there was no difference. As for the Sky Realm, to be able to reach this step, to be honest, their talent would not be bad. Hearing this, Xia Chao nodded his head. This old man already understands the Emperor of Heaven's meaning. Give me a day's time, and I can gather the suitable candidates to leave the island. However, this old man has no way to control the Saint God sect and the Jade Wave sect. He was the ancestor of the human race. He had the qualifications to decide everything in the Illusion Sea sect. However, the Saint God sect and the Jade Wave sect were the territories of the demon race and the Eldar. Regarding this, Xia Chao also did not have the qualifications to interfere. Qin Shujian said, "Don't worry, I will personally make a trip to the two sects." Finished speaking, he had already disappeared from where he stood. After Qin Shujian left, the Illusion God King suddenly bowed to Xia Chao. "Ancestor, I want to leave the island with the Emperor of Heaven. Have you thought it through? In the Heavenly Pattern Island, the third level of the Sky Realm is the limit. I am not willing to stay at the third level of the Sky Realm for the rest of my life." The Illusion God King lowered his head and replied. He was a true genius. In just a short 200 years, he was already an expert at the third level of the Sky Realm. However, because of the existence of the Emperor restriction, in the next few thousand years, the Illusion God King's realm did not advance at all, as if he was stuck at the third level of the Sky Realm for the rest of his life. If it was in the outside world, a few thousand years, the Illusion God King had the confidence to directly become a true immortal. But in the Heavenly Pattern Island, he could not see any hope. In the past, there was no possibility of leaving the Heavenly Pattern Island, so it was fine. Now that he saw hope, the Illusion God King did not want to give up so easily. However, as the only expert at the third level of the Sky Realm in the Heavenly Pattern Island, if he left the Heavenly Pattern Island, it would not be easy to defend against the attacks of the fierce beasts in the future. After all, the Emperor restriction. It could not be activated every time. Xia Chao was silent for a moment, then slowly said, "Your talent is indeed very strong. If you stay in the Heavenly Pattern Island for the rest of your life, it would be a complete waste. Since that is the case, you should leave with the Emperor of Heaven." The matter of the Heavenly Pattern Island, the Illusion God King raised his head to look at his old ancestor, suddenly unable to make up his mind. Hearing that, Xia Chao said, "The emperors have killed many true immortal fierce beasts. Although the majority of their strength is used to replenish the restriction, the remaining portion is enough to nurture a group of experts. If you leave, you don't have to worry about the lack of Sky Realm people on the island." Hearing that, the Illusion God King felt relieved in his heart. It was fine as long as there was no problem. He was born in the Heavenly Pattern Island, so he did not want to see this pure land destroyed like this. On the other side, Qin Shujian had already appeared in a galaxy. This was the small world of the Holy God sect. Without the permission of the Holy God sect's experts, it was very difficult for others to directly enter. But for the current Qin Shujian, the small world of the Holy God sect, there was no possibility of stopping him. Star Sage, long time no see. Qin Shujian stood in the galaxy with his hands behind his back. The faintly discernible aura on his body suppressed the surging galaxy around him. In front of him, a true dragon was crawling, its body coiling in the galaxy. Its huge dragon head opened its eyes, and its gaze fell on Qin Shujian. "The Emperor of Heaven has arrived. Please forgive me for not going out to welcome you." The Star Sage's words were neither fast nor slow, and echoed in the galaxy. The matter of Qin Shujian appearing in the heavenly Pattern Island, he had already known about it. And with the other party's strength as the Emperor of Heaven, silently entering the small world of the Holy God sect did not shock him too much. "There's no need to welcome me from afar." Qin Shujian's expression was indifferent as he calmly said, "This time, I came here for only one thing, and that is to ask the demon race of the Holy God sect to send some talented and strong ones to follow me out of the heavenly Pattern Island. Now that the heavenly court has just been established, we need to strengthen our foundation." These words, it was similar to what Xia Chao had said. But the difference was, Qin Shujian's current attitude was a little more unyielding, and basically did not give the Star Sage any chance to refuse. It was not that he had any ill feelings towards the demon race of the heavenly Pattern Island. In fact, the demon race of the heavenly Pattern Island was completely different from the demon race of the 4 major continents. But, although his identity was the Emperor of Heaven, he was also born of the human race. No matter what, there were some differences between them and the demon race. Xia Chao would support him, but the Star Sage might not. If he really let the other party choose, it might not be the answer he wanted. Therefore, Qin Shujian's words blocked the Star Sage's path of retreat, letting the other party understand that this was not a discussion with him, but an order given as the Emperor of Heaven. In the galaxy, the Star Sage's expression kept changing, as if he was thinking about Qin Shujian's words. A moment later, he slowly said, "Yes, but I wonder when the Emperor of Heaven needs it. Tomorrow, I want to see the demon race leaving the island." "Good. The support of the Holy God sect, I am deeply gratified, and I also hope that you will not disappoint me." Qin Shujian glanced at the true dragon in front of him, and then left the galaxy. After he left, the originally stagnant galaxy had already begun to slowly flow. In the silent galaxy, the Star Sage suddenly sighed, "The human race has another Emperor of Heaven, when can our demon race truly rise?" He understood. With the existence of this Emperor of Heaven, the demon race basically had no chance of making a comeback in the next 100,000 years. In front of the other party, the Star Sage was also under a great deal of pressure. Because the difference in strength between the two sides was too great, if he really refused, the entire Holy God sect would be reduced to ashes. There was no reason for this feeling. But the Star Sage still had a lingering fear. Immediately, the galaxy also completely calmed down. From the beginning to the end, the other demon races of the Holy God sect did not find any experts who had appeared in their own small world. After leaving the Holy God sect, Qin Shujian's next stop was the Jade Wave sect. Different from the demon race, Eldar had always been neutral, and his attitude towards the human race was also good. More importantly, Eldar did not have any intention of conquering the world, which could be seen from the inheritance that he had originally given. So, when Qin Shujian faced the ancestor Tongtian, his attitude was not too tough. After a simple negotiation, he had achieved his goal. P.S. Seeking monthly votes. Chapter 725. Half a day later. The news that Qin Shujian had come to Heavenly Pattern Island to bring some people out had already spread out. Regarding this, most of the cultivators of Heavenly Pattern Island were scrambling like ducks. After all, being able to leave the island with the Emperor of Heaven was a supreme honor. More importantly, in the eyes of many cultivators, Heavenly Pattern Island was also a disguised cage. Here, the 3rd level of the Heaven Realm was the limit. There was no possibility of breaking through to a higher level. In other words, a cultivator at the 3rd level of the Heaven Realm had a lifespan of a few thousand years. After a few thousand years, no matter how outstanding one's talent was, they would still turn into dust without any lucky escape. Therefore, only by leaving Heavenly Pattern Island would they have a chance to break out of the cage. However, leaving Heavenly Pattern Island was not an easy task. There were many fierce beasts outside the island. Any cultivator who walked out of Heavenly Pattern Island would be attacked by fierce beasts. Even if it was a Heaven Realm expert. In front of a powerful fierce beast, there was no chance of survival. There had always been cultivators of Heavenly Pattern Island who left the island without permission, but they all died in the sea. After all, the Sea of Death. It wasn't just a casual remark. Now that they had the chance to leave the Heavenly Pattern Island with Qin Shujian, it was a rare opportunity for them. It was true that the Sea of Death was dangerous. But it also depended on who it was. With the Emperor of Heaven's methods, there was no way the Sea of Death could stop him. Don't you see? Even a true immortal level fierce beast was easily crushed to death in front of the other party. This kind of strength. It wouldn't be a problem to cross the Sea of Death. Fantasy Sea Sect. After Qin Shujian left the Saint God Sect and the Jade Wave Sect, he temporarily stayed here. In the three sects, only the Fantasy Sea Sect was a human sect. In addition, he was quite familiar with Xia Chao, so Qin Shujian naturally chose the Fantasy Sea Sect. The next day, in the plaza of the Fantasy Sea Sect's main hall, many humans were waiting there. Among them were Heaven Realm experts, God Martial Realm and Spirit Martial Realm cultivators. Even a teenager of the true Martial Realm was among the crowd. When Qin Shujian showed up, those people all bowed. Greetings, Emperor of Heaven. Yes. Qin Shujian nodded, then looked in another direction. Fantasy God King was currently supporting Xia Chao as they walked over. Emperor of Heaven. Xia Chao bowed slightly. Qin Shujian said, "Are these the people who left Heavenly Rune Island with me?" "Not bad." Xia Chao nodded and then turned to look at the others. "They are all the most outstanding talents of our human race. I believe that after leaving Heavenly Rune Island, they will have some accomplishments. I don't expect them to go far. As long as they can contribute to the heavenly courts and the human race, it will be enough." Hearing this, Qin Shujian also looked at those people and nodded inwardly. In his perception, these humans did possess some bloodline power, more or less. But millions of years. Furthermore, there was the restriction of the Heavenly Rune Island. It was normal for the bloodline power to weaken. If Heavenly Rune Island did not produce any experts, perhaps in another million years, the bloodline of Heavenly Rune Island would be no different from the bloodline of ordinary humans. But now, the group of people in front of him walked out of Heavenly Rune Island. As long as a true immortal was born, then the weakened bloodline would be able to continue and gradually recover to its former peak. But no matter what, the cultivators of Heavenly Rune Island were talented. That was an indisputable fact. At least in Qin Shujian's perception. Those few Sky Realm people were either young or had extremely solid foundations. These people. They were all talents that could be nurtured. Soon, the people of Saint God Sect and Jade Wave Sect also arrived together. The three sects combined. The number of people had already exceeded 1,000. For this, it was also within Qin Shujian's expectations. After all, there were only 8 to 10 million living beings on Heavenly Rune Island. Among such a large number of living beings, more than 1,000 talented seedlings were already a very high ratio. The people in front of him. In the future, they all had hope of breaking through to Sky Realm. If it was the outside world, with the help of the current star power, they would almost be able to break through to Sky Realm. Qin Shujian looked at the people in front of him and said in a deep voice, "Those who have come can go back and rest for a day. At this time tomorrow, everyone will follow me and leave Heavenly Rune Island." "We obey." Seeing this, the others did not say anything. After coming to familiarize themselves, they all retreated. Not long after, in the square, only Xia Chao, Illusion God King, and Qin Shujian were left. If I'm not wrong, the Emperor's restriction on Heavenly Rune Island has already consumed a lot of power. Qin Shujian looked at the Emperor's restriction that existed all the time. Finally, he turned his head to look at Xia Chao and said calmly. Xia Chao nodded. The Emperor's restriction's power has been severely depleted. If there is another beast tide, I'm afraid it won't be able to resist. Unless there is enough time for the Emperor's restriction to recover. Finished. Xia Chao looked at Qin Shujian with a burning gaze. Emperor's restriction. That was something left behind by the ancient emperors. He did not know how strong Qin Shujian was now, but to be able to kill true immortal beasts like ants, Even if his strength was not as strong as the ancient emperor's, it would not be much weaker. After all, no matter what. The other party was the current Emperor of Heaven. If Qin Shujian could leave behind some methods on Heavenly Rune Island, it would undoubtedly be able to allow Heavenly Rune Island to continue to exist. Feeling Xia Chao's gaze, Qin Shujian also understood the other party's thoughts. He smiled faintly and said, "No matter what, Heavenly Rune Island is one of the foundations of our human race. If it was destroyed by the beasts, I would feel apologetic. How about this? I will leave a formation on Heavenly Rune Island. With the methods of the ancient emperors, as long as the existence in the depths of the Sea of Death does not come out, Heavenly Rune Island will be safe." This old man represents the people of Heavenly Rune Island to thank the Emperor of Heaven. Xia Chao trembled as he cupped his hands. Qin Shujian smiled faintly and did not say anything else. He took a step into the air and appeared above Heavenly Rune Island. Subsequently, Qin Shujian took out some materials from his storage ring. Then, he controlled the Imperial Fire Art and directly began to forge a divine weapon in the air. Half a day later, the lightning tribulation descended. However, the lightning tribulation came quickly and left quickly. In just one day, 9 stone steles appeared out of nowhere. Then, Qin Shujian used his hand as a pen and inscribed the universe Tao-seeking scripture and the human emperor's immortal slaying technique on the stone tablets. But the difference was, he optimized the 2 cultivation methods a little so that non-human cultivators could also cultivate them. In order to distinguish them, Qin Shujian also changed the name for this reason. The first was the Emperor of Heaven Tao-seeking scripture. The second was the Emperor of Heaven immortal slaying technique. When the last stone tablet was completed, Qin Shujian simply waved his hand and the 9 stone tablets disappeared in all directions like flowing light. Finally, they landed at the border of Heavenly Rune Island. "Rise." Qin Shujian struck out a seal and the 9 stone tablets trembled slightly. The power was linked together and a large array that covered the entire Heavenly Rune Island was suddenly formed. After everything was done, only then did Qin Shujian descend from the void. Xia Chao and the Illusion God King stood in place and waited. "Emperor of Heaven, I have already set up a formation on Heavenly Rune Island. As the eye of the formation, the 9 stone tablets have already been placed in 9 different directions on the border of Heavenly Rune Island. The stone tablets themselves also have some power and are not something that ordinary people can destroy. As for the words on the stone tablets, there are also 2 cultivation methods and martial arts that I have left behind, which can be considered as the foundation of Heavenly Rune Island. After this formation is set up, as long as one is not a true immortal of the middle 3 levels, there is no possibility of breaking it. As for a true immortal of the middle 3 levels, the formation combined with the Emperor's restriction should be enough to deal with them. Qin Shujian explained. With his current strength, setting up such a formation was already the limit. After all, he was only comparable to a 6th-level true immortal. It was simply impossible to rely on a stone tablet and then add a formation to intercept an expert of the same level. However, when he was deep in the Dead Sea region, Qin Shujian had a general understanding of the strength of the fierce beasts in the sea. Although there were many true immortal fierce beasts, but most of them were of the lower 3 levels of true immortal strength. The number of middle 3 levels of true immortal fierce beasts could be counted on one hand. As a result, the problem of Heavenly Rune Island was not big. The real world. It had been several years since the game appeared. Everyone had already set foot on cultivation and many experts had been born. But there were also experts born. Naturally, there were sects. Among them, there were also many ancient forces that were reborn because of the recovery of spirit chi. But among all the forces, the Heavenly Alliance was the most powerful. No one was clear about the origin of the Heavenly Alliance. No one knew how many experts it had. Everyone only knew that the Heavenly Alliance was an ancient force and there were many ancient experts. Besides that, there was no extra information. Moreover, The people of the Heavenly Alliance had already traveled the world as soon as the spirit chi recovered and pulled all those with aptitude and talent into the Heavenly Alliance. As a result, in the real world, more than half of the famous experts were from the Heavenly Alliance. It should be about time. The Swordmaster grabbed the Heavenly Alliance Jade token and glanced at it casually. His original alternate accounts were no longer used. Other than showing up occasionally to make his presence known, there was no other use for them. Other than abandoning the alternate accounts. The number of people in the Heavenly Alliance had reached tens of millions. It could be said that the people of the Heavenly Alliance had spread all over the world. As long as he slapped them, out of 1,000 people, there would be a few from the Heavenly Alliance. The Swordmaster put down the Heavenly Alliance Jade token and suddenly sighed. There are more fools in this world. If it were my world, the expansion of the Heavenly Alliance would not be so easy. I did not expect it to develop to such a scale in just a few years. But now it's the end. If it continues to develop, I'm afraid even the deceiving token can't protect me. He took out the deceiving token. Looking at the token that was full of cracks, the Swordmaster knew that he did not have much time left. The deceiving token. Its main function was to deceive the Heavenly Tao. But the greater the influence, the less effective the deceiving token was. Now that the Heavenly Alliance had developed to such a scale in just a few years, as the initiator of the Heavenly Alliance, it was almost time for him to enter the Heavenly Tao's vision. Even if he had the deceiving token, it was the same. If the Heavenly Tao found out, the Swordmaster was not sure that he could survive. After all, the Heavenly Tao was very powerful. Not to mention that he had just recovered the strength of the God martial arts realm. Even in his heyday, he was no match for the Heavenly Tao in this world. At this moment, there was one more crack on the deceiving token. Seeing this, the Swordmaster's face changed slightly. I can't stay here any longer. I have to leave immediately. Now that the Heavenly Alliance has developed, I believe that there will be no problem even without me secretly maintaining order. But it doesn't matter even if there is a problem. Anyway, it's enough. He thought of something. A cold smile appeared on the Swordmaster's face. After making up his mind, he immediately left the place and walked to the nearest city. He had been in the real world for a few years. In addition to the memory of the original possession, the Swordmaster was very familiar with everything in this world. He walked into a shop. The Swordmaster showed his identity information and then said, "Give me a game capsule." "Okay, which one do you want?" "That one." The Swordmaster pointed to the one at the bottom. There was no other reason. Because it was cheap enough. In the real world, he had not earned a penny by himself for a few years. All the money he spent was left by the original Peng Qing. Until now, there was not much left. So, being able to buy the cheapest gaming capsule was already a difficult task. He paid the money. It was done in one go. The Swordmaster carried the game capsule and left directly. To this, the others were not surprised. After all, it was the age of cultivation now. Many people had a strong cultivation. Carrying a game capsule on their shoulders was a very common thing. Carrying the game capsule, the Swordmaster found a hotel. After paying half a month's rent with the remaining money, he directly moved in. The room was not big, but it was not difficult to put a game capsule in it. The Swordmaster put down the game capsule and then successfully turned it on. When he lay in it, he showed a faint smile on his face. I believe that in 10 days, when the shop owner comes to collect the money, he will collect his body on the way. Thinking of this, he directly turned on the game capsule. The body that was lying in the game capsule lost all signs of life in an instant. At the same time, the heaven-deceiving token in his bosom quietly shattered at this moment, turning into grey powder. Just when the deceiving token broke, in the sky, there were terrifying thunderbolts flashing like silver snakes, covering the entire city. Everyone involuntarily raised their heads and looked at the thunderbolts above the city. They could not help but show a panicked expression. Damn it! Why did it suddenly become like this? Could it be that someone is preparing to go through a tribulation? Not necessarily. Maybe some treasure is born. After all, there was spiritual energy thousands of years ago. Everyone was talking about it. Any living creature would instinctively feel fear when encountering thunderbolts. However, after the initial panic, they gradually calmed down. Thunder in broad daylight. This kind of thing was somewhat unbelievable. But to a certain extent, it was not completely incomprehensible. Besides, people now more or less had a certain level of cultivation. As the saying goes, the skilled are bold. So they also had a certain level of confidence in the face of natural phenomena. In a place where no one could see, there were countless rules intertwined there. And at the end of all the rules intertwined, there was a chaotic ball. All of a sudden, the ball vibrated slightly. The chaotic sphere turned into a clear black and white color, as if it was an open vertical eye. But the difference was, the eye was indifferent, without any trace of emotion. At this moment, in front of the eye, there were countless images flashing. If someone was here, they would find that those images were actually all the things that had happened in the real world. The game appeared. The spiritual energy recovered. The birth of the first cultivator. The eye looked at the image in front of it indifferently, without any fluctuation at all. It was unknown how much time had passed. Suddenly, something different appeared in the image. In the end, the image froze in a hotel. Immediately after, the image went deeper and turned into a room. In the room, there was a game cabin. Inside the game cabin, there was an ordinary-looking young man. His hands were placed in front of his chest, lying there quietly, without any movement. Seeing this, the eye flickered slightly. Then, Peng Qing's body in the game cabin suddenly turned into powder. Not only that, even the game cabin disintegrated bit by bit. In the end, the game cabin and Peng Qing completely disappeared from the room, as if they had never appeared. After doing all these things, the eye disappeared and then turned into a chaotic ball again, staying there quietly. The chaotic ball breathed like a living creature. It absorbed the power of all the rules. Every breath. It was slowly growing. The vast thousand world. It was still the familiar mountain peak. The sword master had already appeared there. But the difference was, his appearance was no longer the same as Peng Qing's, but completely changed. Arrogant, perverse, even cold. All kinds of different temperaments were mixed on the same face, but there was nothing abrupt. Instead, it made people involuntarily focus their eyes on him. "I'm back again," the sword master smiled. Different from the real world, after returning to the vast thousand world, he felt that the burden he had been carrying had disappeared. Subsequently, the sword master also noticed the difference in the surroundings. What a rich star power. I remember that when I left, there was no star power descending. Now there is a rich star power between heaven and earth. It seems that a strong person has drawn the star power down. Well, the star power comes from the sky. This method is a bit familiar. The sword master looked at the sky, his expression changing. Drawing the star power, the sky, illuminating the vast thousand world. Damn it. The sword master suddenly cursed, isn't this the heavenly court's method? To be able to draw the star power down, only the heavenly court could do it. Because this was the heavenly court's privilege. Conferring the gods of the constellation. Then, the gods communicated with the stars in the sky and drew the star power down. This method. The sword master was very familiar with it. But what he didn't expect was that when he took over the body and left, the heavenly court didn't exist in the world. From when he left to when he came back. How many years did it take? The sword master pinched his fingers and calculated. 3 years in the real world, and then using the time ratio of 1 to 3, it was a mere 9 years. 9 years. The vast thousand world had an additional heavenly court. Such a change. He couldn't help but be shocked. To be able to draw the star power, it should be the reincarnation of an old antique of a certain era. Is it the first era, the second era, or the third era? It's a bit troublesome. The sword master thought of something, and his expression became ugly. He realized. It didn't seem appropriate for him to come back at this time. The heavenly court has been established. Then, my appearance shouldn't be hidden from him, right? Since I can't hide it, then I might as well not hide it. The swordmaster's expression was cold. Then, as if some kind of dormant power was awakening in his body, the wandering spirit energy and star power in the world surged toward him crazily. A vast amount of energy gathered. It caused the surrounding space to become condensed. The swordmaster was like a person in the desert who had been thirsty for a long time and finally found a water source, swallowing the surging energy in big mouthfuls. Whether it was the spirit energy of heaven and earth, or the star power. At this moment, the swordmaster didn't reject it. He swallowed all the energy in the way of a whale. And his cultivation. It was also rising steadily. The second level of the divine martial realm, the third level of the divine martial realm, the 10th level of the divine martial realm. After reaching the 10th level of the divine martial realm, there was no pause. He directly broke the original shackles. Boom. The first level of the celestial being realm. After reaching the celestial being realm, the swordmaster's strength didn't stop increasing. He was moving toward a higher realm. Such a commotion. Naturally, it attracted the attention of many cultivators. It was just that when the energy reached a certain level, it was equivalent to a deadly poison. The other cultivators. At this moment, they didn't dare to get close. A natural phenomenon. A supreme treasure must be born. Who said it must be a supreme treasure? Maybe there's an expert cultivating? A powerhouse cultivating? Have you ever seen a powerhouse cultivating? What kind of powerhouse would cause such a huge commotion? Even a saint would explode and die if they were to enter such a place. The cultivators who came after hearing the news all had different reactions after seeing the commotion ahead. Some thought it was the birth of a supreme treasure. Some thought it was caused by an expert cultivating. But for the latter, even more people snorted in contempt. Because in their opinion, such a huge commotion couldn't be caused by an expert cultivating. Dense and surging energy. Even a saint expert would explode and die if he entered such a place. As for almighty experts, they didn't dare to casually step in. In this way, if it was caused by an expert cultivating, then it had to be at least a true immortal. But the problem was, 90% of the true immortal experts in the 4 continents had a deity position and were all cultivating in the heavenly court. The remaining true immortals, they were all in their own clans. For example, the mountain peak in front of them was just an ordinary place. It was impossible for a true immortal to exist. Moreover, this was the Eastern continent. There were only 4 true immortals in the human clan. One was the Emperor of Heaven, and the other 3 had already become gods. They were all in the heavenly court. Without the permission of the human clan, the true immortals of the other clans couldn't enter the Eastern continent. So, there was only one explanation for the current commotion. A supreme treasure was born. With that thought in mind, everyone's face was filled with excitement. A supreme treasure. For anyone, it was an irresistible temptation. Not to mention, the birth of the supreme treasure in front of them had caused such a huge commotion. There was no need to guess too much. Basically, they were certain that the supreme treasure that was born was definitely earth-shattering. More and more experts were attracted by the energy, and the surrounding area was almost impenetrable. However, although everyone was surrounding it, no one dared to approach it easily. Because the energy was really too powerful. It was so powerful that even a heavenly being would die if they went in. So, they were waiting for the energy to fade, only then would the others be qualified to compete for the supreme treasure. Inside the mountain peak, the Blade Master ignored everything and wantonly plundered the energy between heaven and earth. His own realm, he also made a breakthrough every once in a while. In a short period of time, he had broken through to the 9th level of the heavenly being realm and was about to reach the limit of the heavenly being realm. The next moment, the Blade Master's aura became even stronger. He had broken through to the 10th level of the heavenly being realm. Eastern Pattern Mansion, in the Dead Sea domain, a large ship drifted across the ocean, slowly and peacefully sailing towards the shore. On the ship, there were many cultivators. Some were strong and some were weak. The strong ones were heavenly beings, and the weak ones were true martial artists. At the bow of the ship, Qin Shujian stood with his hands behind his back. He had already seen everything on the shore clearly. Because of the appearance of fierce beasts in the nearby sea area, this place was now heavily guarded. A large number of sky patrol guards were stationed here. At this moment, the large ship appeared. Naturally, it also attracted the attention of the sky patrol guards. Everyone, be alert. Yang Xiu, who had become the sky patrol commander, had already flown into the air and ordered all the sky patrol guards to be on alert. The Death Sea area was extremely dangerous. Whenever a cultivator entered the sea, there would rarely be a large number of people dispatched. Because the more people there were, the more obvious the qi and blood were. Similarly, the probability of attracting fierce beasts was also higher. Therefore, the cultivators who entered the sea area would basically control the number of people. Not too many, but not too few either. But on the large ship in front, Yang Xiu noticed a lot of surging qi and blood. It could be seen that, how many people were on the ship? This kind of thing was extremely unusual. To be safe, it was natural to be vigilant. Although Yang Xiu didn't think that anyone would dare to cause trouble in the human race now. Suddenly, all the sky patrol guards were on alert. They each took out their weapons and stared coldly at the slowly approaching ship. Because it was too far away, in addition, there was a faint mist rising in the Death Sea area. Coupled with the chaotic rule power, it greatly affected the vision of ordinary people at this time. Therefore, they couldn't see the specific scene on the ship. In the ship, Illusion God King stood behind Qin Shujian and looked at the outline of the land in front of him. His face was filled with emotions. Is that land? Land. To him, it was a name that only existed in legends. For thousands of years. The Illusion God King had never personally seen what the land looked like. Now that he was close, his mood became complicated. And the closer he got to land, the more Illusion God King felt his heart throbbing. The original bottleneck of the third level of Heaven-Human Realm had quietly loosened. Without any signs, Illusion God King's aura fluctuated. His realm had already broken through from the third level of Heaven-Human Realm to the fourth level of Heaven-Human Realm. Breakthrough. When he regained his senses, his face couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. Breakthrough. He broke through just like that. The bottleneck that he couldn't break through after thousands of years of bitter cultivation, he broke through without any twists and turns. Sudden joy. Illusion God King's heart couldn't calm down for a long time. His breakthrough. Qin Shujian also saw it. In his opinion, Illusion God King's foundation had already been strengthened to a strong point. It was only because of the restrictions of Heavenly Rune Island that he couldn't break through to the fourth level of Heaven-Human Realm. Now that he had left Heavenly Rune Island and sailed in the sea for a period of time, he had already touched upon the power of laws. It was just that he hadn't come into contact with the power of laws and didn't know much about it. Now that he had broken through, rather than saying it was sudden, it was more like a logical thing to do. Qin Shujian said, "The fourth level of Heaven-Human Realm is just the beginning. There are still the seventh level of Heaven-Human Realm and the true immortal realm. Only by breaking through to the true immortal realm can you truly unleash your power." I understand. Illusion God King collected his thoughts and lowered his head as he replied. He knew the meaning behind Qin Shujian's words. The joy of breaking through to the fourth level of Heaven-Human Realm disappeared. Indeed, the fourth level of Heaven-Human Realm was nothing to be happy about. In the great wide world, the fourth level of Heaven-Human Realm was at most slightly stronger. But in the eyes of the Emperor of Heaven, they were no different from ants. Only true immortals. Only then did they have the qualifications to enter the eyes of the Emperor of Heaven. However, although Illusion God King wasn't arrogant and complacent, he was quite satisfied with the current situation. To be able to break through to the fourth level of Heaven-Human Realm, it meant that he had a chance to advance further. Although it was difficult to reach the true immortal realm, but in Illusion God King's eyes, he still had a great chance. At this moment, the others on the ship also discovered the existence of land. Everyone's expression was different. There was a surprise. There was curiosity. There was also fear. Is that land? I heard that the Emperor of Heaven said that there are 4 continents in the great wide world. We should be close to the eastern continent now. I really want to see the difference between land and our heavenly Rune Island. Everyone was discussing. The closer they got to land, the more nervous they felt. For the people of heavenly Rune Island. Land. It was a mysterious existence that was both familiar and unfamiliar. When the ship got closer, Yang Xiu's pupils suddenly shrank. He took a step forward and said loudly, "May I ask if the Emperor of Heaven has come personally?" His voice was very loud. It directly passed through the fog and transmitted to the ship. Although he had already seen Qin Shujian, Yang Xiu still didn't let the Sky Patrol guards relax their vigilance. Everyone knew. The Emperor of Heaven existed in the heavenly court. How could he suddenly appear in the Dead Sea region? Moreover, it was one thing for the Emperor of Heaven to appear, but he came on a ship. All kinds of strange situations. This already made Yang Xiu secretly vigilant. In his view, the Emperor of Heaven on the ship was most likely someone else impersonating him. Although normally speaking, no one would dare to impersonate the Emperor of Heaven. But it was better to be safe than sorry. At this moment, Yang Xiu. He could only think of a way to confirm the other party's identity. Qin Shujian flipped his hand and saw an imperial seal appear in his palm. Then, the imperial seal soared into the sky, and an endless pressure spread out. Everyone who saw the imperial seal couldn't help but have the urge to kneel down and worship it. Yang Xiu's originally nervous heart was completely relieved. Yang Xiu, the commander of the Sky Patrol Guards, greets the Emperor of Heaven. He descended from the void and bowed to Qin Shujian from afar. The other Sky Patrol Guards did the same thing. Casually putting away the imperial seal, Qin Shujian said in a clear voice, "You don't have to be so polite. You can all disperse." Yes. Yang Xiu received the order and immediately let the Sky Patrol Guards on guard disperse. But he didn't leave. Instead, he stood on the shore and waited. Not long after, the ship docked. Qin Shujian floated away from the bow of the ship and appeared in front of Yang Xiu. "Emperor of Heaven." Yang Xiu bowed his head and saluted. Qin Shujian waved his hand and said, "Escort all the people on the ship to the Chen Yuan realm. Also, inform Xia Kun, Golden Rock King, and King of Blue Waves." "Yes, Emperor of Heaven." Yang Xiu bowed and accepted the order. He didn't ask for any reason. Since the Emperor of Heaven had spoken, he would do as he was told. And to be able to work for the Emperor of Heaven. In Yang Xiu's opinion, it was already a great honor. After a brief instruction, Qin Shujian suddenly turned his head to look in a certain direction. His face was slightly startled, and then he revealed a meaningful expression. "I want to see who exactly is coming." Finished. He took a step forward and disappeared from where he stood. At this moment, the people on the ship had already disembarked one after another. When Yang Xiu saw this, he took a few steps forward and said in a deep voice, "I am the commander of the Sky Patrol Guards, Yang Xiu. Under the orders of the Emperor of Heaven, I am here to escort everyone to the Liang Mountain Spirit Domain's Chen Yuan realm." Liang Mountain Spirit Domain, Chen Yuan realm. These two names were extremely unfamiliar to the people of heavenly Rune Island. Fantasy God King cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for your trouble." He was the strongest cultivator among all the cultivators of heavenly Rune Island this time and was also equivalent to a leader in disguise. Therefore, when there were some matters that required someone to appear, Fantasy God King was also unwilling to pass on his responsibility. Boom, the sky shook. A mother stream of laws appeared, spanning across the sky. It was a powerful aura. It also appeared out of nowhere. What happened? Fantasy God King looked at the mother stream of laws that appeared in the sky, his eyes revealing shock. A sudden change. It made him somewhat at a loss. Not only him, but the other people of heavenly Rune Island also had a panicked expression on their faces. Only Yang Xiu raised his head. When he looked at the mother stream of laws, his face revealed a sigh, Another expert has confirmed his Tao and become an immortal. It's a pity that I don't know if I have the chance to reach this step. Confirming his Tao and becoming an immortal. Hearing this, the shock in Fantasy God King's eyes did not dissipate much. He did not expect. He had just left the Death Sea region and encountered an expert confirming his Tao. There was shock in his heart. There was also curiosity. P.S. Requesting monthly votes. Chapter 726. In the Mother Stream. A powerhouse stepped out of the void. Qin Shujian looked at the person in the sky and calmed down. The Mother Stream was opened. It quickly merged into the Mother Stream. Then, the battlefield of laws was officially opened. From beginning to end. No powerhouse stopped the Swordmaster from achieving the Tao. Because of the establishment of the Heavenly Court, the hatred of the races in the 4 major continents was buffered to a certain extent. More importantly, the Heavenly Court would intervene if anyone tried to stop others from achieving the Tao. The purpose was simple. Now that the Great Tribulation was coming, every true immortal born in the 4 major continents was a rare combat force for the vast 1,000 worlds. Therefore, no one was allowed to stop other powerhouses from achieving the Tao. Or else, the Heavenly Court would kill anyone who tried to stop them. Because of this, many races also acknowledged the Heavenly Court a little more. The biggest problem of the small races. They did not have a strong enough foundation. Without a strong foundation, there was a great risk in achieving the Tao. Once a powerhouse tried to stop them, the success rate of achieving the Tao would be greatly reduced. Now, the Heavenly Court intervened. The success rate of the small race's Tao was also greatly increased. The battlefield of laws was opened. The Swordmaster walked to the rule steely as if he was walking on flat ground. Then, he waved his hand and broke the rule steely. He cut off a portion of the rule force and stored it in his body. Rumble. The thunder tribulation descended and struck the Swordmaster like a silver snake dancing wildly. Tribulation transcendence. Another person has embarked on the path of physical sanctification. In the Eastern God of War Palace, Xiao Chengfeng temporarily retreated from his cultivation. He looked towards the Eastern continent as if he had some thoughts. The Immortal Ascension Tribulation. He was familiar with it. However, Xiao Chengfeng did not expect that other than him, there were others who had embarked on the path of physical sanctification. Moreover, they had already reached the stage of Immortal Ascension Tribulation. The Emperor of Heaven knows about the path of physical sanctification, and he should have the physical sanctification technique in his hands. If others also know about the physical sanctification technique, it most likely came from the Emperor of Heaven. However, they should not be able to pass the Immortal Ascension Tribulation so quickly. Xiao Chengfeng was puzzled. He did not find it strange that there were others who walked the path of sanctification through their physical bodies. After all, even though he was walking on a new system, there were still others who knew about it. As long as there were people who knew, that meant that he wasn't the only one walking the same path. What really puzzled Xiao Chengfeng was, who exactly was this person? How could he walk so fast? He actually reached the point of transcending the tribulation. After a long time, Xiao Chengfeng retracted his gaze from the East continent. There's going to be another top-notch powerhouse in the world. It was fine if he didn't pass the Immortal Ascension Tribulation. If he could pass the Immortal Ascension Tribulation, his strength would definitely be very strong. But to what extent? He would only know if he had the chance to fight in the future. The thunder tribulation descended. All the cultivators who had approached without permission had already retreated. What supreme treasure! It was all a lie. There was clearly an expert cultivating there, and it was the kind that could prove the Tao and become an immortal. The thunder was as mighty as a prison. Now that the thunder calamity had descended, the entire area within a radius of 1,000 miles was turned into a forbidden zone. It was impossible for anyone else to get close. In the thunder tribulation, the Blade Master stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the thunder calamity descending from the sky. He didn't take it seriously at all. The thunder calamity descended with a loud boom. Endless saber chi emanated from his body, colliding with the thunder calamity. The thunder calamity was torn apart. Both the saber chi and the saber chi were destroyed. No matter how mighty the thunder calamity was, it didn't affect him at all. The Blade Master walked among the thunder calamity as if he was taking a stroll in the park. All of a sudden, his footsteps paused. The long saber on his back was suddenly unsheathed. Whoosh! Saber light surged out like autumn water. Endless killing intent filled the air as the long saber was unsheathed. That saber! It shattered all the thunder calamity that struck down. Not only that, it even entered the tribulation clouds and split the clouds in the sky into two. Boom! Heaven and earth shook. The void suddenly cracked and shattered. The thunder calamity clouds were torn apart by a long saber like cotton cloth. Even the sky fell into an instant of darkness. After the darkness dissipated, between heaven and earth, strange phenomena had already been born. Heavenly golden flowers, golden lotuses sprouting from the ground. After breaking through to the true immortal realm, the Blade Master didn't look happy at all. He didn't even sheath his long saber. He stood with his saber in hand. Then, he looked to the side in a certain direction. There was nothing there. All of a sudden, the long saber suddenly slashed out. A terrifying energy saber tore the sky and earth apart, devouring the space in front of him. Boom! He slashed out with his saber as well. The energy sabers collided fiercely. A terrifying force erupted. The Blade Master's body shook, and he retreated. It was a simple exchange of blows. He was already at a disadvantage. In this regard, the Blade Master's expression didn't change, but his heart grew heavier. The newcomer's strength. He was much stronger than he had imagined. However, the saber earlier gave the Blade Master a sense of déjà vu. At this moment, Qin Shujian walked out of the shattered void. He looked at the Blade Master in front of him and said with a faint smile, "Is this how you welcome me, Blade Master?" Emperor Qin. The Blade Master's expression changed slightly. Soon after, he quickly recovered. He sheathed his long saber. The murderous aura had completely disappeared. "This isn't the place to talk. Why don't we go somewhere else? Emperor Qin, please lead the way." "Please." Qin Shujian nodded. Then, he disappeared from where he was. When the Blade Master saw this, he followed behind him and left. After the two of them left, the cultivators who were waiting in the distance finally dared to move. The one who just came was the Emperor of Heaven, right? Hiss, if that's the case, the Immortal Realm expert is friends with the Emperor of Heaven. I've never seen that expert before. Could he be a reclusive expert who has been in seclusion all this time? Many people discussed this with their divine wills. In the end, some people's gazes fell on the original mountain peak. If he was really a reclusive expert, then the mountain peak in front of them should be where that expert was in seclusion. As the residence of a reclusive expert, perhaps there was some rare treasure there. However, although they knew that there was a treasure in the mountain, no one dared to go near it. Because that reclusive expert didn't die. Instead, he broke through to become a true immortal and was acquainted with the Emperor of Heaven. If they entered his cave residence without permission to look for some benefits, then, they turned around. If the other party blamed them, they would die. Therefore, they could only look at it enviously. They didn't really dare to enter it. On the other side, in the heavenly court, Qin Shujian and the Blade Master walked into the heavenly palace almost at the same time. In the outer hall of the heavenly palace, Nyo Dali was still sleeping on the ground. The Blade Master just glanced at him and then looked away. In his eyes, a 10th level celestial being Bull Demon was nothing to look at. Is this the Emperor Qin's current mount? The Blade Master smiled casually. Yes. Qin Shujian also smiled. The Blade Master shook his head. Back then, the Emperor Qin had 9 dragons pulling his carriage. They were all true immortals. Now, he can only use a 10th level celestial being Bull Demon. Times have changed. You'll get used to it. Qin Shujian replied casually. He didn't say anything more on this topic. While they were talking, the two of them had already walked into the inner hall of the heavenly palace. At the entrance of the outer hall, Nyo Dali opened his eyes. His face was full of dissatisfaction. Who the hell is this? How dare you speak so arrogantly? Do you really think that you can look down on me just because you've become an immortal? Don't give me a chance. Otherwise, I'll let you know who's the one who's not presentable. He was having a good sleep. Suddenly, he was despised. No matter how good Nyo Dali's temper was, he was still very unhappy at this time. Especially after he became the Emperor of Heaven's Mount. The true immortals who came in and out had to be polite to him. After all, no matter what, one had to look at the owner before beating a dog. Nyo Dali was displeased that someone directly talked about him in front of Qin Shujian. However, considering the aura emitted by the Blade Master, he temporarily suppressed the dissatisfaction in his heart. Obviously, that person's strength was stronger than his. If he attacked rashly, Nyo Dali knew that he was no match for him. In the inner hall of the heavenly palace, Qin Shujian waved his hand. A stone table and 2 stone stools appeared. He and the Blade Master sat opposite each other. After sitting down, the Blade Master said, "When I came back, I saw the power of the stars. I already knew that the heavenly court was established. However, I didn't expect that the person who established the heavenly court would be the Qin Emperor. I also didn't expect that the Blade Master would return at this time." Qin Shujian shook his head. As he spoke, he had already taken out the tea set from the storage ring. Then, he brewed the spiritual tea. Subsequently, Qin Shujian placed a cup of spiritual tea in front of the Blade Master and said, "Blade Master, where did you come from? Now, apart from you, how many people have returned?" "I came back from the real world. That world has no name. It's just a place where the players of the Eastern continent are." The Blade Master picked up the teacup and said faintly, "If I'm not wrong, there should be people in the other 3 great worlds. At first, I wasn't sure. However, now that the great wide world has merged with the worlds of 4 players, it should be correct." Hearing this, Qin Shujian also nodded. "Blade Master, since you've returned now, could it be that the arrangements in the other world have been made? More or less?" The Blade Master shook his head and said, "The heaven-deceiving token was broken. I had to return immediately. Otherwise, if the heavenly Tao in that world sensed it, everyone would have a dead end. Last time, I told the Weapon Emperor to make the heaven-deceiving token look better when refining it. However, he still made me a half-finished one. Or else, I could have hidden in that world for at least another 10 or 20 years. After ridiculing him, the Blade Master continued, "But now, a few years is enough. I've already left a seed in that world through the form of a sect. I'm sure the heavenly Tao in that world won't sense anything. After all, if it really sensed it, it would have responded when I planted the seed. It didn't do anything until I left. I guess there's no problem. It's time for you to return now," Qin Shujian said. "The great tribulation of the demon abyss is about to descend in the great wide world. If you return now, the heavenly court will also have an additional combat power. Although there are no new Dao fruits in this era, there are many half-step Dao fruits. We don't have to pay attention to the 2 in the great wide world. However, there are at least 2 half-step Dao fruits in the demon abyss. It won't be easy for me to fight against them with my strength alone. To be honest, there were only a few decades." Although Qin Shujian was confident that he could fight against a half-step Dao fruit expert, he was not 100% sure. Now that the Blade Master had returned, he was more confident. After all, no matter what the other party was like, he was also a Dao fruit expert of the second era. When he was at his peak strength, Qin Shujian was not confident that he could suppress the Blade Master in terms of strength. Such an expert had reincarnated and cultivated again. It was a good thing for him. With the Blade Master's foundation, as long as he was given a few decades, he should have no problem fighting against a half-step Dao fruit expert, even if he did not return to his former peak. "I'm afraid it's not that simple." The Blade Master glanced at him and said meaningfully, Qin Shujian did not hide anything and said truthfully, I suspect that the Demon Abyss is a backup plan left behind by a Dao fruit expert in the past. You also know that the Dao fruits born in the past few eras are not truly united. In my opinion, the Demon Abyss's goal should be to destroy the Great Wide World and cut off the connection between the player world and the universe. As long as the connection between the player world and the universe is cut off, our plan will be considered a failure. Ch. I don't understand why they insist on going against us. They're like centipedes that refuse to die. Even in this era, they're still haunting us. The Blade Master's expression was cold. An intense killing intent surged in his heart toward those experts who had been going against them for several eras. However, he soon felt a sense of powerlessness in his heart. They were both Dao fruits. It was not an easy task to completely wipe out the other party, because at that level, there were simply too many life-saving methods. Qin Shujian's expression was calm as he said slowly, because everyone's pursuit is different. They think that breaking through to the Dao fruit realm is equivalent to eternal immortality. Even if an era ends and they perish, they still have methods to be reborn in the next era. For them. As long as they leave behind enough backup plans, it doesn't matter if an era ends or the universe collapses. They can still reincarnate repeatedly and reach an eternal realm. As such, they naturally don't want us to give it our all. After all, if we fail, it's useless no matter how many backup plans they leave behind. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Shujian paused and sneered, it's just that they don't understand that it's not that easy to truly pursue eternity. Compared to the first era, the second era has already weakened. Compared to the second era, the third era has also weakened. The current era is even weaker than the third era. I'm afraid this weakness is not only the weakening of the Great Thousand World but also the weakening of the entire universe. In a few more eras, there might not be any traces of our existence. If we don't seek a way out now, it's no different from waiting for death. Unfortunately, they still don't understand this. Although they would definitely die if they failed to resist. However, if they didn't resist now, they would still die in the future. The only difference was that one would die earlier while the other would die later. However, there was one thing to know. There was still a possibility of success if they resisted, but if they didn't, they would definitely die. Hearing this, the Sword Master laughed at himself. I thought that breaking through to the Dao fruit realm would allow me to attain eternity. However, when I really broke through to the Dao fruit realm, I realized that everything was illusory. Illusory things, no matter how long they exist, are ultimately fake. As long as there's a little bit of real power that invades, we can be defeated. This era is our last chance. Qin Shujian said in a deep voice. The previous few eras had all failed. Facing the end of an era, even a Dao fruit expert wouldn't have any chance of resisting. The reason was very simple. Because everything was fake. They were fake. Heaven and earth were fake. Even the entire universe was fake. If one were to make a comparison, in Qin Shujian's opinion, the world they were in now was equivalent to the game world in the eyes of the players. The so-called rules of heaven and earth were the program. All the experts were actually a set of data. Although they weren't data, to a certain extent, there was no difference. Because the world they were in was just as fake as the real game world. Although the experts could destroy heaven and earth, they would never be able to break free from the shackles of the universe. Because the entire universe, it was a huge cage. All the living beings in the universe were in the cage. They were born without any reason and destroyed without any reason. All of this had no basis for existence, because this was the law of the universe. However, all the living beings in the universe said that they couldn't see through the illusion. Naturally, they couldn't know about their own existence. To a certain extent, they were as fragile as bubbles. As long as a trace of real power intervened, the illusion world would be completely destroyed. Only by breaking through to the Dao fruit realm could one see through the illusion of the universe. Only then could one understand what the world they were in was like. The Blade Master's face was solemn. His eyes fell on Qin Shujian and didn't move at all. Emperor Qin, Do you think we can succeed? Whether we can succeed or not, it's something we have to do. Qin Shujian said and shook his head. Suddenly, he smiled and said, from the moment we infiltrated the illusory power into reality and then connected the universe with the player's world, there's no turning back. The player's world wants to devour the universe and upgrade the world level. We also want to devour the player's world, get rid of the illusion and retain the truth. We want to become real creatures. This war is inevitable. Either we fall, or the player's world will fall. I'm sure you've noticed that the heavenly Tao of the player's world has already begun to invade. Hearing this, the Blade Master fell into silence. Indeed, the player's world had already begun to invade the universe. If it weren't for the invasion of the heavenly Tao, the players wouldn't be qualified to descend to this side of the world. In the eyes of the heavenly Tao of this world, the universe was equivalent to a huge tonic. If it could devour it, it would be able to advance to a higher level in one fell swoop. Therefore, the heavenly Tao of the player's world would never stop. They would only press on step by step and devour the universe bit by bit. All living beings that used the universe as their foundation would also completely disappear the moment the universe was destroyed. Not fall, but disappear. Because the universe was illusory. They were also illusory. They only existed by relying on the universe as a carrier. The moment the carrier disappeared, they would naturally disappear. Therefore, the Blade Master also understood what Qin Shujian meant. After collecting his thoughts, Qin Shujian said, "Is it a good time to attack the players of the Eastern continent now? It's too fast." The Blade Master shook his head and said, "The seed I left in the real world hasn't really taken root yet. If we destroy the players of the Eastern continent now, it will definitely arouse the vigilance of the player's world. Let's wait until the time is completely ripe before we act." Moreover, although the seed has been planted in the player's world of the Eastern continent, we don't know what the situation is in the other three great worlds. If we act in advance, we may alarm the heavenly Tao of the other great worlds. If that's the case, it won't be good. Alarm the heavenly Tao of the player's world. It would definitely cause the other party to retreat. After all, the heavenly Tao wasn't a fool. If there was any unpredictable danger, it would definitely retreat immediately. Although the heavenly Tao had invaded the universe now, it hadn't reached the point where it couldn't retreat at will. To make it impossible for the other party to retreat, it still needed a certain amount of time. Regarding this, Qin Shujian nodded and said, "Then let the players survive in the universe for a little longer." At this moment, his expression had become indifferent. To be able to kill the players, it would definitely weaken the strength of the heavenly Tao of the players. However, just as the Sword Master said, if a large number of players died at this time, it would definitely attract the attention of the heavenly Tao of the players. When that time came, they didn't want the heavenly Tao to retreat. Let's take it one step at a time. The Sword Master didn't dwell on this topic. Instead, he looked at Qin Shujian with a surprised expression on his face. "The path that you're taking now doesn't seem to be the path of the Third Era." "That's right. I'm taking a new path. The reason why the Third Era couldn't stop the end of the Third Era was because I was too weak. I don't plan to take the path of the past anymore. Only by breaking the barrier can I see hope," Qin Shujian said in a deep voice. The failure of the Third Era made him completely lose confidence in the path that he had taken in the past. Since he couldn't take the path of the physical sanctification, he would take another path. The end of the Third Era was caused by a real force nibbling away at the universe, causing the universe to collapse. If you want to stop the end of the Third Era, you need to have a power that can resist the real force. However, it's easier said than done to reach that step. The Sword Master didn't comment. It wasn't easy to directly resist the real force. Or else, after so many eras, they wouldn't have failed all of them. Until now, they could only take a compromise and lead the heavenly Tao of the real world to descend so that they could have the hope of turning illusion into reality. Only by getting rid of the illusory body. Only then could they truly resist the real force. Because only the real force could resist the real force. No matter how strong the illusory force was, it was like a bubble in front of the real force. It would burst with a poke. Therefore, in the Swordmaster's opinion, any path was the same. The Tao fruit was the end. No matter how strong the illusory force was, it couldn't resist the real force. No matter which path he took, as long as he reached the Tao fruit realm, it would be enough. As for the rest, it wasn't a problem. The Qin Emperor may have taken the wrong path. The Swordmaster finally reminded him. If he had taken the path of the Third Era, after so many years, he wouldn't be far from the half-step Tao fruit realm. But now, although the Swordmaster couldn't see through Qin Shujian's strength, he had a rough idea after the previous exchange. His strength. At most, he was at the 5th or 6th level of the true immortal realm. He didn't even have the hope of entering the upper 3 levels of the true immortal realm. Changing to another path. It might not be a good thing. For this, Qin Shujian didn't refute or explain anything. I can still recover my previous realm if I take a new path, so it doesn't matter which path I take. It's good that the Qin Emperor is so confident. The Swordmaster didn't say much. It was his freedom to choose which path he wanted to take. It was only because of their past relationship that he tried to persuade her a little more. But Qin Shujian's Tao heart was firm, so the Swordmaster had nothing to say. You can stay in the heavenly court this time. There will be a war in a while. With your help, there shouldn't be a problem. Qin Shujian got up and walked out of the heavenly palace. Seeing this, the Swordmaster followed behind him. Outside the heavenly palace, Qin Shujian took out some materials, then casually built a palace and placed it in the astral wind layer. That palace. It was the Swordmaster's future residence. Compared to the original palace in the heavenly court, that palace could only be said to be extremely simple and crude. But experts at the level of the Swordmaster, whether it was simple or not, it didn't matter. No matter what, the Swordmaster was an existence who could see through fabrications, so he naturally didn't care about some external things. Thank you. The Swordmaster cupped his hands slightly, then looked at the bull in front of the heavenly palace and couldn't help but say, Qin Emperor, given your status, why don't you find a suitable mount? A bull, to be honest, is not very suitable. Although he had seen through fabrications. But to the Swordmaster, Qin Shujian was the Emperor of Heaven no matter what. The Emperor of Heaven riding a bull. It was strange no matter how he looked at it. In several eras, the Emperor of Heaven had never seen anyone ride a bull. After saying this, Qin Shujian didn't say anything, but Niu Dali took the initiative to express his dissatisfaction, his bell-sized eyes filled with anger. Why are you so talkative? The Emperor of Heaven can ride whatever he likes, it's none of your business. You're just a true immortal and you think you're so powerful. When I break through to true immortal, I'll definitely teach you a lesson. This was intolerable. Forget about the first time. Niu Dali couldn't be bothered to argue with him. But now, he finally couldn't take it anymore because he was talking too much about this matter. Hearing this, the Swordmaster's face instantly turned cold, and he stared at Niu Dali indifferently. If you dare, say it again. Fine, I'll say it, I'm afraid of you. Niu Dali took a step closer to Qin Shujian, then stared at the Swordmaster angrily, with no intention of giving in. Just like this. The man and the bull stared at each other coldly. But neither of them made a move. After a while, the Swordmaster retracted his gaze, but his voice was still cold. If it weren't for the Qin Emperor, I would have killed you today. TSK, if it weren't for the Emperor of Heaven, I would have taught you a lesson today. A powerful aura exploded from the Swordmaster, causing the surrounding void to crack inch by inch. In front of that aura, Niu Dali's heart skipped a beat, and he moved closer to Qin Shujian again. He moved closer to Qin Shujian. He was full of confidence, and he stared at the Swordmaster without backing down. Don't quarrel anymore. Qin Shujian came out to smooth things over. If the two of them got hot-headed and really started fighting, it would be awkward. I'll follow the orders of the Emperor of Heaven. Niu Dali took advantage of the situation, and after saying that, he returned to his original place to lie down. But when he left, He gave the Swordmaster a provocative look. That look. He almost made the Swordmaster angry again. If it weren't for Qin Shujian stopping him, he definitely would have killed the bull. After giving Niu Dali a cold look, the Swordmaster turned and left. Getting angry with a 10th level celestial being bull would be degrading his status, so he simply ignored it. No matter which era it is, bulls are always so annoying. He thought of something. The Swordmaster's face darkened. P.S. Begging for monthly votes. Chapter 727. The arrival of the Swordmaster. To Qin Shujian, this was both a surprise and a reasonable thing to do. In every era, there were Dao Fruit Realm powerhouses born. At the end of an era, the universe collapsed. All living beings would die. But Dao Fruit Realm powerhouses had the means to stay, or be reborn in the next era, or simply pass through an era safely. So, after a few eras, Qin Shujian wasn't sure how many cultivators had stayed behind. He only knew some of the powerhouses that he was familiar with had survived from the previous eras. Apart from that, Qin Shujian did not have much information. He thought that the Swordmaster had died in battle back then and did not expect him to return so soon. No matter what, the return of the Swordmaster was a good thing for the Heavenly Court. After all, the other party's strength was really strong. Even if he had just broken through to true immortal, it was the same. As a Dao Fruit Realm powerhouse, his true strength could not be measured by his realm. In the inner hall of the Heavenly Palace, Qin Shujian sat on the main seat and was deep in thought. The 4 major continents attracted 4-player worlds to descend. Now that the Swordmaster has returned, I don't know who is in the other 3-player worlds. Maybe I can get some information from the players, but it may not be accurate. Qin Shujian shook his head. Just like the Swordmaster, when others entered the player world, they must have used concealment means. It was impossible for them to publicly show their true faces. In other words, the other party must have used another identity in the player world to cover up. In addition to the existence of the deceiving order, only then could they deceive the heavenly axiom of the player world. In this case, I can only wait for the future. Qin Shujian did not think much about this matter. Anyway, the existence of the deceiving order. It could not be concealed for long. When the deceiving order was broken, they would naturally return. Right now, Qin Shujian's attention was mostly focused on Demon Yuan. According to his guess, the Demon Abyss should be a backup left by the powerhouses of the previous era. Of course, it could not be ruled out that it was a powerhouse of this era. But no matter what, the Demon Abyss and Dao Fruit Realm powerhouses were definitely related. So, no matter what, both sides would have to fight sooner or later. We can put aside the matter of the players and the New Age for a while. Once those troublemakers are eliminated, we can truly make a move on the players' world. Right now, the most important thing was to get rid of the demonic abyss. In the current era, the universe should not be as vast and boundless as before. Even if they had a backup plan, it was definitely hidden too deeply. The Devil Abyss is one, and so is the Magnificent Cavern. Apart from them, there shouldn't be a third existence. Qin Shujian thought to himself. The Huading Cavern was in the Great Thousand World. However, it was not an easy task to find them. He wasn't sure. What kind of existence was the Huading Cavern? It was a real cave of inheritance. There were still experts from ancient eras waiting for a chance to be reborn. It would be fine if it was the former. If that was the case, then the Cauldron Abode would not be in any danger. However, if it was the latter, then it would be a hidden danger. It's a Dao fruit that I don't know if it's a friend or foe. I have to get rid of it. If it's a friend, it's fine. But if it's an enemy, I have to get rid of it. Qin Shujian's expression was cold. In so many eras, the Dao fruits that were born were not completely united. Some wanted to be content with the status quo. Some wanted to fight for a way to survive. Their ideals were different. There would also be differences and eventually become enemies. In the sea of consciousness, The Godslayer did not come back to his senses for a long time. The content of the conversation between Qin Shujian and the Blademaster, and this Zhu Bing, had made him fall into self-doubt. Illusion. Reality. In this regard, the Godslayer had never thought that the world he lived in was an illusion, and that he was also a product of illusion. Since it was an illusion, naturally, there was no meaning in his existence. Therefore, the Godslayer was somewhat bewitched. Until now, he barely managed to wake up from his self-doubt and asked with difficulty, "Emperor of Heaven, is the universe really an illusion? If it's an illusion, then aren't we also an illusion? If that's the case, then what's the meaning of our existence? What do you think is an illusion, and what is reality?" Qin Shujian smiled faintly and asked in return. The Godslayer did not immediately answer. Instead, he thought about the other party's question. Then, he replied, "Reality exists, and illusion does not exist." The Godslayer reluctantly gave an answer that could not be considered an answer. Regarding the difference between illusion and reality, he did not know much about it. Qin Shujian said, "The so-called illusion and reality are only relative. If you think you exist, then you exist. If you think you don't exist, then you don't exist. There is a good saying, I think, therefore I am. There has never been a clear and definite conclusion between illusion and reality." The Godslayer was deep in thought. Qin Shujian continued, "There is not much of a boundary between illusion and reality. Whether it is real or not, as long as you can exist, that is enough. But if you can't exist, then you need to fight back. Right now, there is a real power that is eroding the universe we are in. If we don't fight back, then sooner or later, we will be swallowed up by reality. If we want to fight against reality, then we need to have equal power. To put it bluntly, no one is fighting for anyone else, and we are not fighting for all living beings in the universe. We just want to fight for ourselves. After countless years of bitter cultivation, we reached the peak of the Dao fruit realm, only to discover that we are the same as birds in a cage. We can only silently wait for death to come. How sad is that? In the eyes of outsiders, the Dao fruit realm was the end of all cultivation. It was also the realm that one pursued all their lives. But only after truly reaching that realm would one realize how sad that realm was. Sometimes, knowing too much might not be a good thing. If one did not break through to the Dao fruit realm, with the lifespan of a true immortal, one would not be able to wait until the end of an era. But once one broke through to the Dao fruit realm, only then would one understand what kind of world one was in. Knowing a lot, would there be resistance? As one era after another passed, more and more experts wanted to resist. There were only a few who were truly willing to sit and wait for death, to be able to reach the Dao fruit realm. Most of them had a resolute heart. When Godslayer heard this, he felt relieved. Indeed, there was no boundary between falsehood and reality. One's existence and the ability to think were real. The so-called falsehood was only a relative term. After the knot in his heart was untied, Godslayer quickly asked, "The Emperor of Heaven once said that there is a real power outside the universe that is eroding it. That's why it triggered the end of an era?" "That's right." Qin Shujian nodded. After pondering for a moment, he gave a plausible answer. You can imagine the universe as a circle, and the real power is an even larger circle. When the universe expands and the real power contracts to a certain extent, the two will come into contact. Once the two come into contact, the universe will burst like a bubble. Every time the universe collapses, it will return to its original starting point and then expand outwards bit by bit. But in reality, because of the contraction of the real power, the universe's expansion range is actually smaller and smaller each time. In the end, when the real power completely shrinks to nothing, then no new era will be born. As for Qin Shujian's explanation, the god-slaying saber came to a realization. He didn't know much about the universe and the real power. Now, after the explanation, he truly understood. Afterward, Godslayer silently digested the content. On the other side, Qin Shujian didn't say anything. There was something he didn't say. That was, the smaller the universe, the weaker the power. The end of the previous few eras had already caused the universe's power to be wasted. If there was still no action in this era, then in the next era, even if it could draw the power of the players over, it wouldn't be possible to devour the player's world. Therefore, whether it merged with the player's world or not, the current era was the only chance. This era is already getting stronger. After Qin Shujian became the Emperor of Heaven, he could clearly feel the changes in heaven and earth. Heaven and earth were a part of the universe. The universe was getting stronger. Heaven and earth were naturally getting stronger. Merging with the real world, the universe was already slowly absorbing the positive real power to strengthen its foundation. This was the universe's counterattack. Regarding the changes in the universe, Qin Shujian believed that the heavenly axiom of the player's world was also very clear. But until now, the heavenly axiom of the player's world was still in the stage of nibbling. It could be seen that the other party didn't care about the universe becoming stronger. After all, no matter how strong the universe was, it couldn't threaten the real world. Because there was a fundamental difference in the level of power between the two. The reason why the player's world didn't attack on a large scale was because of the existence of the other player's worlds. Everyone wanted to devour the universe. But no one wanted to share it with the heavenly axiom of the other worlds. This was also the reason why the universe would receive 4 players' worlds at the same time. The purpose was to restrain them. Soon, Qin Shujian summoned the gods for a meeting. In a hall, Shi Yang woke up from his cultivation. The Emperor of Heaven summons me. Although he had doubts in his heart, he didn't hesitate for too long. 3 years of seclusion. Shi Yang had never left the main hall. Now that the Emperor of Heaven had summoned the gods for a meeting, he could go out for a walk. He got up from the futon. Shi Yang didn't touch the seal that attracted the power of the stars. Because only the seal existed. Only then could the power of the stars be drawn down and then poured the power of the stars into the 4 continents. It could be said that the seal of the gods was the most important thing. It was also the symbol of the gods' identity. Walking out of the main hall, Shi Yang saw the other experts. Brother Yang, long time no see. A hearty voice sounded. The Thousand-Eye Emperor had already flown forward and landed in front of Shi Yang. Thousand-Eye Emperor. Shi Yang smiled and nodded. Since the Thousand-Eye Emperor wanted to curry favor, he wouldn't give the other party any face. Now that the heavenly court had sealed the gods, to a certain extent, all the true immortals were colleagues. The Thousand-Eye Emperor said, "The Emperor of Heaven has summoned us for a meeting. Why don't you and I go together?" "Sure, please. Please." Then, the two of them headed towards the heavenly palace. At this moment, in the other halls, there were also experts heading towards the heavenly palace. Qin Shujian's edict caused all the powerhouses to awaken from their seclusion. There were more than 300 halls in the heavenly court. In the astral wind layer of heaven and earth, they occupied an area of 10,000 miles. But for true immortals, 10,000 miles of area was only a matter of time. It was just that there was a formation in the heavenly court. If others wanted to break through the void or travel through the void, it was not an easy task. If they wanted to walk inside, then they could only take 1 step at a time. But even so, for other true immortals, it didn't take much time. In front of the heavenly palace, the Thousand-Eye Emperor and Shi Yang saw one person and immediately stopped. They cupped their hands and greeted, "War God of the North Pole, Brother Yang, Thousand-Eye Emperor." The mountain-crushing emperor also cupped his hands slightly at this moment. In the heavenly court, they could use the deity position or their original position. There was no problem. But when a lower deity position expert met a higher deity position expert, they would usually use the deity position to show respect. Looking at the mountain-crushing emperor in front of him, the Thousand-Eye Emperor's heart was also extremely complicated. In terms of strength, before he became a god, he was not weaker than the mountain-crushing emperor. However, the other party had obtained the position of the war god of the North Pole, while he could only obtain the position of the Jutian constellation. Moreover, he was not at the top of the constellation, but he was not at the top. Regarding this matter, the Thousand-Eye Emperor was also well aware. When he joined the human clan, he was already at the end of his rope, and it was almost the same as being forced. It was completely different from the mountain-crushing clan's voluntary submission. It was also because of this. Therefore, the mountain-crushing emperor waited for the position of the war god of the North Pole. What was done could not be undone. The Thousand-Eye Emperor also knew that it was useless to regret now. After obtaining the position of the war god of the North Pole, the mountain-crushing emperor's strength had increased by leaps and bounds, and was not something that the current him could compare to. The mountain-crushing emperor looked at the back of the Thousand-Eye Emperor and revealed a faint smile. Although he did not have the ability to read minds, he could still see some obvious things from the other party's expression. Sometimes it's still very important to pick a side. Being too cautious may not be a good thing. The mountain-crushing emperor sighed in his heart. He was also a little regretful now. He regretted that he did not join the human clan from the beginning. Or else, right now, he was not just a war god of the North Pole, but even the imperial emperors of the 5 directions might have a place for him. But it was useless to regret. Right now, being able to use the position of the war god of the North Pole was completely enough for the mountain-crushing emperor. Inside the heavenly palace, the gods had already arrived one after another. After all the gods had arrived, Qin Shujian's figure suddenly appeared on the originally empty main seat. Immediately, everyone bowed down. Greetings, Emperor of Heaven. Everyone, please rise. Thank you, Emperor of Heaven. Everyone straightened up. On the main seat, Qin Shujian looked down at the gods below. An invisible pressure had already spread throughout the heavenly palace. Inside the gods, the imperial emperors of the 5 directions stood at the front. Behind them were the war gods of the 4 directions. As for the last one, it was the 365 Ju Tian constellations. After glancing at everyone, Qin Shujian had a certain understanding of their cultivation. The strongest one. It was still Emperor Zhao. After cultivating in the heavenly court for a few years, he had now become the only expert in the 3rd level of the true immortal realm in the heavenly court, excluding himself. And judging from Emperor Zhao's strength, since he had reached the 3rd level of the true immortal realm, his strength must have already surpassed the limit of the lower 3 levels and reached the middle 3 levels. Exactly how strong he was. Without truly fighting, Qin Shujian did not dare to make wild guesses. Because in his opinion, if there were no accidents in this era, Emperor Zhao would definitely have a place among the Dao fruit experts who could be born. The probability of him breaking through, even the demon emperor Sai Hanhai and Xiao Chengfeng might be slightly inferior. The latter two. One was the first demon emperor who had been infused with the luck of the demon clan. The other was the reincarnation of an ancient expert who had a deep foundation. In comparison, Emperor Zhao was an outstanding person who had relied on himself to walk step by step until now. Although he had a lot of opportunities, he had relied on himself to obtain them, which was completely different from the others. After glancing at it, Qin Shujian retracted his gaze, then waved his hand and condensed his true essence in the air, forming the phantom of a token. Because the path he had taken was different. His current body was not an immortal body, and his true essence had not transformed into immortal essence. As for what kind of state it was, Qin Shujian himself did not know. Therefore, when it came to his own strength, he still regarded it as true essence, but it was much stronger than the true essence of other cultivators. The true essence condensed. The phantom of a bronze token appeared directly above the main hall. Everyone's eyes fell on the token at the same time. The bronze token. Most people were very unfamiliar with it, because they had never seen it before. Only Emperor Zhao and the other experts of the human clan had doubts in their eyes. Long before Qin Shujian became the Emperor of Heaven, he had wantonly sent people to search for the bronze token. It was also because of this. Even if Emperor Zhao and the others did not pay much attention to it, it was impossible for them not to have any news at all. Therefore, they were also a little familiar with the bronze token. May I ask, Emperor of Heaven, what exactly is this token? A true immortal cupped his hands and asked. This token has no name, but there is a seal behind it, a seal that imprisons an evil spirit. If this token falls into the hands of others and accidentally opens the seal, it will definitely be a disaster. There are already many external threats in the Great Thousand World, so the sealed evil spirit must not be rescued. Qin Shujian said in a deep voice with a dignified expression. The various clans of the 4 continents must find the bronze token and hand it to me. For this, anyone who submits the bronze token will be able to obtain the blood essence of a fierce beast from a middle 3 true immortal, as well as a complete corpse of a fierce beast from a lower 3 true immortal. As soon as he finished speaking, apart from Emperor Zhao and Xiao Chengfeng, everyone's expression changed. The blood essence of a fierce beast from a middle 3 true immortal. The corpse of a fierce beast from a lower 3 true immortal. Both of these things could be called supreme treasures. The former could temper the body, and the latter could do the same. However, compared to the blood essence alone, the latter was a complete corpse, so it could have a greater effect. However, no matter which one it was, they were both supreme treasures. Even if a true immortal used them, he could still improve his strength. If it was said that there were originally people who did not care about finding the bronze token, after hearing about the reward, their breathing became slightly hurried. After breaking through to the true immortal realm, after transforming the physical body into an immortal body, every bit of improvement in the future would be extremely difficult. The blood essence of a fierce beast. It was one of the few things that could improve one's physique. Although the traditional path of true immortals mainly relied on laws, a strong physical body was also useful. All of a sudden, a true immortal said in a deep voice, "Emperor of Heaven, don't worry, I will definitely find the bronze token. That's for the best." Qin Shujian nodded and then said with an indifferent expression, "I'll say this first, if anyone dares to use the bronze token without permission after obtaining it, it will be equivalent to betraying the heavenly court. As for the consequences, I don't think I need to say more. You can also take a gamble and see if I will detect when you use the bronze token." Hearing that, the gods were silent. Until now, they still couldn't be sure what was behind the bronze token. Was it really sealing the evil demon? Or was there something else? However, no one dared to take a gamble. Qin Shujian's words made them wary. Although there were some who wanted to find out the secret, if they used the bronze token and were detected by the other party, they would be dead. As for hiding, that might not be the case. This was because the stronger one was, the more tricks they had. No one dared to take a gamble on an uncertain probability. Looking at the gods in silence, Qin Shujian said, "In about 30 years, the demonic abyss will merge with the Great Thousand World. At that time, the demonic abyss tribulation that destroyed the ancient heavenly court will descend again. With the current strength of the heavenly court, it will not be easy to fight against the demonic abyss. However, now that the power of the stars has been drawn down, I see that your strength has improved quickly. In 30 years, you should have the power to fight against the demonic abyss 30 years later. The demonic abyss will descend." They were clear about the latter. After all, the biggest threat to the Great Thousand World was the demonic abyss. However, the arrival of the demonic abyss in 30 years was unexpected. This was what they had expected. The arrival of the demonic abyss would take at least 50 years. Now it was 30 years. To a certain extent, it was equivalent to more than half the time. A difference of half the time. Anything could play an important role, let alone now. The Dog Emperor said in a deep voice, reporting to the Heavenly Emperor, "The void demons are also attacking the heaven and earth barrier day and night. If the demonic abyss tribulation starts, the void demons might hit us when we are down. If we want to deal with the demonic abyss, we must first get rid of the void demons." Emperor Dongyang's words make sense. Immediately, the other true immortals nodded in agreement. As the Emperor of the 5 directions, the Dog Emperor was not only the Emperor of the 9-headed dog clan, but he also had a high status among the gods of the heavenly court. The Emperor of the 5 directions. Emperor Zhongyuan was the leader. However, the Eastern Sun Emperor was enough to be ranked second. In other words, The Dog Emperor's status in the heavenly court was second only to the Emperor of Heaven and Emperor Zhongyuan. Therefore, many true immortals wanted to find an opportunity to curry favor with Emperor Dongyang. Emperor Zhao said in a deep voice, "It is inevitable to attack the void demons. However, there are 4 demon emperors in the void demons, all of whom are true immortals of the upper 3 levels. Although our heavenly court is not weak, we do not have true immortals of the upper 3 levels. We are still far from being able to deal with the void demons. Indeed, there is a certain gap between the heavenly court's strength and the void demons." Qin Shujian's expression did not change. He said calmly, "However, we do not have much time left. The void demons are also an existence that must be dealt with. Now that the power of the stars has been drawn in, the heavenly court's strength has increased rapidly. I believe that in another 10 or 20 years, even if we don't have the upper 3 layers of true immortals, I believe that the middle 3 layers of true immortals will not be a problem. But, as I said before, there is not much time left for the heavenly court. If we cannot deal with the void demons, the great tribulation of the demonic abyss will descend and the heavenly court will have no chance of resisting. In other words, if the heavenly court cannot even deal with the void demons, how can we deal with the demonic abyss? Therefore, in 10 or 20 years, the heavenly court will officially open the heavenly barrier and declare war on the void demons." Qin Shujian's expression was indifferent. In 10 or 20 years, he would deal with the void demons. There was no need to wait too long. Although the demonic abyss would arrive in about 30 years. However, no one could be sure. Would the demonic abyss arrive earlier? Moreover, if the heavenly court could not deal with the void demons in 20 years, then the heavenly court in 30 years would not be able to deal with the demonic abyss. Since they would have to do it sooner or later, then they might as well do it earlier. More importantly, in Qin Shujian's eyes, 20 years was more than enough. The biggest problem with the demonic abyss was the demon emperors. As long as the demon emperors were dealt with, the other void demons would not be much of a problem. With the heavenly court's current foundation, given a little more time, it should be enough. The gods below. Many of them looked at each other and were speechless. They did not refute Qin Shujian's orders, because they could hear the decisiveness in his words. Even if they spoke now, it would be useless. Moreover, if the heavenly court was given another 10 or 20 years, they might have a chance to deal with the void demons. After all, it had only been 3 years since the heavenly court was established. Only 3 years. The heavenly court had more than 300 true immortals. Many of them had even broken through to the 2nd level immortal realm. Just as Qin Shujian said, as long as they were given a little more time, it would not be a problem to cultivate a group of true immortals of the middle 3 levels. As for the demon emperors, many people turned their gazes to Qin Shujian, who was above them. The strength of the Emperor of Heaven. It had always been a mystery. The other party had the confidence to declare war on the void demons, which meant that he definitely had a lot of confidence. In other words, the strength of the Emperor of Heaven was at least not weaker than an upper 3 levels true immortal. Or maybe it was not as good now. But after 10 or 20 years, that might not be the case. After the meeting ended, the gods retreated from the heavenly court. After returning to their respective palaces, everyone immediately passed on the information regarding the bronze tokens. The blood essence of the middle 3 levels true immortals and the corpses of the lower 3 levels true immortals were rare treasures for them. Of course, they would not let it go. The 9-headed secret realm. The current leader of the 9-headed dog clan was Zhu Chen. Because the dog emperor was the Eastern Sun Emperor, he had already entered the heavenly court to cultivate. As the strongest person under the dog emperor, Zhu Chen naturally took over the duties of the dog emperor temporarily and ruled over the 9-headed dog clan. On a certain level. Although Zhu Chen did not have the title of dog emperor, his actions and status were no different from the dog emperor. In the main hall, Zhu Chen sat on the main seat and said loudly, "My emperor sent a message back from the heavenly court, ordering us to find this bronze token without any mistake." While speaking, he had already condensed the phantom of the bronze token with his true essence. All the elders looked at the bronze token with a puzzled look in their eyes. Kongyi said, "What is this token? Why does my emperor want to find it? The command medallion is not what our emperor needs. It is an order from the celestial emperor. Rumor has it that the command medallion is related to information about an evil demon seal. That is why the celestial emperor ordered all races to search for it. And my emperor sent a message saying that anyone who can find the token will receive a drop of a true immortal's blood essence and enough resources to cultivate to the 10th level of the celestial being realm." Zhu Chen shook his head and added a sentence. Boom. His words caused a great commotion in the main hall. All the elders' faces flushed red. Is what the first elder said true? As long as someone finds the bronze token, they can receive a true immortal's blood essence and resources to cultivate to the 10th level of the celestial being realm? They were excited. There was no way they could not be. A true immortal's blood essence. Resources to cultivate to the 10th level of the celestial being realm. Any one of these things was an irresistible temptation to others. The combination of the two. No one had any reason to refuse. Zhu Chen said, "This is what my emperor said, so it naturally can't be false. However, other than my clan, the other clans are also searching for the bronze token. If the token is obtained by other clans, my emperor will probably blame us. Don't worry, first elder. We will do our best and won't let my emperor down." Kongyi cupped his hands and said. There was also some excitement on his face. The infusion of star power had allowed Kongyi to break through from the 9th level of the celestial being realm to the 10th level, but he had not cultivated to perfection yet. If he could get a drop of a true immortal's blood essence. In that case, he was confident that he would be able to reach the Great Circle in a short period of time. At that time, Kongyi would have the qualifications to break through to the true immortal realm. Therefore, the reward given by the Dog Emperor was an irresistible temptation to him. Go, all of you. Zhu Chen waved his hand and directly had everyone withdraw. When there was no one in the main hall, he prepared to enter cultivation. What reward? For the current Zhu Chen, it was no longer tempting. This was because he had already reached a state of perfection. What he needed to do in the future was to break through to the true immortal realm. Once the 9-headed dog clan gave birth to a second true immortal, their strength would definitely increase greatly. At that time, the 9-headed dog clan was almost equivalent to the strongest clan below the human clan. It's just that it's not that easy to break through to the true immortal realm. Zhu Chen sighed with a complicated expression. There was only one step between the 10th level of the celestial being realm and the true immortal realm. However, it was very difficult to take that step. Sometimes, to take this step, it was important to have a flash of inspiration. Apart from that, the rest was to rely on talent and hard work. Zhu Chen shook his head. If it really doesn't work, then I can only go to the heavenly court and ask my emperor to give me a few pointers. However, I might not be able to break through successfully. The path of a true immortal can only be walked by myself. The current him was also very eager to break through to the true immortal realm. If he did not become an immortal, in the end, he was still an ant. Right now, true immortals were the mainstream of the Great Thousand Worlds. No matter how powerful a diviner was, they were only equivalent to the backbone of the forces. There was no way for them to reach the top. Under certain circumstances, the backbone of the forces was more or less the same as the masses of strength. To put it bluntly, there was no difference between being cannon fodder. No one wanted to be cannon fodder. Zhu Chen did not want to be either. In 10 years at the earliest, 20 years at the latest, the Heavenly Court will start a war against the Void Demons. At that moment, there is no way for the various clans to avoid it. In a war of that level, even true immortals might fall. As for the diviners, Zhu Chen thought of the news from the Dog Emperor and shook his head. His thoughts were in a mess. This made it impossible for Zhu Chen to completely calm down and cultivate. He could only sit in the main hall with a gloomy expression. An unknown amount of time passed. Only then did he gradually calm down, and then he began to cultivate. After the 9-head dog clan spread the news of their search for the bronze token, the other clans also spread the news at the first possible moment. For the various gods. The reward given by Qin Shujian was an irresistible temptation. For the cultivators of the various clans, the reward given by the various gods was also an irresistible temptation. As a result, the enthusiasm for finding the bronze token was also aroused. Qianyuan Sacred Ground. Now that all the clans are looking for the bronze token, it is said that whoever can find the bronze token will get enough resources to cultivate to the 10th tier of the Deva realm. I'm afraid the difficulty of finding the bronze token has greatly increased. Yin Bancheng's expression was ugly. He then looked at Qin Yuanbai and Fang Xinglan. Deputy Sacred Lords, have you received a message from the Emperor of Heaven? Of course we have. Qin Yuanbai hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. Pass down the order. As long as the person who finds the bronze token gives it to the Qianyuan Sacred Ground, in addition to the resources to cultivate to the 10th tier of the Deva realm, he will also get an additional Taoist artifact. Hearing this, the others were not surprised. But when Fang Xinglan looked at Qin Yuanbai, the look in his eyes suddenly became strange. Was this really the case? Why did he remember that the reward given by the Emperor of Heaven was the blood essence of a fierce beast at the middle 3 tiers of the true immortal realm and the complete corpse of a fierce beast at the lower 3 tiers of the true immortal realm? At this moment, when Qin Yuanbai mentioned it, it was reduced countless times. He had his own thoughts. Fang Xinglan did not expose him. Instead, he turned his thoughts to the rewards given by the other clans. In the end, he also sighed in his heart. The middleman is extremely ruthless in making a profit. P.S. I support the original version, Chijian Chinese Network, app Chijian Book, SIM decent. Please vote. Chapter 728. The middleman was making a profit. Fang Xinglan was too lazy to expose this matter. Anyway, if anyone found the bronze token and submitted it, then he and Qin Yuanbai were destined to share the rewards equally. If Qin Yuanbai wanted to take it all for himself, there was no possibility of that at all. It was good for him. Of course, Fang Xinglan had no reason to refuse. After the Qianyuan Sacred Ground issued the order, the Great Zhao Empire also issued the order. Everyone was looking for the whereabouts of the bronze token. As for the rumor that there was an evil spirit sealed inside the token, the others were also skeptical. Because no one knew whether this matter was true or false. But one thing they were sure of was that the bronze token was very precious. Otherwise, the myriad races would not have all moved. However, most of the myriad races were looking for the token to complete the task. Few people wanted to use the token for themselves, because they were not sure what the consequences of using the token would be. It would be fine if there was a treasure. But if it was really a demon, then the loss would be great. Compared to the uncertainty of the token, the reward given by the myriad races was more tempting. The bronze token. In a restaurant, a few players were sitting there. On the table in front of them, there was a piece of paper. On the paper, there was a drawing of a token. It was the bronze token that the myriad races were looking for. Looking at the token, Fu Moyan's expression was strange. For some reason, he felt that the bronze token looked a little familiar. But why did it look familiar? He couldn't remember it for a while. By the way, don't you think that this token looks a little familiar? One of them suddenly said. Hearing this, the others also looked at it seriously. In the end, they were puzzled. If you say so, it looks a little familiar to me too, as if I've seen it somewhere before. The bronze token. By the way, when we were doing the task in the stone forest, didn't we get a bronze token? A thought flashed through a player's mind and he finally remembered. After his reminder, the others also suddenly remembered. In the end, everyone's eyes fell on Fu Moyan. The bronze token was a long time ago. From the beginning of the game until now, about 10 years had passed in the game. It was not so easy to remember what happened 10 years ago. But after being reminded, it wouldn't be that difficult to recall. Fu Moyan's face darkened. Bronze token. He finally knew why the image of the token in front of him looked so familiar. This was clearly a bronze token that he had obtained from completing a quest when he had just entered the game. Behind the token, it was related to the matter of a cave residence. However, because the cave was not in the stone forest, Fu Moyan never had the chance to open it. Until later. When he was besieging Liang Mountain's fort master, he failed to kill him and was killed instead. He even dropped the bronze medallion. For this reason, Fu Moyan had spent a lot of time looking for it in the past, but to no avail. Over time. Thus, he put this matter aside. Now that he was reminded, Fu Moyan finally remembered this dark history. Combined with the rewards given by the human race, he had the illusion that he had lost 100 million. The bronze medallion had already been dropped when we surrounded and killed Mount Liang's stronghold master. Originally, I thought that Li Zongwen and the others had obtained the bronze medallion. Now, it seems that the bronze medallion has fallen into the hands of that person. Fu Moyan pointed up with his finger. It was already self-evident. The name of the Emperor of Heaven. Now, no one dared to say it out loud. Because there had been many incidents of being struck by lightning. Therefore, basically everyone knew that if they directly called the Emperor of Heaven by his name, they would be struck by lightning. So, what is the purpose of that person looking for the bronze medallion? It's hard to say. Fu Moyan shook his head. He was not sure what Qin Shujian's purpose of looking for the bronze medallion was. Originally, Fu Moyan did not think too much about this matter. However, now that the heavenly court was looking for the bronze medallion, he had no choice but to think about it in a certain aspect. If I remember correctly, that person was originally just an ordinary mountain stronghold leader. In 10 years, the other party was able to go from a mountain stronghold leader to the current Emperor of Heaven. It was definitely not a coincidence. The Emperor of Heaven has a big secret. Fu Moyan's mind was spinning wildly. Without a doubt. There was absolutely a heaven-shocking secret existing on that heavenly emperor's body. Or else, it was impossible for him to grow to such an extent in such a short period of time. Was 10 years a long time? If it was in the real world, it would only be a mere 3 years. Moreover, all the players had been in the game for 10 years. But until now, the strongest player had not even entered the divine martial arts realm and was only lingering around the illustrious sage realm. To talk about cheating. Naturally, the players had the biggest cheats. Fu Moyan would never believe that a native could increase his strength so much faster than a player. The other party had a big secret. In fact, he was not the only one who had this guess. Almost everyone had this guess. However, no one knew what the secret of the Emperor of Heaven was. Until now. The other party was looking for the bronze medallion. Combined with the time when he exploded the bronze medallion, Fu Moyan felt that he was close to the truth. Bronze medallion. It was definitely the opportunity for the other party to become the Emperor of Heaven. As for why he was still looking for the bronze medallion, there were only a few possibilities. Firstly, there was more than one bronze medallion. The other party had only obtained one of them. Secondly, the inheritance that the Emperor of Heaven had obtained was not complete. Or rather, the inheritance that the other party had obtained was complete. But each bronze medallion contained a different opportunity. Whether it is the former or the latter, it proves that the bronze medallion is definitely a supreme treasure. Whoever can open it will have the possibility of becoming the Emperor of Heaven. The more Fu Moyan thought about it, the more excited he became. But the more excited he was, the calmer his expression became. Such a secret. Fu Moyan was sure that only the Emperor of Heaven and himself knew about it. So many years had passed. The other party definitely did not remember a small character like him. Find it. I must find the bronze medallion. Fu Moyan quickly made up his mind. He wanted to obtain the bronze medallion, but he definitely would not hand it over to the heavenly court to complete the mission. He would use it for himself. What seal of evil? It was all just to scare others. Inside the bronze medallion, there was 100% a supreme opportunity. If he could obtain the opportunity inside, even if he could not replace the Emperor of Heaven's position, he could at least become a top powerhouse. Moreover, not only would he be a powerhouse in the game, but he would also be a top powerhouse in the real world. Perhaps, the bronze medallion could completely change his fate. Thinking of this, Fu Moyan's breathing gradually became rapid. His strangeness was also noticed by the others. "Captain, what happened?" Someone couldn't help but ask. Hearing this, Fu Moyan suddenly sobered up. Now was not the time to think about so many things. The most important thing now was to get the bronze medallion. If he couldn't get the bronze medallion, all of his guesses were just empty talk. Fu Moyan coughed lightly and said, "We must get the bronze medallion. We must not let it fall into the hands of others." Yes, the bronze medallion cannot fall into the hands of others. A male player nodded and said in a deep voice, "The reward given by the Chenyuan sacred ground is enough resources to cultivate to the 10th level of the celestial being realm, plus a Taoist artifact. If we can get this reward, our strength will definitely be far ahead of others. If I'm not wrong, the resources that are enough to cultivate to the 10th level of the celestial being realm definitely include supreme techniques that can lead to the celestial being realm. If they wanted to break through to the 10th level of the celestial being realm, it wasn't just relying on ordinary resources. Techniques were also very important. So, the reward given by the Chenyuan sacred ground was very likely to be a divine level technique. And it was very likely that it was a top divine level technique. In addition to that, the reward of a Taoist artifact was also not low. Even if the strength of the players at this stage had improved, there were still very few players who could really possess a Taoist artifact. This kind of treasure was born by heaven and earth. It wasn't so easy to get. Now that there were more and more new areas, players had the opportunity to get some innate spiritual objects or Taoist artifacts. If it was in the past, then, there was no possibility at all. Yes. Fu Moyan nodded. He didn't explain anything. He was the only one who knew the secret of the bronze medallion. As for the others, there was no need to know so much. Immediately send out people to find the bronze medallion. Fu Moyan immediately made a decision. In the real world, his identity was not ordinary, so he had cultivated a lot of people in the game. These people, to a certain extent, they were reliable. It was just that the rewards given by the heavenly court were too high. If someone really got the bronze medallion, they might not necessarily give it to him. It was more likely that he would secretly submit the bronze medallion and then receive the task reward. Regarding this, although Fu Moyan had some guesses in his heart, there was no way to stop it. Anything. It was often the most difficult thing to control. Right now, he could only use the power at his disposal to find clues first. As for other things, they would be decided after finding clues. Soon, they left the restaurant. The first thing Fu Moyan did was to bring his men and rush towards the stone forest. Because that was where he first got the bronze medallion. If there was a place where the bronze medallion might be, then the first place was the most likely place. When Fu Moyan and the others went to the stone forest, the other players were also wantonly searching for the whereabouts of the bronze medallion. There was no other way. Because the rewards were really too generous. As long as they got the reward, even the weakest player would be able to jump to the top among the players. A salted fish turning over a new leaf, but they didn't want to get it. So, finding the bronze medallion became the most important thing for all the players. However, no one knew how many bronze medallions there were and where they were. Hundreds of millions of players were looking for them, but only a few people could get the reward in the end. But everyone thought that they would be the lucky one. The bronze medallion. Nyingbo, who was walking in the East Continent, was stunned when he heard the news. He didn't know much about the bronze medallion. But the reward given by the Chenyuan sacred ground was what Nyingbo really wanted. If I can get enough resources to cultivate to the 10th level of the celestial being realm, then my future path will be much easier. Nyingbo's eyes flickered. He hadn't really stepped into the celestial being realm yet because it was too difficult to open the apertures. If he wanted to open the apertures quickly, therefore, they needed to have enough resources. Without resources, It was undoubtedly extremely difficult to break through to the celestial being realm. But the problem was that as the disciple of the Emperor of Heaven, he didn't have too many resources. If he wanted to improve his realm, he could only rely on himself in the end. For this, Nyingbo valued the reward given by the Chenyuan sacred ground even more. If he could really find the bronze medallion, then his future cultivation would be almost smooth. At this time, the earth shook. A huge monster was coming this way. Nyingbo focused his mind and his eyes fell on the monster in front of him. He wanted to find resources. There was no place with more resources than the endless mountains. Even after several years of exploration, there were still many resources in the endless mountains. There were just resources. Naturally, there were monsters. Over the years, many people had entered the endless mountains to hunt monsters, causing some of the weaker monsters to almost die out. In contrast, some of the stronger demonic beasts in the endless mountains managed to survive. So now that they entered the endless mountains, either they didn't encounter monsters, or they encountered monsters with tyrannical strength. 6th level of the Divine Martial Realm or 7th level of the Divine Martial Realm. Nyingbo's eyes fell on the monster, and he had a rough judgment in his heart. He could only judge the level of chi and blood. He could roughly guess the monster's strength. He had no reason to be afraid of monsters of such strength. He stepped into the void and suddenly unsheathed the long sword at his waist. The sword light poured out like autumn water, and then turned into a storm-like power, causing a shocking sword chi to erupt in the void. Whoosh! The sword light appeared quickly and disappeared quickly. The monster didn't have any reaction. It was directly beheaded by the long sword and fell to the ground, motionless. Nyingbo looked at the huge monster corpse. According to the method of the Red Lotus of Purgation recorded in the Guiyuan Ancestral Classic, he directly condensed a ball of red lotus flames in the void, and then covered the monster. According to the records, the Red Lotus of Purgation can refine the creatures of heaven and earth and transform them into its own energy. Let me see if this is true. He thought of what Qin Shujian said to him. The Red Lotus of Purgation might be the opportunity to cultivate the Guiyuan Ancestral Classic to perfection. Heavenly Court, Heavenly Palace. After Qin Shujian dismissed the gods, he entered the inner world by himself. He had already given the order to find the bronze token. But he wasn't completely sure if he could find it. But there was one thing that Qin Shujian was sure of, and that was that there was definitely more than one bronze token. There were still 2 doors in the magnificent cavern that hadn't been opened. In other words, there were at least 2 bronze tokens. It wasn't impossible for there to be more. After passing down the order, Qin Shujian didn't waste too much time on the bronze token. It doesn't matter whether the magnificent cavern is an enemy or a friend. It's just a backup plan for a Dao fruit. Who wasn't a Dao fruit in the past? It's not that easy for him to overturn the world. Qin Shujian sneered in his heart. The reason why he was looking for the magnificent cavern was that he didn't want to cause too many twists and turns in the great wide world. It didn't mean that he was afraid of the other party. If the magnificent cavern was really a backup plan left behind by the enemy, he wouldn't be too afraid. As long as the other party dared to show up, Qin Shujian could let the other party understand what a destructive blow was. He would establish the heavenly court and rule over all races. Now, the power of heaven and earth in the entire great wide world was gathered on him. It could be said that, even if an ancient Dao fruit expert returned, in the great wide world, he definitely wouldn't have the capital to contend with him. If the heavenly court hadn't been established, Qin Shujian wasn't absolutely confident that he could control the great wide world in his hands. But now, he didn't have much to worry about. The existence of the heavenly court allowed Qin Shujian to have absolute authority in the great wide world. Any enemy who dared to appear in the great wide world, he was confident that he could suppress them. Just like the previous swordmaster. Fortunately, the swordmaster was on his side. Otherwise, the moment the swordmaster transcended the tribulation and became an immortal, he would also die. In the inner world, the dragon vein had grown stronger, and heaven and earth had expanded a lot. Qin Shujian first took out the crystal that Yang gave him, then directly crushed it with force. The crystal shattered. Immediately, a scorching energy burst out. Rumble, the sky shook violently, and the mother stream of laws also shook violently. In the middle of the mother stream, a vast and long river of rules had been born out of nothing. The moment the long river of laws was born, in the far east of the world, a terrifying energy was being nurtured. Qin Shujian took a step forward and appeared in a valley. In the valley, the power of the fire spirits of heaven and earth gathered. The rich fire spirit power condensed into a huge ball, and the terrifying temperature seemed to be able to incinerate everything. The sun. Qin Shujian was not afraid of the temperature. He slowly approached the fireball, and the scorching temperature made his face slightly red. He didn't expect it. After the mother stream of laws gave birth to the seed of the sun law, the inner world would directly give birth to the sun. To maintain the operation of heaven and earth, the sun and moon were both necessary things. At this moment, the birth of the sun made the inner world one step closer to perfection. Qin Shujian stretched out his hand and directly reached into the sun. The scorching true sun fire did not hurt him at all. Because he was the one who opened up the inner world. Therefore, everything that was born inside could not cause any harm to it. Looking at the sun, Qin Shujian had a smile on his face. The sun has been born. As long as I get the moon law, then the inner world can officially be promoted to a medium-class world. After that, the smile on his face suddenly faded a little. The one in heavenly abyss should be the embodiment of the lunar law. It's not easy to make a deal with him normally. But if I don't get the moon law, my strength will not improve. Without the moon law, if the inner world could not be promoted to a medium-class world, Qin Shujian could not complete the transformation. Although the inner world could expand even without the moon law, how could that kind of increase in strength be compared to the promotion to a medium-class world? Not to mention the current inner world. Even if it was doubled on the original foundation. Even if it could increase his strength, there was no way to fight against a true immortal of the upper 3 grades. On the contrary, if he could get the moon law, Qin Shujian was confident that his strength would be completely transformed. When that time came, he would be qualified to fight against the void demon. But before that, it was impossible to have the strength to fight against the demon emperor. After glancing at the sun, Qin Shujian left the valley and came to the beginning of the dragon vein. The original beginning of the dragon vein was just a plain. But now, after the evolution of heaven and earth, the plain had become a huge mountain range. The mountains rose and fell. There were huge peaks that towered into the clouds. Except for the absence of the aura of living creatures, the scene in front of him was no different from a blessed enclave. He stretched out his hand. The investiture of the gods had already appeared in Qin Shujian's hands. Then, with a thought, the flesh and blood of the beasts sealed in the investiture of the gods scattered on the ground in large amounts. Because the beasts only cultivated their bodies and did not cultivate rules. Therefore, the power of the flesh and blood, except for the surging energy, did not have any trace of rule power. Qin Shujian did not use the heaven and earth to refine the flesh and blood like last time. He directly used the simplest method to throw the flesh and blood into the inner world. A large amount of beast flesh and blood appeared. It made the dragon vein below let out a pleasant dragon roar. Obviously. Under the nurturing of the surging energy, the dragon vein also felt joy. Then, the dragon vein expanded, and so did the heaven and earth. To a certain extent, the energy contained in the flesh and blood of a true immortal was comparable to a large spirit vein, or even better. After an unknown period of time, suddenly, a deafening dragon roar sounded between heaven and earth. Then, the mountain range below rose and fell as if there was a true dragon moving inside. In the inner world, many spirit veins that were in the process of nurturing had all been successfully nurtured at this moment. At the same time, the extremely rich spiritual energy contained in the inner world had also undergone a transformation at this time. The spiritual energy was still the same spiritual energy, but to a certain extent, it was already beyond what it could be in the past. Qin Shujian stretched out his hand and took a wisp of spiritual energy. He immediately smiled. Innate spiritual energy. It seems that the flesh and blood of many true immortals has completely transformed the dragon vein into an innate dragon vein. Only the innate dragon vein can nurture innate spiritual energy. It's a pity that there are no living creatures in the inner world now. Otherwise, with the innate spiritual energy as cultivation, it won't take long for a group of powerful cultivators to be born. Innate spiritual energy. It was a powerful spiritual energy that would only be born when the heaven and earth were just born. It was different from the original spiritual energy. No matter how one looked at it, innate spiritual energy was not something that acquired spiritual energy could compare to. Now that innate spiritual energy was born, the foundation of the inner world had become more vigorous. As long as living creatures were born, there would be an endless stream of experts in the future. If it weren't for the fact that the inner world was his secret and his main foundation, Qin Shujian would have wanted to let the cultivators of the vast thousand worlds come here to cultivate. But after thinking about it, he dispelled this dangerous idea. The inner world was his foundation, and he absolutely could not allow any mistakes. If something went wrong, then it would be a devastating blow to him. After taking another look at the inner world, Qin Shujian left this place. In the inner hall of the heavenly palace, Qin Shujian suddenly opened his eyes. Immediately, electricity appeared in the room, causing the entire inner hall to explode like thunder. The phenomenon appeared very quickly, but it also disappeared very quickly. Suddenly, he looked up at the sky above the heavenly palace, and his expression changed slightly. Outside, in the sky above the heavenly court, a vermilion bird that seemed to be bathed in the true fire of the sun was flying in the sky above. Gradually, endless flames were born out of nothing, and then enveloped holy fire. The temperature was scorching. It made the entire heavenly court hot. Holy fire did not care about such a change at all. Now, he was completely immersed in a mysterious state, and he did not even notice what he was doing. Flames danced in the sky. One could vaguely see the power of the laws in it. All of a sudden, the mother stream of laws shook, and the vermilion bird spread its wings and directly crashed into the mother stream of laws. It was a powerful pressure. It instantly spread throughout the heavenly court. In a palace in the distance, the Blade Master woke up from his cultivation. What a rich true fire of the sun. No, it's not just the true fire of the sun, but also the smell of innate divine fire. Could it be that an expert who has mastered innate divine fire has begun to prove his Tao? The Blade Master quickly thought of the vermilion bird that often wandered in the sky above the heavenly court. As for holy fire, he did not know much, but he knew a lot about the vermilion bird. It did not matter which era it was. The vermilion bird clan was not a weak clan, and had produced many experts. Although they had never produced a Tao fruit expert, one could not deny the vermilion bird clan's strength. In particular, the innate divine fire that the vermilion bird clan had mastered could threaten Tao fruit experts when cultivated to the extreme. That was the reason. It made the Blade Master take a few more glances at holy fire. Now that an expert who had mastered innate divine fire had proven his Tao, only the vermilion bird in the entire heavenly court could do it. Speaking of which, a true immortal vermilion bird is a good choice for a mount. It's much better than that ox. The Blade Master's eyes turned cold when he thought of Nyo Dali. Ever since he had become a Tao fruit expert, few people or oxen had dared to be so rude to him. Unless they were at the same level as him. Those who dared to be rude had all died long ago. Therefore, the Blade Master had a great desire to kill Nyo Dali. If not for giving face to Qin Shujian, he would have killed him long ago. Just you wait. The Blade Master suppressed the killing intent in his heart. If he had the chance, he would definitely teach him a lesson. But now, he didn't want to be so calculative with him for the time being. The mother stream of laws shook, indicating that an expert had become an immortal. As the number of true immortals of the 10,000 races increased, the phenomenon of immortal ascension was no longer a novelty to others. However, every time someone proved their Tao, it would still attract a lot of attention. There were many true immortals now. But seriously speaking, many races didn't have true immortals overseeing them. Most of the remaining races only had one true immortal. The birth of a new true immortal indicated the rise of a new race. Soon, a vermilion bird charged out of the motherstream of laws. When all the experts saw the vermilion bird, their faces were filled with astonishment. An expert of the vermilion bird clan. Since ancient times, the vermilion bird clan had declined. Now, there were only a few mighty figures overseeing them. It could be said that, ever since the monster race split, the vermilion bird clan had been a small race that couldn't be any smaller. If not for the fact that they were backed by the human race, the vermilion bird clan might have been wiped out by other races long before the heavenly court was established. No one expected that the vermilion bird clan actually had an expert who could prove their Tao. Compared to the shock of the other races, the vermilion bird clan was completely immersed in joy. The clan leader has proven his Tao. The clan leader has proven his Tao and become an immortal. Our vermilion bird clan can officially join the ranks of the big clans. Many of the elders of the vermilion bird tribe were overjoyed. Fire Sage had proven his Tao. For the vermilion bird clan, it was a shocking, joyous event. Ever since the ancient times were destroyed, the vermilion bird clan had never produced a single true immortal. It was also because of this that the vermilion bird clan had declined step by step. Now, an expert had become an immortal. That meant that the vermilion bird clan would officially walk out of the haze after the ancient times were destroyed and have hope of rising again. An elder looked excited. The clan leader has proven his Tao and become an immortal. If a descendant is born, they will definitely have a powerful bloodline. When that time comes, our vermilion bird clan will have endless powerhouses. A descendant of a true immortal. They were destined to be powerhouses in the future. As long as a race gave birth to a true immortal, they would be able to use it as a foundation to give birth to enough powerhouses. Hearing this, however, someone shook his head and said, "The clan leader has already become an immortal. Who would be worthy of the clan leader? The other true immortals might not be suitable either. Moreover, if the clan leader marries someone from another clan, it is still unknown whether the vermilion bird clan will be born." Hearing this, the elder who had spoken first retracted his smile a little. Indeed, if the clan leader marries someone from another clan, the vermilion bird clan might not be born. No one could be certain about this kind of thing. Soon, another elder spoke up. Actually, among all the races, only the human race is the most suitable for marriage. In the ancient times, our vermilion bird clan had a powerhouse who married a human. At that time, the descendants born were all from the vermilion bird clan. If the clan leader marries someone, the best way is to find a target from the human race. The human race's bloodline was like the sea. Any race that married a human would have a high probability of giving birth to a descendant of the human race. Therefore, in the ancient times, many races liked to marry powerhouses from the human race. On one hand, it could ensure the continuation of a powerful bloodline. On the other hand, it could increase the strength of their own race. The elder who spoke first nodded. It is indeed a good choice to marry a human. There are many true immortals in the human race now, but Emperor Zhao is already married and is not a suitable target. The clan leader can't be Emperor Zhao's concubine. As for Shi Yang, it's not very suitable either. After all, if the clan leader marries someone, she will be a generation younger than Emperor Zhao. If that's the case, there are only 2 suitable candidates for the marriage. After that, the others' eyes flickered. At this point, everyone was very clear in their hearts. There were only 2 suitable candidates. One was the Eastern War god, Xiao Chengfeng, and the other was the current Emperor of Heaven, Qin Shujian. The former was very powerful. The latter was even more powerful. If they had to choose between the two, they would be more willing to marry Sage Fire and Qin Shujian. Because once the Vermilion Bird clan married the Emperor of Heaven, they would become one of the top clans. Moreover, the Emperor of Heaven's bloodline was very powerful. The descendant born from the marriage between the two would definitely be terrifyingly talented. After a while, someone thought of something and said with a frown, "Ever since the Emperor of Heaven became famous, I have never heard of him being involved with any woman. It won't be easy for the clan leader to marry the Emperor of Heaven. If the Emperor of Heaven doesn't want to, We can't force him. Besides, maybe the Emperor of Heaven. At this point, he directly shut his mouth. Ever since he became famous and had great power, he had never been involved with any woman. To be honest, such a person was either impotent, or he had a penchant for homosexual men. With the means of the strong, the former was naturally impossible. In that case, only the latter was more likely. However, even if he wasn't in front of Qin Shujian, he didn't dare to say these words carelessly. Slandering the Emperor of Heaven was a capital offense. Once discovered, no one would be able to save his life. Shut up, the Emperor of Heaven isn't that kind of person. The others' expressions also changed. However, after the scolding, their faces were also filled with bewilderment and uncertainty. Was it really not? That might not be the case. The elder who spoke first interrupted everyone's speculation. It's meaningless to think so much. The clan leader is extremely beautiful. Even compared to the Moon Empress of the Moon Clan, she's not much inferior. We'll discuss this matter again after the clan leader becomes an immortal. When the time comes, as long as the clan leader takes the initiative, I'm sure the Emperor of Heaven will have no reason to refuse. No matter what, the strong must have descendants. Otherwise, when their lifespan runs out and they pass away, wouldn't they be ashamed to face their ancestors? Hearing this, the others also nodded slightly. At this moment, Holofire had already opened up the battlefield of laws. No one stopped her. Her progress in the battlefield of laws was very smooth. It only took her half a day to reach the end of the river of laws. There was a monument of laws standing there. Without any twists and turns or accidents, Holofire easily left her unique mark on the monument of laws. The moment she left her mark, golden flowers scattered in the sky, and golden lotuses bloomed on the ground. Heaven and earth were congratulating the birth of a true immortal. In the heavenly court, a huge vermilion bird spread its wings. Endless flames were emitted from its body, causing the temperature of the heavenly court to rise wildly. It was the complete opposite of the true sunfire in the sky. But soon, the flames subsided. The vermilion bird also disappeared, transforming into a beautiful woman in a fiery red dress with a graceful figure. She slowly walked toward Qin Shujian. When she stood in front of him, Holofire bowed sideways with a charming smile on her face. Greetings, Emperor of Heaven. P.S. Requesting monthly votes. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.